Suffering an unexpected disaster, my soul was reborn as Zhao Xiaowu in 1976. The original owner was a jerk who saved Wenxiu but abused her after getting drunk. I took over the mess, fled the scene, and hurried home. The family was extremely poor, and my father was a coward and extremely filial. He gave all his food and work points to my grandmother's family, leaving him with no food to eat. My mother and fourth sister were starving and complained about him. Seeing this, I angrily confronted my father, spoke up for my family, and then went back to my room. Occasionally seeing a slingshot, I felt that there was hope for finding food. Lantwagu is located deep in the mountains and is rich in natural resources. I took the slingshot into the mountains and first encountered a turtle dove. I shot it with one shot, activated the super invincible hunting system, and gained 5 hunting points. I knew that this value could be used to contract animals and exchange abilities, and I was very happy. I continued to walk in the mountains and forests, and I made many gains. Doves and horsetail sparrows were caught in the net, and my hunting value gradually increased. I wanted to contract a dove, but I didn't have enough points. Later, I met a big flower magpie and tried my best to catch it. Although I was pecked hard, I finally succeeded. I was lucky enough to pick up a mother pheasant and pheasant eggs. The mother pheasant didn't escape to protect her chicks, but I killed her with one blow. The system rewarded me fiercely, and my hunting value reached 38 points. So I decisively contracted a flower magpie and named it Xiaoqiao. On the way back to the village, everyone looked at the prey with different eyes. After returning home, the mother and the fourth sister were very happy and hurried to deal with the prey and prepare a delicious meal. Although the sorghum rice was rough, the pheasant stewed with potatoes was fragrant. The whole family ate with relish, having a long-awaited full meal. Zhao Zong returned to his room, lay down on the bed, and began to think about how to make money. He knew the situation at home and that they really had no food to eat. When he came back, he had already seen what was happening in the kitchen. I ate half of the sorghum rice for today's meal. It is estimated that the remaining sorghum can only provide 2 more meals of porridge for the family. Thinking of this, he thought harder about what he could do in the future to earn more money. While he was thinking hard, the small magpie he placed in the room suddenly cried out. Quack! The sound was so loud that it immediately interrupted Zhao Zhang's train of thought. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoqiao. What's wrong, Xiaoqiao? I saw the colorful magpie staring at the wall with its small eyes, jumping around as if it wanted to rush out. Zhao Zong followed Hua Shichue's gaze and looked. It turned out to be a bee crawling on the wall. Oh! I thought it was something else. Xiaoqiao, are you hungry? Do you want to eat bugs? He didn't care, after all, it was spring. Isn't it normal to have bees in the spring when flowers are in full bloom? Suddenly, Zhao Zong stopped. Bees, yes. I can find a beehive and get honey. No matter what era, honey is a high-end product. Zhao Zong seemed to have discovered something remarkable. He held the small flower magpie in his hand and kissed her hard. Xiaoqiao, you are really my lucky star. Hua Shichue shook her little head vigorously, as if she was somewhat disgusted with Zhao Zhang's saliva. Its wings flapped, as if they had almost recovered. Then, Zhao Zong began to think about how he was going to get honey. He really didn't know much about finding wild bees. However, Zhao Zong quickly remembered the skills he learned from watching short videos on a certain audio platform in his previous life. I can look for hornets or wasps first. Zhao Zong knew that hornet's nest could be sold as a Chinese medicinal herb, and that hornets themselves were a kind of Chinese medicinal herb. As far as he knows, hornet's nest is neutral in nature and tastes bitter, salty, and slightly sweet. It has high medicinal value and has antibacterial, hemostatic, and cardiotonic effects. The hornet itself is a kind of Chinese medicinal material. It is warm in nature, sweet in taste, and belongs to the liver and kidney meridians. It has the effects of dispelling wind and dampness, relaxing muscles and tendons, promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, reducing swelling and relieving pain, and nourishing the kidney and strengthening yang. It is suitable for treating rheumatism, pain in muscles and bones, soreness of waist and knees, numbness of limbs, bruises, traumatic swelling and other symptoms. It is mainly used clinically to treat rheumatism, rheumatoid arthritis, cervical spondylosis, and other diseases. Zhao Zong was very happy when he found a breakthrough and touched the little head of Hua Shichue. Xiaoqiao, have a good rest and try to help me tomorrow. Quack. Xiaoqiao called out twice, as if responding to Zhao Zong. Zhao Zong scratched his ears with some disgust, then lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He had been sleeping a lot these past 2 days, and he didn't know if it was because his body was getting stronger or if it was because the original owner often stayed up late. The next morning, Zhao Zong got up early. Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yueqin in the yard looked at Zhao Zong in surprise. Zhao Dezhu looked at Zhao Zong with a strange look in his eyes. If Zhao Zong could hear what Zhao Dezhu was thinking, he would know what Zhao Dezhu was thinking. Why did this little bastard suddenly get up so early? In the past, he would not get up until the sun was high in the sky. After packing up, Zhao Tao walked out of the inner room. She was also surprised to see her brother who had already gotten up. She walked quickly to Zhao Zong, raised her hand and put the back of her hand on Zhao's forehead. Xiaowu, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Zhao Zong impatiently slapped fourth sister's arm away. What are you doing, sis? I'm fine. Zhao Tao said doubtfully. You're not sick, why did you suddenly get up so early? You used to sleep until noon. Zhao Tao's words made Zhao Xiaowu very embarrassed, but he also knew that it was the original owner's fault and had nothing to do with him. Seeing that his parents were looking at him, Zhao Zong laughed and said, I have nothing to do today anyway, so I plan to go to the mountains and see if I can bring back some prey. Hearing that Zhao Xiaowu was going up the mountain to hunt again, Sun Yueqin said with some concern. There are too many wild animals in the mountains. It's too dangerous. Don't go wandering around in the deep mountains. Just look for it at the foot of the mountain outside. When Zhao Zong heard his mother's sincere concern, he was deeply moved and immediately agreed. Mom, I got it. Don't worry. I'll just wander around outside the woods. I won't go inside. Hearing her son say this, Sun Yueqin felt relieved. She took care of Zhao Tao and walked out the door. After Zhao Dezhu, Sun Yueqin, and Zhao Tao left, Zhao Zong packed up some tools before leaving home. This time he brought a slingshot, a net bag, a knife, thin thread, and a few turtle-dove feathers he had caught yesterday. The small colorful magpie stood on Zhao Zhang's shoulder, wagging its big tail and looking left and right all the way. Zhao Zong was afraid that it would be frightened, so he kept comforting it. After a while, the men and the bird walked out of the village and came to the foot of the mountain. I can only say that the natural environment in the 1970s was really great. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he saw a lot of birds. Zhao Zong casually shot down a sparrow. As soon as the sparrow fell to the ground, the small magpie flew over. Then it stood next to the sparrow, chirping non-stop, as if giving Zhao Zong guidance. Zhao Zong walked over calmly, took out a few grains of sorghum from his pocket and handed them to Hua Shichue's small mouth. It picked up a grain of sorghum and put it into its stomach. It seemed to be a little disgusted, but it continued to eat. After the magpie Xiaoqiao had finished eating a few grains of sorghum, Zhao Zong picked up the sparrow on the ground. As soon as I picked it up, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The host is detected to have killed a sparrow, and the host is rewarded with 2 hunting points. Host hunting value, 10 points. The reason why Zhao Zong shot down the sparrow was not actually to eat it. Today he was going to look for 2 types of bees, wasps and hornets. I saw him grab the dead sparrow's feathers and tear it apart with force. The sparrow's skin was shed in an instant, revealing the bright red flesh inside. To be honest, there is very little meat on a sparrow after the feathers and skin are removed. Zhao Zong felt that the entire sparrow was not enough for him to chew in one bite. Just make do with it, he muttered to himself. Hua Shichue tilted her head and watched Zhao Zong tinkering with his things. It also quacks from time to time. Quack. Zhao Zong cut off the 2 thighs of the sparrow, and then cut off a piece from the meaty part. The rest were all chopped up and thrown to Xiaoqiao. I saw the small colorful magpie standing on the ground, pressing the meat with its claws and tearing the sparrow meat with its mouth. It quickly tore off a small piece, then raised its head and swallowed it. He knew before that magpies eat meat, and when he tried it today, he found it was true. Zhao Zong walked for a while and found a place with slightly higher terrain. He casually broke off a branch about 50 to 60 centimeters long from the tree next to him. Sharpen one end of a thin branch, then insert the meat cut from a sparrow into it, and then stick the branch into the ground with the pointed end holding the sparrow meat pointing to the sky. Zhao Zong found a stone nearby and sat down, waiting boredly. After a while, many insects came over as if they had smelled the scent. The first to come over were a group of ants. They climbed up the branch to the top and then tore the minced meat bit by bit. Zhao Zong didn't care about them. After all, these ants couldn't produce much meat. After waiting for a while, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his ears. I looked around carefully. Sure enough, a particularly large hornet appeared around him. The size of the hornet is several times that of the ordinary wasp. It looks very majestic and you can tell at first glance that it is not something you want to mess with. Zhao Zong became more careful and dared not make any noise. He also did not forget to pinch the magpie's small mouth to prevent it from making any sound. Xiaoqiao was beside him, staring blankly with a somewhat unhappy look, trying to break free from Zhao Zhang's clutches. The huge hornet flew around and when it felt there was no danger, it slowly approached the piece of meat on the top of the branch. Buzz buzz buzz. Zhao Zong watched the huge hornet land on the piece of meat. As its mouthparts kept opening and closing, small pieces of meat were cut into it and swallowed into its stomach. Now. Zhao Zong muttered to himself, then he slowly stood up and took out the thin thread and feather he had brought with him. As if it had noticed Zhao Zhang's action, the hornet flew up again. However, it seemed reluctant to let go of the piece of meat on the ground. It flew for a while, then slowly landed on the piece of meat and continued to eat it. When Zhao Zong saw the hornet take off, he didn't dare to move. When the hornet landed on the piece of meat again, he slowly tied one end of the thin thread to the feather. He tied a circle at the other end of the thin line. This circle was movable. As long as Zhao Zong pulled the lines on both sides, he could tie it up quickly. After preparing everything, he began to slowly approach the foodie hornet. Zhao Zong quietly walked to the side of the hornet and quietly put the loop at one end of the rope around the waist of the hornet. Gently, tighten the line little by little. Perhaps feeling a little unwell, the hornet flew up again. But soon, it fell on the meat again. After Zhao Zong put the coil on the hornet, he slowly stepped back a few steps and then exhaled in one breath. Hey, done. He chuckled, then sat down beside him and waited for the hornet to eat its fill. After a while, the hornet was finally full. It slowly flew up and headed towards the distant mountains and forests. Behind the hornet is a thin thread with a feather tied to it. That feather was the turtle-dove collar feather that Zhao Zong had carefully selected. Its gray-black color was very eye-catching. Zhao Zong picked up the sparrow meat on the ground and followed the hornet for a distance. Seeing that he was about to fall behind, he quickly took out Xiaoqiao and threw it into the sky. Xiaoqiao, go follow it. Xiaoqiao chased the feather very cleverly, while Zhao Zong ran behind him. Soon, he lost sight of the hornet and the flower magpie Xiaoqiao. But Zhao Zong was not worried, he could feel that his connection with Xiaoqiao had never been broken. Zhao Zong walked towards the direction where the hornet disappeared for a while. When he didn't know where to go. Suddenly, a squawking sound was heard not far away. It's Xiaoqiao's cry. Zhao Zong immediately ran towards the direction where the sound came from. I ran about 60 to 70 meters. He saw a small magpie on the branch of a big tree. Zhao Zong raised his hand and waved gently towards Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao flew down immediately and landed in his hand. Xiaoqiao, where did that hornet go? Zhao Zong asked Hua Shichue in a low voice. Hearing his master's question, Xiaoqiao immediately jumped off Zhao Zhang's hand and ran towards a stone not far away. He followed Xiaoqiao, and sure enough, a hole the size of a thumb was found in the ground beneath the stone. Looks like this is it. Zhao Zong immediately took out the net bag he was carrying, opened it, and fastened the opening of the net bag over the hole that Xiaoqiao had discovered. As soon as the small net bag was buckled over the hole, a buzzing sound came from inside. You found me so soon. Zhao Zong was somewhat surprised at the vigilance of these hornets. Suddenly, 3 huge hornets flew out from the cave entrance. It seems that these 3 hornets are guarding the entrance to the hive. At this time, Zhao Zong was somewhat thankful for his luck. If he had been discovered by them when he just came over, he would have been stung for sure. You should know that this hornet is also called a killer bee by the mountain people. Some people may go into shock and die if stung by this bee. But fortunately, he has now fastened the net bag over the entrance of the cave. However, Zhao Zong was still very careful, fearing that 1 or 2 hornets would slip out from somewhere else. After fixing the net bag at the entrance of the cave, he quickly picked up some dry firewood nearby, piled the firewood at the entrance of the honeycomb cave and started a fire. Zhao Zong saw that the fire had grown a lot bigger, so he quickly picked some green leaves nearby, threw them on the fire, and then covered it with a little soil. The fire that was burning brightly just now suddenly disappeared and started to emit thick smoke. Seeing this, Zhao Zong quickly found a larger leaf and fanned the thick smoke towards the cave entrance. Buzz 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 dash. The sound of flapping wings became louder. This time, Zhao Zong saw that there were no less than dozens of hornets in the net bag. Just in case, he stood downwind from the thick smoke. Ahem. Although I was coughing due to choking, this also effectively prevented the hornets from escaping. 10 minutes later. There are almost no hornets flying outside. Zhao Zong glanced at the hornet in the net bag. Well, there are about 200 or 300 of them. He carefully tied up the mouth of the net bag. The hornets were buzzing inside and hitting the net bag from time to time with considerable force. Zhao Zong did not dig out all the hornet nests. Although the hornet nests are also a kind of medicinal material, the hornet nests are toxic to a certain extent. If accidentally ingested or exposed to the venom, it may cause poisoning. The hornet's nest has a unique position and role in traditional Chinese medicine. It has a certain therapeutic effect on rheumatism, soreness of the waist and knees, injuries, and other diseases, but it is generally contraindicated for pregnant women and people with weak spleen and stomach. Zhao Xiaowu also knew that there must be surviving hornets in the hornet's nest, but he did not intend to kill them all. He planned to leave them for later harvest. Just when Zhao Zong packed up his net bag and prepared to leave, he suddenly saw the marked feather on the ground. I picked up the feather casually, and found that the other end of the string connected to the feather was tied to the hornet. However, the hornet was already dying at this time, and it seemed that it had been fainted by the thick smoke just now. Zhao Zong didn't know why the hornet didn't enter the net bag. He did not investigate further, but held the thin wire and observed the hornet that had fainted from the smoke. Seeing that it had no ability to resist, Zhao Zong reached out and pinched the hornet's wings to take a closer look. Suddenly, an electronic prompt from the system sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has captured a nest of hornets. The host will be rewarded with 10 hunting points. Host's current hunting value, 20 points. Ding! Contracting a hornet requires 5 hunting points. Do you want to sign the contract? Now it was Zhao Zhang's turn to be surprised. Can insects also be contracted? Although Zhao Zong had some doubts in his heart, he thought that it would only take some hunting points to contract this hornet, so he said generously. Contract. The system responded quickly. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the hornet to become a pet. The host's current hunting value is 15 points left. Zhao Zong also saw on the system panel. Contracted Beast 1, Small Flower Magpie. Contracted Beast 2, Hornet, Unnamed. Seeing the unnamed person behind the hornet, Zhao Zong casually said. System, let's just call the hornet a hornet. Zhao Zong had just finished speaking when he looked at the panel again, and the name on the panel had been changed. Contracted Beast 1, Small Flower Magpie. Contracted Beast 2, Tiger Bee Tiger Bee. After making a contract with the hornet, Zhao Zong placed it on a thick leaf. Then wrap it in leaves and hold it in your hand. The process of walking back was much faster. As he walked, he casually weighed the hornets in the net bag. There are probably about 700 to 800 of these 200 or 300 hornets. That's quite a lot. Zhao Zong didn't know what the current price of hornets was. He planned to ask Yang Batzi, who often came to the village to collect wild goods, about the price after he returned. On the way back, Zhao Zong shot 5 more turtle doves. He picked up the 5 turtle doves in his hands and returned home happily. When Zhao Zong returned home, it was almost noon. His fourth sister Zhao Tao was lighting a fire at home and preparing to cook. Zhao Tao suddenly became excited when she saw the turtle dove and net bag in Zhao Zhang's hands. Xiao Wu, you shot a bird again." As she said that, she reached out to take the thing from Zhao Zhang's hand. Zhao Zongzhuang handed the turtle dove in his hand to his fourth sister, but still held the net bag himself. "You can't take this, it's full of hornets, be careful, they might sting you." When Zhao Tao heard Xiao Wu say that the room was full of hornets, she was also shocked. Who among rural people doesn't know how powerful hornets are? If one is not careful, one may be stung to death by this creature. However, when Zhao Tao felt the weight of the 5 turtle doves in his hands, he became happy again. "I'll go clean up these 5 turtle doves first, and I'll cook for you later." The words were still echoing in Zhao Zhang's ears, but the fourth sister had already disappeared. He returned to his room, threw the net bag on the ground, opened the leaves in his hand, and prepared to see how the hornet he had just contracted was doing. As soon as I opened the leaf, I saw that the fainted hornet had woken up and was lying on the leaf obediently. Zhao Zong was now able to feel the connection with the hornet, and immediately gave it orders in his mind. After making the hornet do a lot of movements from front to back and left to right, Zhao Zong became even more satisfied. Bored, Zhao Zong stopped teasing the contracted tiger bee and began to look at the system panel in his mind. Zhao Zong discovered that a vision icon button suddenly appeared next to the hornet pattern on the system panel in his mind. He clicked it out of curiosity, and suddenly the panel in front of him disappeared. The scene that appeared in his eyes was completely different from what he had seen just now. No. It's not completely different, at least it's still in this house. Eh? Why do I see myself? Zhao Zong was surprised to find that in his field of vision, he could see himself standing in the room, looking around in panic. Then he looked down and suddenly found that he was standing on green leaves. Is this the perspective of a hornet? Only then did he realize that the field of view icon allowed him to enter the perspective of the hornet. Then it will be like I have an invincible surveillance camera. Zhao Zong thought happily. Then Zhao Zong chose to withdraw from the perspective of the hornet. As soon as I exited the perspective, the voice of my fourth sister Zhao Tao came from outside the door. Xiao Wu, are you there? It's time for dinner. Hey! Here it comes. When he heard that it was time to eat, Zhao Zong, who was a lover of food, immediately agreed, opened the door and went out. When we arrived at the courtyard, the tables, chairs and benches had already been placed there by our fourth sister. There were 2 dishes on the table, one was pickled radish, and the other was stir-fried pigeon meat with wild vegetables. Turtle dove meat is very tough and is all lean meat, so it looks like the meat dish doesn't have much oil in it. Although Zhao Zong was disgusted, his fourth sister Zhao Tao was very happy. She happily set the table and greeted her parents in the inner room. "Mom and Dad, come out for dinner," she shouted, and Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yueqin came out quickly. However, Sun Yueqin came out first and Zhao Dezhu came out later. The 2 did not come out together. It seemed like they were still arguing and no one was talking to anyone else. Zhao Zong didn't care about these. In his opinion, Zhao Dezhu was not a competent father. But he still felt sorry for Sun Yueqin. When he saw Sun Yueqin coming out, he hurriedly asked Sun Yueqin to sit down and handed her the bowl and chopsticks. Sun Yueqin is very satisfied now. She sees the changes in her son and feels very relieved. At the dinner table, everyone ate sorghum rice porridge. Just like before, there was more rice in Zhao Dezhu and Zhao Xiaowu's bowls, while Sun Yueqin and Zhao Tao's bowls were almost all rice soup. When Zhao Zong saw this scene, he couldn't help but think. We can't go on like this. Mother and my fourth sister have to work in the fields to earn work points. How can they bear to drink only rice soup? He decided to go out again in the afternoon and bring back more things. After hurriedly finishing their meal, except for Zhao Zong, the other 3 went to work in the fields. Zhao Zong went back to the house and checked the hornets in the net bag again. Seeing that they all looked energetic, he felt relieved. After searching the house again, he finally found a few small net bags. Carrying their tools and the contract, Xiao Qiao and Hornet went out. As soon as they left the village, Zhao Zong ordered the hornets to find the nests of other bee colonies. Upon receiving the order, the hornet immediately spread its wings and flew towards the forest at the foot of the mountain. He followed it for a while, and felt that he could not keep up, so he quickly asked the hornet to fly slower. I followed the hornet, stopping and starting from time to time, and soon I found that the hornet had landed on a tree trunk not far away. Zhao Zong was still wondering, why did it stop on the tree trunk? When he looked up, he found a huge hornet's nest with a diameter of nearly 30 centimeters on the tree trunk. Wasp. Little tiger bee, what's wrong with you? Didn't I ask you to find a swarm of tiger bees? Zhao Zong complained somewhat dissatisfiedly. But he soon realized that it might be because the hornet was not very intelligent and could not tell the difference between a hornet and a wasp. Thinking of the medicinal value of the hornet's nest, Zhao Zong stopped complaining and started thinking about how to put the hornet's nest into his pocket. In fact, the best way to deal with hornets is fire and smoke. But Zhao Zong did not intend to destroy the hornet's nest. He wanted to take it down intact because the hornet's nest could be sold as medicinal materials. Finally, he chose to use thick smoke to drive the wasps away. Feel the height of the hornet's nest from the ground. It's about 3 meters, but less than 4 meters high. Zhao Zong began to pick up dry branches around him. After a while, he had picked up a lot of dry branches. He piled the dry branches right under the hornet's nest. Then he prepared a lot of fresh leaves and soil to cover the fire later. You have to be extremely careful when making a fire in the mountains, as it might cause a forest fire if you are not careful, so Zhao Zong has made sufficient preparations. He found quite a few dry branches, including several thick dry tree roots. After everything is ready, Zhao Zong lit the firewood pile. At the beginning, the flame was relatively small, but as more and more dry branches burned, the flame became bigger and bigger. Soon, the hornets in the tree sensed something was wrong, and they began to buzz in panic. Some hornets discovered Zhao Zong on the ground and wanted to fly down to attack him. But before the hornets could get close, the heat from the fire had already smoked them down. Faced with such a big fire, these hornets are still too fragile. Many hornets lying on the hornet's nest were smoked by the heat wave and fell down like rain. Zhao Zong became a little anxious when he saw this scene, fearing that the heat wave would ignite the hornet's nest. He hastily covered the burning fire with dirt and leaves. The fire that had just been covered seemed a little quiet, and then a lot of thick smoke came out from the cracks in the soil and leaves. The hornets thought they had found an opportunity, but before they could get close to Zhao Zong, they were dizzy due to the sudden thick smoke. Some of the unlucky hornets even fell down. Zhao Zong was also very nervous. It would be very painful to be stung by a wasp. But in order to make money, you still have to take the risks. Soon, there are only a few hornets left in the hornet's nest on the tree. Zhao Zong came under the tree and quickly started his tree climbing mode. Fortunately, he had climbed trees in both his previous life and this life, and his movements were quite agile. He climbed up the tree in no time and looked at the hornet's nest as big as a wash basin. Zhao Zong was very happy. He carefully checked whether there were any remaining hornets on the hornet's nest, and then took it down immediately. When he jumped to the ground, he found that the hornet had been protecting him. At this time, the hornet had already started fighting with 2 hornets, and was not at a disadvantage even though it was fighting 1 against 2. It should be that a wasp wanted to rush over to teach Zhao Zong, the house thief, a lesson, but was discovered by the hornet and ended up losing its life. In this way, Zhao Zong wandered in the woods at the foot of the mountain for an entire afternoon. We caught 4 more nests of hornets and 8 larger hornet nests. The 4 nests of hornets that Zhao Zong found had more hornets than the first one he caught. There are probably nearly 3,000 hornets in total. Among them was an extra-large hornet nest, and Zhao Zong caught more than 1,500 hornets in this nest alone. After he got home, he quickly went to his neighbor's house and borrowed a small scale. I hung all the net bags containing hornets on the scale and weighed them carefully. I found that these hornets weighed about 7 kilograms. Oh my God! I caught so many hornets. Zhao Zong couldn't help but sigh. That means there is a contracted pet hornet, otherwise how could it be possible to find so many things in one afternoon? Putting the hornet aside, Zhao Zong tied all the hornets' nests together with thin ropes, hooked them on the scale and weighed them. These 9 hornets' nests weigh about 10 kilograms. In fact, the weight of the hornet's nest that Zhao Zong weighed was incorrect. There were many bee pupae in these hornets' nests. It has only been a while since I got home from the forest, and some hornets have appeared on these hornet nests one after another. These hornets are pupae that have just hatched from a hornet's nest. Some of them are still wet and are shaking their wings under the sunlight. Ah! This is good stuff. Zhao Zong became excited when he discovered where these hornets came from. He hurried into the kitchen and found an enamel basin, and then found the needles and awls that his mother used to sew shoe soles in her room. I sat in the yard and started picking bee pupae. Slowly, there are more and more bee pupae in the basin. By the time his parents and 4th sister came back, Zhao Zong had almost picked out all the bee pupae in the hive. Xiao Wu, where did you get so many hornets' nests? Zhao Tao asked in surprise. Where else could it be done? In the woods, of course. Zhao Zong said this somewhat unhappily. He felt that his 4th sister was asking nonsense. Sun Yueqin was also very happy to see the small basin of bee pupae that Zhao Zong picked out. This is good stuff, nutritious and delicious. Mom, please help me make some of this tonight. Zhao Zong said mischievously. This. Sun Yueqin suddenly became embarrassed again. She thought for a while before saying to Zhao Zong. Xiao Wu, these bee pupae are more delicious when fried. But we're out of oil. How about I make it for you later? Sun Yueqin looked very embarrassed. Of course, she wanted to prepare delicious food for the children, but the conditions at home did not allow it. Zhao Zong also knew his family's situation and knew that he would not have anything to eat tonight, so he agreed. After handing all the bee pupae to his 4th sister, he dragged all the hornets back into the house. The people at home then saw Zhao Zong holding the hornet in the net bag. They were almost scared silly. Normally, if you see 1 or 2 of these hornets in the fields, you have to stay away from them. But now they saw that the net bag was densely packed with hornets. Oh my God! Xiao Wu, how did you get this thing into my house? Throw it out. Throw it out. If these things get out, we'll all be dead. Hearing his mother's words, Zhao Zong couldn't help but roll his eyes. So I worked so hard on it all day, only for you to throw it away. But he still said to his mother Sun Yueqin. Mom, I have a use for these things, so just leave them alone. I will take good care of them and won't let them escape, don't worry. After saying that, he carried the net bags of hornets back to his room. After returning to his room, he thought about his mother's worries and felt a little scared. He immediately came in from the yard carrying a large iron bucket, put the net bag containing the hornets into the bucket, and closed the lid. Only then did he feel relieved. When he went out to look for a hornet's nest, he found that his 4th sister Zhao Tao was holding a hornet's nest in one hand and was about to go out. Hey! 4th sister, what are you doing? Zhao Tao looked back at Zhao Zong and said. What else can I do? Just throw this thing away. What's the point of keeping it at home? Zhao Zong got anxious when he heard this, and hurried over to stop the 4th sister, snatched the hornet's nest from her hand, and said. I still have a use for this thing, don't throw it away, you spendthrift. Zhao Tao even suspected that she had heard it wrong. Her second-rate brother actually called her a prodigal son. After putting all the hornets' nests in his room, he began to think about going to Yang Batsi, who collected game, tomorrow to ask about the prices of hornets' nests and hornets. Yang Batsi was from the village next to theirs. He was not tall and had a face full of flesh. There is an obvious scar on his face, which is the origin of his name. People in the surrounding villages were so used to calling him by this nickname that no one remembered his real name. As for where exactly Yang Batsi's home was, Zhao Zong was not worried. His mouth is not just for eating. If he doesn't know, why doesn't he ask? The next morning, Zhao Zong got up early. When his parents and 4th sister saw him, they were merely surprised for a moment and did not ask any further questions. After they went to work, Zhao Zong walked to the next village. The village where Yang Batsi lives is called Taizi village, which is 3 small villages combined, so it is much larger than Zhao Zhang's village. When he arrived at Taizi village, he saw an old man herding cattle on the side of the road. Needless to say, this cow must be from their village brigade. Generally, These large livestock are the common property of the team, and experienced elderly people in the village are needed to feed these large animals. Zhao Zong walked over and asked politely. Uncle, I'm herding cattle. I want to ask you something. The old man was wearing a straw hat, his skin was still tanned, but he looked strong and healthy, and he answered with full energy. What do you want to ask, young man? Zhao Zong said quickly. I want to ask, where is Yang Baozi's home in your village? Oh, you're looking for Scar. He's my nephew. Come, I'll take you there. The old man was very enthusiastic. When he heard that Zhao Zong was looking for his nephew, he ignored everything and took him to find him. Uncle, you are such a cow. It's okay. I know the way here. I won't get lost. Zhao Zong thought about it and realized that who would dare to steal a large animal like a cow these days? If they were caught, they would probably be shot. He followed the old man all the way to the village, and soon saw a middle-aged man in an alley. Scar, this guy said he came to see you. The old man took the lead in preaching to the middle-aged man. Yang Baozi, who was wandering in the alley, suddenly heard what his uncle said. He looked at Zhao Zong and burst out laughing. Hey! Isn't this Zhao Xiaowu? Why did you come to see me? What's the matter? When the old man heard that his nephew actually knew this young man, he turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing the old man was about to leave, Zhao Xiaowu bowed to thank him for leading the way. The old man waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine, then he put his hands behind his back, hummed an opera, and walked away. Zhao Zong came back to his senses and heard Yang Baozi calling him. He felt that Yang Baozi must know him. Then he recalled the original owner's memory in his mind. I quickly found an introduction to Yang Baozi. Yang Baozi was also a second-rate guy when he was young, but as he got older, he stopped being a second-rate guy. Because he often hung out in the county town when he was young and knew a lot of people there, he simply started collecting game. I heard that he knew many leaders and chefs from state-owned restaurants in the county, and could sell the game he received. This is equivalent to a non-staff purchasing staff, but his purchasing is unstable and purely self-appointed. As for how he knew him, it was because he used to come and play with the little hooligans in their village, and Yang Baozi had seen him, Zhao Xiaowu, fooling around quite a lot. After thinking this through, Zhao Zong no longer hesitated, and hurriedly walked up and said, Brother Scar, I caught a nest of hornets. Do you think you can keep them? When Yang Baozi heard about this, he immediately became interested and pulled Zhao Zong into the yard. Come on, let's go in and talk. Zhao Zong also understood what Yang Baozi meant. In this era, what the two of them did could easily be considered as speculation. However, this kind of thing is very normal in rural areas, and everyone knows it. Unless someone reports it deliberately, nothing will happen. When they got to the room, Yang Baozi finally spoke. Brother Xiaowu, how many hornets do you have? He asked, rubbing his hands with a smile. Zhao Zong is no longer the good-for-nothing Zhao Xiaowu of the past. As soon as he saw Yang Baozi's look, he knew that this hornet must be valuable. He then opened his mouth and said, I also encountered a nest like this. It's so difficult to catch these things. If you are not careful, you might get stung by them. Brother Scar, you also know how powerful hornets are. If you get stung by them, you might die in an instant. When Yang Baozi heard what Zhao Xiaowu said, he immediately looked up to him and thought, this guy isn't as stupid as the rumors say. He even knows to raise the price for me. However, when he thought about how someone from the county had asked him to find this thing just 2 days ago, he felt relieved and no longer worried about not being able to sell it. Thinking of this, Yang Baozi thought for a moment and said, Brother Xiaowu, I won't tell you a lie. This hornet is a good thing, but there are different species of hornets. For 3 types like the yellow-rumped hornet, the yellow-legged hornet, and the black-bellied hornet, I'll give you at most 1 cent each. I can give you 1.5 cents for each of the Chinese giant hornet and black-tailed hornet. The conversion ratio here is 1 to 300, which means $1 in 1976 is equivalent to 300 yuan today. 1 cent in 1976 is equivalent to 3 yuan today. The purchase price of hornets in 2023 is 1 to 3 yuan per yellow-rumped hornet, yellow-legged hornet, and black-bellied hornet. The purchase price of Chinese giant hornet and black-tailed hornet is 3 to 5 yuan per piece. The main purpose of hornets is to make wine. Among them, 15 to 20 Chinese giant hornets can make 1 kilogram of wine, 20 to 30 black-tailed hornets are needed, 50 to 60 yellow-waisted hornets and yellow-legged hornets are needed, and 80 to 100 black-bellied hornets are needed. Hornets are very dangerous bees. If you are not careful, they can even kill people. Except for professional breeders, few people dare to provoke them. Zhao Zong was shocked by Yang Baozi's words. He didn't expect that hornets were so valuable. He was thinking of selling it by the kilogram, but it turned out that people were charging by the piece. Zhao Zong also didn't know how much money in 1976 was equivalent to in modern society. He only knew that a strong laborer could only earn 10 work points a day working in the fields. By the end of the year, these 10 work points may not be worth even a dime. When the situation is good, 10 work points can be exchanged for 10 cents. So now, doesn't it mean that my 10 hornets are equivalent to a day's hard labor of my father Zhao Dezhu? Is there anything you can't agree to? Zhao Zong immediately said to Yang Baozi. Okay. Just listen to Brother Scar. I'll bring it to you later. Yang Baozi didn't expect that the boy would agree so readily, and he immediately said. Okay, Brother Xiaowu, I'll wait for you then. When leaving Yang Baozi Hutong, Zhao Zong remained calm. When he walked out of Yang Baozi Hutong, he almost jumped up. Yeah. Now I can make some money. Zhao Zong couldn't even imagine that he could earn nearly 30 yuan from his nearly 3,000 hornets. The money earned from these hornets alone is equivalent to more than 2 months' salary for a worker in a city's working-class family. These 30 yuan are equivalent to their family's annual income. His father only earned 10 work points a day working in the fields, and 10 work points were equivalent to 10 cents. Even if his father didn't rest for a whole year, he would only earn 36 yuan. His mother earned 7 work points a day by working in the fields, and his sister earned 5 work points a day by working in the fields. But the work points of both mother and daughter had to be exchanged for food. Otherwise their family would be in the situation they are in now, with no food to eat. Zhao Zong got angry when he thought about not having enough food to eat, and couldn't help but mutter. I don't know what's wrong with this old bastard Zhao Dezhu. He doesn't care about his wife and children. I don't know what kind of magic potion the original owner's grandparents gave him to make him so foolishly filial. Zhao Zong had not seen how powerful his grandparents were, so he seemed a little indifferent at this moment. He quickly returned home and opened the barrel to take a look. Fortunately, the hornet stayed inside and did not escape. He reached into the iron pipe and carefully took out the smallest net bag. This net bag also contains the first nest of hornets he caught. I roughly counted them, 285. He converted it in his mind and it was $2.85. Zhao Zong did not intend to take all the hornets with him. Unless he is a fool, he would do that. The reason why hornets are so expensive is because they are not easy to mess with. No one dares to deal with them. They are expensive because there are few of them. There is another reason, which is that people nowadays have simpler and more realistic thoughts and they have not thought that something like a hornet could be sold for money. In the morning, Zhao Zong randomly found a torn sack at home. First, 2 large hornets' nests were put in, and then the net bag containing the hornets was put in. Then he carried the torn sack and walked towards Yang Baozi's house. On the way, Zhao Zong saw many people from the village. However, these people did not greet him, but stayed away from him. Zhao Zong didn't care about these people's attitudes. On the contrary, he was a little happy. Making a lot of money quietly was his principle in life. In this way, Zhao Zong came to Yang Baozi's house happily along the way. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Yang Baozi waiting for him in the yard. Brother Xiaowu, you are here. Let me see the hornet you caught. Yang Baozi looked very anxious and wanted to see the goods without saying a word. Zhao Zong didn't care much about it. He had already taken a rough look at it when he went back to get the hornet. According to Yang Baozi, the hornets he caught should be the most expensive domestically produced giant hornets. Sure enough. When Yang Baozi saw the net bag that Zhao Zong handed over, he was extremely surprised. Wow! This is top-notch stuff. These hornets are not easy to deal with, and few people dare to provoke them. Therefore, the purchase price of hornets has remained high. But the people in the city like this hornet very much. The reason is that hornet soaked in wine has the effect of strengthening yang and nourishing the kidneys. Men, all like this thing. Especially the son of the factory director whom Yang Batsi met recently, who has been asking him to help find hornets. After watching the hornet, Yang Batsi pulled Zhao Zong into the inner room and said, "Brother Xiaowu, you really helped your brother a lot. I just saw that all your hornets are top-grade giant hornets. Let's do as we agreed, 1.5 cents per head, what do you think?" Zhao Zong was very satisfied with the result. He said sensibly, "Just listen to Brother Yang. Don't I trust you?" Yang Batsi was very pleased with Zhao Zhang's words. Without saying anything, he started counting them one by one through the bag. A few minutes later, Yang Batsi said, "Brother Xiaowu, I just counted them, and there should be 285 hornets in your net. 1 cent and a half each, 285 pieces are exactly $4.27. Brother, I will give you 4.30 directly, and the extra 2.5 cents is equivalent to buying your net bag." Although Zhao Zong was reluctant to part with his net bag, it was his first time doing business with Yang Batsi, so he didn't want to appear too stingy. "Okay, then I'll give this net bag to Brother Yang." When Yang Batsi heard Zhao Zhang's understanding, he happily counted the money and handed it to Zhao Zong. After Zhao Zong borrowed the money, Yang Batsi continued, "Brother Xiaowu, I see that the big hornet's nest in your bag is also for sale." Zhao Zong said with a smile, "Of course, I brought it here just to let you see how it works. You name a price, and if it's suitable, I'll sell it to you." Although Yang Batsi was a jerk and a second-rate person when he was young, he has become more honest since he started collecting game. He took out the 2 large hornets' nests that Zhao Zong had placed in the sack, looked at them, and praised them generously. "Brother Xiaowu, I'm not exaggerating, but these hornets' nests of yours are really great. Such a large beehive is well preserved, but I wonder where the bee pupae inside have gone." When Zhao Zong heard Yang Batsi asking about the pupae in the hornet's nest, he thought that the pupae were also medicinal materials, so he quickly replied, "I have picked out all the bee pupae, and I am planning to improve their lives." "What's wrong, Brother Yang? Could it be that this bee pupa is also a medicinal herb?" When Yang Batsi heard what Zhao Xiaowu said, he quickly explained, "No, that bee pupa is not a medicinal herb. I just want to tell you that the bee pupa is a good thing. Since you know that thing is edible, I feel relieved." Zhao Zong suddenly began to look at Yang Batsi in a new light. "I didn't expect that this old bastard has changed so much now." Despite his thoughts, he continued, "Brother Yang, please give me a price. If it's suitable, I will sell this beehive to you." Yang Batsi thought for a moment and said, "An ordinary hornet's nest, the kind that is scattered and broken up, is only 20 cents per pound. A plate like yours that is big and good-looking only costs $1 per pound." In fact, Yang Batsi was a bit unscrupulous. A large and good-quality hornet's nest could cost 1 yuan and 20 yuan per caddy at that time. However, Yang Batsi also wanted to earn more, so he naturally would not tell the truth to Zhao Zong. In addition, the number of hornets Zhao Zong brought this time was a bit small, so he didn't make much profit. When Zhao Zong heard that he could sell it for 1 yuan per pound, he was very happy and immediately said to Yang Batsi, "Brother Yang, please weigh it. Look at this little bit, how many pounds does it weigh in total?" Yang Batsi deftly hung the 2 large hornets' nests on a small scale and weighed them. Then he readily reported the number. "Brother Xiaowu, look at these 2 big wasp nests. They weigh at least 2 kilograms. They are really big." As he spoke, he moved aside to let Zhao Xiaowu take a look at the stars on the scale. When Zhao Xiaowu took a look, it was indeed 2 kilograms, and he was very happy. Yang Batsi didn't hesitate and took out $2 more and handed them to Zhao Xiaowu. He also said to Zhao Xiaowu, "Brother Xiaowu, you have made great progress recently. You have earned as much as others make in a month." Zhao Zong took the money handed over by Yang Batsi and felt happy. This was the first time he held money in his hand since his soul came to this world. In the past, he didn't have a penny on him. Not to mention that he didn't have a penny now, even his parents probably didn't have any money. With the huge sum of $6.30 in his hand, he was thinking about how to spend the money. In the end, he decided to keep the $2 from selling the hornet's nest as his own pocket money, and give the remaining $4.30 to his mother Sun Yuechin. There is no other way. The family has run out of food. This money can only be used to buy some food for emergencies, otherwise the whole family will starve. The work points that Zhao Zhang's parents and sister earn in one day can only be exchanged for a little more than 20 cents. He now took back more than 4 yuan. I wonder how Sun Yuechin and fourth sister Zhao Tao will react. Thinking like this, they soon returned to their village, Lenwagu. Zhao Zong ran to Yang Baozi's village twice. By this time, it was almost noon when he returned home. He was very hungry and searched the kitchen for a long time but couldn't find even a grain of rice. Helpless, he had to go to his next-door neighbor to buy some food. Is Aunt Xiufen home? Zhao Zong shouted at the door of his next-door neighbor. Yes, who is it? A woman's voice responded from inside the room. Zhao Zong waited at the door for a while, and soon a woman came out. The woman saw that the person standing at the door was Zhao Xiaowu from next door, and her expression turned noticeably unhappy. But she still forced a smile and said, "It's Xiaowu, why are you here?" Zhao Zong said quickly, "Aunt, didn't my mother borrow a small bag of sorghum from you the day before yesterday? I'm here to pay her back." When Zhang Xiufen heard that Zhao Xiaowu was here to pay back the money, she immediately felt relieved and said politely, "Oh no. Why pay me back? We are all from the same village. Everyone has difficulties. We should help each other." Although she said this, her hand was already stretched out. Zhao Zong naturally wouldn't believe what she said, and he knew she was just being polite. He quickly took out some money from his pocket and asked, "Auntie, how much is that sorghum?" Zhang Xiufen thought for a moment and said to Zhao Xiaowu, "Just give me 2 cents. That's only 2 kilograms of sorghum." Zhao Zong didn't understand the prices of goods in that era, so he casually counted out 2 1-cent bills from the money and handed them to Zhang Xiufen. Zhang Xiufen happily took the 2 cents from Zhao Zhang's hand and said happily, "Xiaowu, if you are out of food in the future, come to me and get some. I still have rice, millet, cornmeal, and flour. But don't tell anyone else about this." Aunt Xiufen said mysteriously. Zhao Zong was waiting for Zhang Xiufen to say this. He quickly continued to speak. "Sister-in-law, how are your cornmeal and flour for sale? I don't have any food coupons." Zhang Xiufen heard what Zhao Xiaowu said and immediately said, "Look at what you said, kid. We are from the same village. How can I ask you for food coupons?" After Gangzi finished his polite words, she continued, "That's the price. It's definitely a little more expensive than without food coupons." Through the conversation just now, Zhao Zong already understood what kind of person Aunt Xiufen was. But now he was very hungry and didn't bother to argue with her. "Auntie, just tell me how much money is it?" "Xiaowu, it's like this, if you go out to buy flour, it's going to cost you about 1.7 cents per pound, but you don't have a food coupon. Auntie will charge you 25 cents per pound of flour. If you buy rice outside, it's 1.4 cents per pound, so I'll give you 2 cents per pound. Auntie, I still have some millet here, but it's not husked yet. If you go out and buy this millet, it will cost you at least 9 cents a pound, but this time I'll charge you 15 cents. Cornmeal and millet are the same price." After listening to Zhang Xiufen's introduction, Zhao Zong decided to buy 2 kilograms first. He said to Zhang Xiufen, "Auntie, give me 2 kilograms of each. 2 caddies of rice, 2 caddies of millet, 2 caddies of flour, and 2 caddies of cornmeal." When Zhang Xiufen heard that Zhao Xiaowu wanted so much, she immediately agreed happily when she thought of the money he had just taken out. "Okay, Xiaowu. Auntie will install it for you right away." Zhao Zong knew from his distant memory that Zhang Xiufen's father next door was the leader of the production team, and he probably had stolen a lot of things from his home over the years. Zhao Xiaowu waited in their yard, and about 10 minutes passed. Zhang Xiufen walked out of the house, holding 4 cloth bags, 2 in each hand. Coming to Zhao Zong, Zhao Xiufen said, "Xiaowu, this is the food you wanted." Take this cloth bag for now, and return it to Auntie when you've finished eating. Zhao Zong naturally wouldn't bother with her about these things. He agreed and took the food back to his home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his parents and fourth sister washing their hands in the yard. Seeing Zhao Xiaowu coming back, Zhao Tao said quickly, "Xiaowu, where have you been? We are having sweet potatoes for lunch today. Uncle gave us several kilograms of sweet potatoes today." When Zhao Zong heard from his fourth sister that his uncle had given their family several kilograms of sweet potatoes, he didn't know whether to be touched or disgusted. Combining the original owner's memories, he knew that his uncle's family was living a decent life. If you really want to help their family, you can give them food, but now they are giving them sweet potatoes. But he was still grateful to his uncle, because he knew that his aunt was rather stingy. "I guess these few pounds of sweet potatoes were sent by my uncle without telling my aunt." As for his third uncle, Zhao Zong got angry whenever he thought about him. His grandparents are very partial to his uncle. How biased is it? He was so partial to his son that he often took some money from his eldest and second son's families to support his third son's family. His uncle's family is not so bad. His aunt is rather stingy and hot-tempered, and she dares to quarrel with the old lady. In this way, the old lady wouldn't dare to go too far at my uncle's house, and the loss to my uncle's family wouldn't be too great. But his father Zhao Dezhu is different. He is simply the ceiling of foolish filial piety. Not only did he give the extra work points every month to the two elderly people, but he also had them secretly give them to the third son's family. Now he is even giving all the remaining food in the house to two elderly people, completely disregarding the life and death of his own family. As he thought about it, Zhao Zong became angry again. At this moment, the words of fourth sister Zhao Tao suddenly interrupted Zhao Zhang's thoughts. "Xiaowu, is that food in your hand?" Zhao Tao looked at the bag of grain in Zhao Zhang's hand with great surprise. Only then did he react and quickly raised his hands in front of his fourth sister. "Here. This is the food I bought. Go and cook. I'm almost starving." As he spoke, he tilted his head impatiently towards the kitchen. Sun Yueqin was originally looking at her son, and when she heard that he had bought so much food, she couldn't believe it. She hurried over, snatched the grain bag, squatted on the ground and started checking the contents of the bag. "Oh! This is rice. This is millet. There is also flour and cornmeal." Sun Yueqin was surprised at first, then her face turned pale, and she stood up and was about to pull Zhao Xiaowu's ear. It might be that the original owner had already developed an innate reaction ability. Before Zhao Zong could react, his body had already subconsciously dodged away. When Sun Yueqin saw that her troublesome son dared to hide, she became even angrier. She looked around and soon saw the broom in the corner. She picked it up and chased Zhao Zong to hit him. Seeing his mother's attitude, Zhao Xiaowu hid and shouted, "Mom, don't hit me first, listen to me. Listen to my explanation." "Hey, don't hit me, really." Sun Yueqin, who had finally caught Zhao Zong, would never let him go. While slapping Zhao Zhang's buttocks twice, he roared, "Tell me, where did the money come from? Did you steal it? If it wasn't stolen, where did the money come from?" Zhao Zong quickly took the money out of his trouser pocket and bought 2 kilograms of flour from Aunt Zhang's house next door. Aunt Zhang charged him 25 cents per pound of flour, so 2 pounds was 50 cents. Aunt Zhang charged him 20 cents per pound of rice, so 2 pounds was 40 cents. Millet was 1.5 cents a pound, and I bought 2 pounds for 30 cents. Cornmeal was also 1.5 cents a pound, and I bought 2 pounds for 30 cents. The total cost was 1.5 yuan. He now had $2.80 left in his hand. As soon as he took out these $2.80, the yard suddenly became quiet. His mother and his fourth sister only earned 12 work points a day, which was only 0.12 cents in cash. The $2.80 were exactly what the mother and daughter earned from working in the fields for 24 days. However, Sun Yueqin reacted quickly. She snatched the money from Zhao Zhang's hand and quickly stuffed it into her pocket. Then she continued to hold Zhao Xiaowu and asked, "Explain to me clearly where the money came from." Zhao Dezhu and Zhao Tao also came over at this time, wanting to hear where Xiaowu got the money from. Zhao Zong, who was caught by his mother and surrounded by his father and fourth sister, reluctantly told the story of how he made money by catching hornets. After listening to Zhao Zhang's narration, Zhao Tao said blankly, "This hornet is so valuable. I didn't know this before, and I would avoid it whenever I saw it. But it's very rare to encounter these hornets. How did you catch so many?" Zhao Tao asked the question on everyone's mind. Yes, this kind of hornet is not common. How did this guy catch so many? Sun Yueqin couldn't help but speak. Zhao Zong laughed in his heart, thinking, I learned the method of attracting bees from a short video in the future, and I still let you know it. Besides, I have the golden finger of the system, and I have also contracted with the hornet, so I can find as many as I want. Of course, he would not say these words to his parents and fourth sister. He could only say vaguely. It was all luck. I rescued a hornet a few days ago, and then I secretly raised it. I didn't expect that I could actually raise it to maturity. It can lead me to a beehive. After hearing what Zhao Zong said, Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yueqin were both skeptical. Zhao Zong had no choice but to call out the contracted hornet pet in his room. He just opened his door and called Tiger Bee. Following his call, the tiger bee actually slowly flew to Zhao Xiaowu's shoulder and stopped. This scene shocked the three of them. I didn't expect that something like a hornet could be tamed. This was said by Zhao Dezhu. He has been a farmer all his life and has never heard of anyone taming hornets. Sun Yueqin also believed what Zhao Zong said at this time. She took out the money, put it in her hand, then licked the index finger and thumb of her right hand, and started counting the money. It's just $2.80, easy to count. But she still counted and giggled. Zhao Tao was already hungry. She squatted on the ground, opened the food bag, looked at Zhao Zong and asked, Xiaowu, where did you buy the food? Do you have food coupons? How can you buy the food? As soon as she said this, she immediately attracted the attention of the two adults. Sun Yueqin then realized that buying food not only requires money, but also food coupons. She also looked at Zhao Zong with a puzzled look. Zhao Zong hurriedly said that he bought the food from Aunt Zhang next door. Sun Yueqin was not surprised to hear that Zhao Zong bought the food from Zhang Xiufan's house. She also whispered secretly. Xiufan's father is the leader of the production team, so it's not surprising that they have food. Zhao Zong couldn't tell whether this sentence expressed envy or contempt. Without waiting for his son Zhao Xiaowu to react, Sun Yueqin then asked, How much did you pay for this food? Zhao Zong told Sun Yueqin about the money for buying food, and she instantly became anxious. Ouch! This heartless old woman. I helped their family a lot in the past few years, and now she wants so much more money from you. Zhao Dezhu was afraid that Sun Yueqin's words would be heard by Aunt Zhang next door, so he quickly scolded her. Keep your voice down. We don't have any food coupons. Isn't it normal for them to give us more? Sun Yueqin didn't even look at Zhao Dezhu, but she stopped yelling. After saying hello, Zhao Dezhu took the food and followed Sun Yueqin to the kitchen. At this time, Zhao Tao's mind was still full of thoughts about making money from hornets. She didn't want to go to the fields. It would be hot and tiring, and she wouldn't make any money. She was thinking about talking to Xiaowu one day to see if she could go with him to catch hornets. When Zhao Zong saw that there was nothing for him to do, he staggered back to his room. After closing the door, he first looked at the condition of the hornets in the iron bucket. I felt that the hornets in the iron bucket were much more wilted, and knowing that they must be hungry, I decided to feed them. However, all the birds he had shot before had been smoked by Zhao Tao, so he had no choice but to pick up the slingshot and go out again to shoot 2 birds and cut some meat to feed the hornets. On the way to hunt birds, he kept thinking about a question. It's not a good idea to keep these hornets in the net bag. If things go wrong, all of them might die. So he said to the contracted tiger bee that followed him out. Do you have any way to make your kind listen to me? The contracted tiger bee seemed to understand what Zhao Zong said. It flew around Zhao Zong twice, then flipped up and down, as if it was fighting with something else. Zhao Zong was a little confused at first, but he quickly understood what the contracted tiger bee meant. You mean, you go fight them and win the position of queen bee? Zhao Zong asked tentatively. The tiger bee actually flew up and down again, indicating that Zhao Zong was right and that was what it meant. Zhao Zong looked at the tiger bee carefully and continued. Queen bees are all female. Are you male or female? This time the tiger bee ignored Zhao Zong and just flew forward for a distance. It was only later that Zhao Zong found out that the hornet he had contracted was actually a female. I successfully shot 2 sparrows. When he returned home, he skinned the 2 sparrows and tore them into pieces. Then they were carefully stuffed into several net bags containing hornets. After a while, his 4th sister Zhao Tao's voice called out from the yard. Xiaowu, it's time to eat. Zhao Zong quickly opened the door and went out. He was already starving. When I walked into the yard, I saw that there were pancakes on the table. However, this pancake was different from the ones he had seen in his previous life. A pancake as big as a wash basin, the whole thing is yellow, with only a circle around it that is white. But he didn't think much about it and sat down to eat. The dishes on the table included the usual pickled cabbage and a plate of fried bird meat with wild vegetables. The dish of fried bird meat with wild vegetables was mushy, probably because there was no oil. There were also a few steamed sweet potatoes. Needless to say, Zhao Zong knew that they must be the sweet potatoes given by his uncle. Zhao Xiaowu broke off a corner of the cake and put it in his mouth to taste it. This is actually made of cornmeal. The white edge around the pancake is made of white flour. How can you eat it like this? Zhao Zong was secretly complaining in his heart. Of course he didn't know that this was a common way of eating in northern Hebei at that time. At that time, white flour was scarce, and if farmers wanted to eat pancakes, most of them would mix corn flour and sweet potato flour together, and then bake them with white bread on the side. Cornmeal is too loose to make pancakes by itself. To be honest, this cake is not delicious. But it's good enough to have something to eat, so why bother about so much? After eating a small piece of cake, Zhao Zong ate a steamed sweet potato. This sweet potato is good, quite sweet. Zhao Dezhu, Sun Yueqin, and Zhao Tao were enjoying their meal. This is pure dry food. After finishing his meal, Zhao Zong returned to his room and found out that something bad had happened. As soon as the door was opened, a black cloud appeared in the room with a buzzing sound. He looked closely and found that it was a swarm of hornets. Without thinking too much, he was about to close the door and run away, but suddenly he saw a strange sight. It was like a black cloud, the dark swarm of hornets gathered together and did not fly around. Zhao Zong mustered up his courage to come to his senses and looked again carefully. In the center of the swarm, 2 hornets were fighting. He recognized at a glance that one of them was the tiger bee he had contracted. The black swarm of hornets had no intention of moving around or hurting anyone. Only then did Zhao Zong suppress his inner fear and start watching. In the middle of the bee colony, the contracted tiger bees were seen fighting bravely. It flew up and down for a while, and then hugged the other tightly and bit it hard. After a while, the queen bee that was fighting with it was defeated by it and fell to the ground. Zhao Zong looked down at the ground. Wow! There are already 3 corpses on the ground. Including the queen bee that just fell, there are a total of 4 queen bee corpses on the ground. The tiger bee flew shakily to Zhao Zhang's side, and then slowly landed on his shoulder. Zhao Zong discovered that the contracted tiger bee must have been injured, with damage to its wings, which immediately made him feel heartbroken. He didn't care about being afraid of the hornets all over the room. He found the bird meat and gently handed it to the mouth of the contracted hornet. After a series of battles, the contracted tiger bees were also very hungry. When he saw the meat being handed to his mouth, he didn't care about anything else and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Soon, the small piece of meat was eaten by the contracted tiger bee. Zhao Zong really wanted to let the contracted hornets have a rest, but he had to take care of the room full of hornets. I had no choice but to say to the contracted tiger bee, "Do they listen to you now? Can you let them go back to the iron bucket first, and I will find a new home for you this afternoon?" The hornet shook its antennae tiredly to indicate that it understood. Then it flew into the air, circled among the bee colonies, and the bees in the house began to fly along with it. In this way, it led the bee colonies into the iron bucket. The dense swarm of hornets seemed very crowded when they fell into the iron bucket. Seeing that all the hornets had flown into the iron bucket, Zhao Zong quickly closed the bucket again. He couldn't understand how the hornets had opened the thin wooden board covering the iron barrel, flew into the barrel, and released all the hornets. However, when he saw Hua Shike Xiaoqiao hiding in the room with the look of having done something wrong, he immediately had the answer. It must have been done by this troublemaker. I don't know how the two of them communicated with each other to accomplish such a big thing. Noon. After eating, Zhao Zong had a nice nap. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that he walked out of his house and headed towards the mountain behind his house. His house was built at the foot of the mountain, and there was a mountain behind the house. After walking for about 3 minutes, Zhao Zong finally found the small cave. The cave he found was very small, and it looked like it was dug slowly by humans. The cave is only about 1.5 meters high and is dug more than 2 meters deep. In the past, their family used this cave to store potatoes and sweet potatoes, but now nothing has been placed there for a long time. Zhao Zong went in and looked around, and thought this place was not bad, as it was right behind his house. From here we can clearly see the situation at his home. This is it. We will place the bee colony here from now on. He was also afraid that if he couldn't control them properly, the hornets would hurt people. Southwest He had to place the hornet colony on the mountain. After Zhao Zong returned, he carried the iron bucket containing the hornets up the mountain. He placed the iron bucket in the cave and slowly opened the lid. The first one to fly out was his contracted tiger bee. After the contracted tiger bee came out, the hornets in the iron barrel did not fly out in a rush, but remained in the iron barrel waiting for the contracted tiger bee's order. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zong finally felt relieved. He asked the contracted tiger bees to build nests for these hornets in the cave, and then went down the mountain and went home. The contracted tiger bee was also very satisfied with this cave. As its orders were given, a swarm of hornets flew out of the iron barrel in large numbers and then started to get busy. This is a very large colony of hornets, with a total of more than 2,500 hornets. On the way back, Zhao Zong counted and found that, excluding the 285 hornets that were sold, there should be about 2,500 beehives left in the cave. Even if I sell all these hornets, I can only earn about $37 or $38. It seems I have to continue working hard to make money. Selling hornets is a long-term way to make money, and Yang Batzi is the main person who buys them. If too many hornets are taken over at once, their value will definitely be greatly reduced. For the sake of long-term development, Zhao Zong can only take it slow. When he was thinking about how to make money, there was a slight noise in the grass by the roadside. He immediately stopped and looked carefully into the bushes. At first he could not see clearly, but when he stared at it carefully and took a good look, he discovered it. It turned out to be a fat wild rabbit. Zhao Zong looked around but couldn't find any suitable tools. He only had a slingshot on him. But is it really possible to shoot wild rabbits with a slingshot? Even if you hit it, can you keep the rabbit? He wasn't quite sure and could only hope that his aim was good enough and his strength was great enough. I saw him slowly taking out a slingshot from his pocket, and the pebbles in his pocket had been clamped in his leather bag. The wild rabbit in the grass seemed to sense the danger. It jumped 2 feet high and ran away quickly. Zhao Zong quickly aimed at the rabbit and pulled the rubber band tightly. Whoosh! He let go, and the stone quickly caught up with the rabbit and hit the wild rabbit. His aim was already very good, as evidenced by the fact that he could hit a running hare. But the hare didn't even stop and disappeared in a flash. Oops! Zhao Zong wanted to throw the slingshot in his hand and shouted angrily. Such a fat wild rabbit is enough for their family to eat for 2 meals, and that's just the meat. At this moment he realized that using a slingshot was okay for shooting birds, but it was really not suitable for hunting. Maybe it was stimulated by the escaped wild rabbit. Zhao Zong, who had just returned home, started rummaging through the drawers. He found a lot of wood and some tools. But for a moment, he didn't know where to start. Hey, let's make a bow shape first. He grunted and started to attack. That's right, he decided to make his own bow and arrow. But how can a bow and arrow be made so easily? It would be impossible for him to make a bow and arrow by just tinkering with some wood. 2 hours later, Zhao Zong used a saw to saw and a knife to carve, and finally made a bow shaped like an arrow. Not giving up yet, he found some hemp rope at home and tied it to the bow he made. I tried it and felt it was quite difficult to pull. Then he went out to the mountain to cut small sticks of similar thickness to make arrows. In the afternoon, when his parents and sister got off work, they saw the mess in the yard. At this time, Zhao Zong was admiring the bow and arrow in his hand with a satisfied look on his face. When his fourth sister Zhao Tao saw the bow and arrow he made, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Wu, what did you make? It's so ugly. Is this a bow and arrow? Why does it feel like a cotton wool?" As soon as Zhao Tao said this, Sun Yueqin and Zhao Dezhu could no longer hold back. They all laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs, especially Sun Yueqin, who didn't give his youngest son any face at all. "Xiao Wu, if you can kill a bird with this bow and arrow, I will lose." Zhao Zong became a little angry when he heard what his mother and fourth sister said. Without saying a word, he took the newly made bow and pulled it towards the outside of the courtyard wall. Seeing his expression, the three of them fell silent and prepared to see how the bow and arrow he made was. Zhao Zong confidently released the bowstring. As a result, the arrow fell to the ground after flying only a dozen meters away. The three of them burst into laughter again. Zhao Zhang's face was filled with frustration. He didn't expect that making a bow and arrow was so difficult. When he was a child in his previous life, he made a bow and arrow with bamboo boards. He remembered that the branches were quite elastic and arrows made of them could be shot quite far. Why is this wooden bow not as useful as the one I made when I was a kid? Of course he didn't know that there were certain techniques to making a bow and arrow. A good bow and arrow may take several years to complete. Finally, Sun Yueqin managed to stop laughing. She covered her belly and gave her son some advice. "If you ask me, don't waste your energy on it. Bows and arrows are not that easy to make. It takes some time to make a good bow and arrow. Why don't you go to Wenxiu's house? Her father, old Zhang, used to be a hunter in the village. He has a good bow and arrow. You can borrow it." When Zhao Zong heard that they were going to Wenxiu's house to borrow a bow and arrow, he was so scared that he shook his head. He was afraid that if he went to Wenxiu's house again, Wenxiu's father and her older brother would know that he had bullied Wenxiu. If they knew what happened that day, they would definitely beat him to death. But it has been 2 days since that incident. Why hasn't anyone from the Zhang family come to look for him? He couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Why didn't anyone come to see me? Didn't Wenxiu tell her father and brother about this? The original owner of Zhao Zhang's body was very afraid of Wenxiu's brother. Her brother's name is Zhang Duguang. He is tall and strong and very strong. When he was young, Zhao Xiaowu often offended Wenxiu and was beaten by Zhang Duguang. Now the original owner's body still trembles when he thinks of Zhang Duguang. However, the one who was trembling was the original owner, Zhao Xiaowu, not Zhao Zong, whose soul had traveled through time and occupied this body. He was not really afraid of Zhang Duguang, he just felt ashamed to face the little girl Wenxiu. Zhao Zong, with a worried look on his face, returned to his room. Just as he lay down, his fourth sister knocked on the door and came in. "Fourth sister, what's the matter?" Zhao Zong couldn't help but ask. "Xiao Wu, fourth sister wants to discuss something with you." Zhao Tao said this a little embarrassedly, while stealthily closing Zhao Zhang's door. Zhao Zong became interested when he saw fourth sister's look. He didn't know what fourth sister wanted to say and why she was being so mysterious. "Fourth sister, just tell me, I'll see if I can help you." Zhao Tao looked at her brother, who had become a normal person, and said awkwardly, "I don't want to go to the fields to earn work points this afternoon. How about I go catch hornets with you?" After saying this, Sister Zhao Zong looked at Zhao Xiaowu nervously, her eyes full of hope. She didn't know whether her brother would agree to her request. But she really didn't want to go to the fields anymore. It was so hard. Looking at his fourth sister's nervous expression, Zhao Zong couldn't help but laugh. "Fourth sister, look at what you said. Of course you can. But if you don't go to work, will Father Zhao scold you?" Zhao Zong first reassured his fourth sister, and then talked about whether Zhao Dezhu would agree. He wasn't paying attention just now and almost said the 3 words, Zhao Dezhu. When Zhao Tao heard Zhao Xiaowu talking about Zhao Dezhu, her face immediately fell. But soon she cheered up and said, "I don't care about him. Now this family is supported by the work points earned by my mother and me, and he still has the nerve to criticize me. He gave all the work points he earned to those two old guys, and he also gave them all the food that my mother and I earned from our work points, leaving us starving. What right does he have to say that about me? Zhao Tao became more and more angry as she spoke, and her face turned red. Just as Zhao Zong was about to persuade his fourth sister not to be angry, his fourth sister calmed down on her own and continued. Now you can make money, a lot of money at that. I also want to make a lot of money with you, and don't want to suffer the hardship of farming anymore. There was naturally no reason for Zhao Zong to refuse his fourth sister's request. I only heard Zhao Zong say, "Okay, fourth sister. Then let's go to the mountain to look for beehives tomorrow morning." Zhao Zong said with the final word. Hearing that Zhao Xiaowu agreed, Zhao Tao started dancing with excitement. No words were spoken that night. Soon it was the next morning. When Zhao Dezhu was carrying a hoe and preparing to go out, he looked curiously at the fourth girl Zhao Tao who was still staying in the yard. Seeing that she hadn't made any movement, Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but put down his hoe and said, "Old four, what's wrong with you? Grab your tools and go work in the fields with me." Although Sister Zhao Zong spoke nicely last night, when it really came to this, she was still a little afraid of Zhao Dezhu. She said somewhat haltingly, I don't want to go to the fields to work today. I want to go catch hornets with Xiao Wu." After finally saying this, Zhao Dezhu scolded her before she could react. "What? You don't want to go to work? You damned little girl, are you itching for trouble? Do you think you've grown wings? You stupid girl." Zhao Tao's face flushed red after being scolded by Zhao Dezhu, but she did not cry. Instead, she stared at Zhao Dezhu stubbornly, and then squeezed out a few words from her teeth. "Why what?" When Zhao Dezhu heard what Zhao Tao said, he became even angrier. As he walked towards Zhao Tao, he shouted, "Why?" "Because I'm your father. You are just a girl." Zhao Zong couldn't stand what he said. "You're useless as a father, and now you're favoring boys over girls." Seeing that Zhao Dezhu's big hand was about to hit Zhao Tao's stubborn face, Zhao Zong immediately grabbed Zhao Dezhu's wrist. Zhao Dezhu didn't yell at Zhao Xiaowu, but he shook his wrist impatiently and said, "Get out of the way. You have nothing to do here, and don't let me beat you up too." This time Zhao Xiaowu became really famous. He held Zhao Dezhu's wrist tightly and said, "Why did you hit my sister? For so many years, my mother has been responsible for the family's food and drink. Your work points have all been given to those two old fools. We didn't ask you for money for food, so just be content." Zhao Zhang's words were cruel, but they were also very satisfying. When Zhao Dezhu heard what Zhao Xiaowu said, he was completely furious. He raised his other hand and was about to hit Zhao Xiaowu. Zhao Zong would not indulge him, and secretly thought in his heart, "You are not my biological father, you are just the original owner's biological father. If you dare to hit me, I will fight back. I am a little bastard in the eyes of outsiders." However, Zhao Dezhu did not slap her. It was not because he was reluctant, but because Sun Yueqin appeared. She stood straight in front of her son and daughter, staring at Zhao Dezhu and said, "Zhao Dezhu, hit me if you dare. Beat me to death if you dare. I've had enough of you over the years." Sun Yueqin took a breath and shouted angrily, "I want to divorce you." Sun Yueqin's words completely shocked Zhao Dezhu. He couldn't believe what his wife said, and he didn't dare to do it again. After Sun Yueqin said this, she turned around and went back into the house with her son and daughter. She didn't go to work either. "In the past, I worked so hard to earn work points in order to exchange them for food to feed my children. Now my son has changed for the better and he even gave me the money yesterday." Based on the price given by her son Zhao Xiaowu, Sun Yueqin also secretly calculated the value of those hornets and estimated that they could still be sold for 37 or 38 yuan. This amount of money was equal to what Zhao Dezhu earned in work points in a year. She decided not to care about Zhao Dezhu anymore and just take good care of her own children. Zhao Dezhu looked at the back of his wife leading the children into the house. After a long time, he sighed, picked up the hoe and walked out of the house. Along the way, he met many villagers. Some saw him going to the fields alone and asked, "Juzi, why are you going to work alone today? Where are your wife and girl?" When Zhao Dezhu heard this, he smiled awkwardly and said, "They both feel a little unwell today and need to rest at home for a day. I was just planning to ask the captain for leave." After saying this, he stopped chatting with the men and walked towards the production team leader's home. Zhao Tao, who had been stubborn and refused to cry in the yard, was dragged into the house by her mother Sun Yueqin and started crying instead. She lay in Sun Yueqin's arms and cried loudly. "Mom, why am I a girl?" She repeated this sentence while crying. The voice is full of grievance and sadness. Hearing her daughter's crying, Sun Yueqin couldn't help but tear up. She patted her daughter's back gently and said in a hoarse voice, "Girls are good too. Chairman Mao said that women hold up half the sky. Boys and girls are the same. They are all mom's treasures." As she spoke, she patted Zhao Tao's back. Zhao Zong was also feeling a little sad at this time. "Alas, there is nothing I can do." In rural areas of this era, the phenomenon of favoring boys over girls is still quite serious. The reason why their family is not liked by their grandparents is probably because his mother gave birth to 4 daughters. Otherwise, the names of their 5 children wouldn't be so weird. Based on the original owner's memory, Zhao Zong knew that the names of their 5 children were all given by their grandmother. His eldest sister's name is Zhao Gai, which means that the next child must be a boy and the gender must be changed to male. As a result, the second child was also a daughter. His grandmother was unhappy, so she named the second child Zhao Jie, meaning to stop the trend of giving birth to a daughter. Unexpectedly, the third child was born to be a daughter. His grandmother became increasingly hostile to their family and named the third girl Zhao Duo, to hide. What this means is that if you can't stop this trend, you can't avoid the curse of always giving birth to daughters. Zhao Dezhu also knew that his parents were very son-biased, so he tried his best to have a son to prove himself. They tried their best, but the 4th girl was a girl, so her grandmother simply named her Tao, which means to run away if you can't hide. Finally, the 5th child was born, a boy. His grandparents were delighted and named the boy Zhao Zong. It means to hide this treasure. I originally liked this grandson very much, but Zhao Zong has been very naughty since he was a child. In addition, his eldest uncle's family and third uncle's family both had sons, so Zhao Zong gradually lost attention. Thinking of the origin of this name, Zhao Zong didn't know whether to laugh or not. He couldn't help but curse fiercely in his heart. This damn old woman. Zhao Tao stopped crying, finally raised her head and said to Sun Yueqin, "Mom, I don't want to go to work anymore. The money is low and it's tiring. I want to follow Xiaowu to find Huda Peak." Sun Yueqin had heard her daughter's plan just now, but she didn't have time to interrupt at that time. Now she can finally voice her concerns. "Tower, it's too dangerous for a girl like you to go looking for hornets. You know how powerful that thing is. Mom is really worried about you." But Zhao Tao had made up her mind at this time. She didn't want to work in the fields to earn work points all her life. She said to Sun Yueqin, "Mom, don't worry, I will take care of my safety. If it's too dangerous, I definitely won't catch him. I'll also keep an eye on Xiaowu and make sure he pays attention to safety." Hearing her daughter say this and saying that she would keep an eye on Xiaowu, Sun Yueqin had no choice but to agree. Zhao Tao's mood improved when she saw her mother nodded and agreed to catch the hornet. She turned her head and said to Zhao Xiaowu, "Xiaowu, let's go." Zhao Xiaowu nodded, then winked at his mother, meaning that he would take good care of his 4th sister. Afterwards, he took Zhao Tao back to his room and got the tools for catching bees. A small knife, a net bag, matches, and a slingshot are all indispensable, and I also brought a small kit. Hua Shichue is small and has been a little sleepy these past 2 days. Zhao Zong doesn't know what's going on. However, its size seemed to have grown a lot, and it was already the largest magpie he had ever seen. Finally, Zhao Zong even took 2 large sacks. Zhao Tao looked at the 2 large sacks, feeling somewhat confused. "Xiaowu, what are we going to do with the big sack? Are we going to use it to catch hornets?" Zhao Zong smiled and said to the 4th sister, You'll know when the time comes, just follow me. After walking out of the house, Zhao Zong made a circle with the middle finger and thumb of his right hand, put it in his mouth, and whistled loudly. Zhao Tao was confused about what he was doing. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Zhao Zong said proudly. I'm calling the hornet I raised. In fact, he was just pretending. The hornet he contracted didn't use this method to call. It's just that he used this method to cover up the fact that he could call the hornet in his heart at any time. Soon, the tiger bee flew over in response to Zhao Zhang's call. The two of them walked towards the mountain with a bird and a bee. At the foot of the mountain, Zhao Zong gave orders to the contracted tiger bees. Go find a beehive. This time he did not tie feathers on the contracted tiger bee, mainly because he had Xiao Qiao to help track it, which saved him a lot of worry. The contracted tiger bee obeyed Zhao Zhang's order and flew towards the forest. Zhao Zong and his fourth sister chased for a distance at the foot of the mountain before letting Xiao Qiao go to follow. Then the two of them followed the magpie's tiny shadow and started chasing it. The colorful magpie is small and smart. After determining the location of the contracted tiger bee, it flew back to lead the way for Zhao Zong and his sister. With the small guide, the two of them didn't have to worry and could easily find the location of the beehive. When Zhao Zong arrived at the hive found by the contracted tiger bees, he was stunned. This is a wild bee. He muttered haltingly. He was a little bit unbelieving. He had always heard that there were wild bees in the mountains, but had never found them. Zhao Tao looked at the beehive with curiosity. The wild bee's hive is under several large rocks, about 3 or 4 meters from the ground. Wow, what a big beehive! Zhao Tao looked up at the beehive above and couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Zong also felt that the hive was very big. The wild bee hive was different from the hornet and hornet hives. The honeycombs of wild bees are in the shape of round plates or irregular plates. Although there was a dense layer of wild bees crawling on it, the two could still see the golden honey on it. Wow, it's honey! Zhao Tao was the first one who couldn't help but speak out quietly. She didn't dare speak loudly because there were so many wild bees in the hive. She was afraid that her voice would be too loud and alarm the wild bees. Zhao Zong didn't say anything, but she nodded following her fourth sister's words. Seeing the wild honey on it, he couldn't help but salivate. This is pure natural wild honey with no additives. In the previous life, it was sold at a very high price. Thinking about how expensive honey was, Zhao Zhang's eyes lit up and he thought of another way to make money. Zhao Tao became a little scared when she saw so many wild bees. Xiao Wu, how do we get the honey up there? As soon as she asked this question, Zhao Zhang's first thought was to use smoke. But the way to make money he just thought of would use these wild bees. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. On the one hand, I want to get the wild honey, but on the other hand, I don't want to harm this large group of wild bees. What a dilemma. He thought for a while and decided to find the queen bee of this group of wild bees later, and then make a contract with the queen bee so that he could get the wild honey. But he couldn't say these words to Zhao Tao, so he had to say first. Fourth sister, these wild bees are not easy to deal with. Let's remember the location here first and make preparations to get honey later. Zhao Tao nodded in agreement. There were so many wild bees on the hive that she was a little afraid to take action. Afterwards, under the guidance of the tiger bee, the two found several nests of hornets and several large hornet nests. When catching the hornet, Zhao Zong first asked his fourth sister to watch him how to catch it. In fact, he still thinks that catching hornets and destroying hornet nests is too dangerous, and that honey from wild bees is better. In one morning, the two found 4 nests of hornets and 6 large hornet nests. There are about 1,500 hornets in 4 nests. The hornets caught this time were not all domestically produced giant hornets, there were also about 500 yellow-legged hornets. The yellow-legged hornet is much smaller than the domestic giant hornet, but still larger than the wasp. Zhao Zong roughly calculated that 1,000 giant hornets could be sold for 15 yuan. 500 yellow-legged hornets can be sold for 5 yuan. The hornets caught this morning alone can be sold for 20 yuan. There were also the 6 big hornets' nests. Zhao Zong weighed them with his hands and they should weigh about 7 or 8 kilograms. However, there are bee pupae in the hornet's nest, so the weight will definitely be reduced a little. A hornet's nest costs 1 yuan per pound. These 6 hornets' nests can be sold for at least 6 yuan. So the total income for the 2 of them this morning is 26 yuan. When Zhao Zong told Zhao Tao about today's income, Zhao Tao was completely shocked. I made 26 yuan in just 1 morning. If she worked in the fields to earn work points, this 26 yuan would be enough for her to earn for a year. Zhao Tao felt that she didn't do anything today. She just followed Xiao Wu and got some tools. Suddenly, Zhao Tao seemed to be afraid of nothing. The fear I had about hornets and hornet nests disappeared. All I think about is finding more hornets and hornet nests to make more money. Make more money. Noon. The 2 went home to eat. Sun Yueqin had already prepared lunch. As soon as he saw them come back, he immediately invited them to eat. You 2 are finally back. I was so worried. Why are you so late? Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao looked up at the sun and thought. It's not too late, is it? Zhao Zong guessed that it was about 11 o'clock. But my mother must be worried sick. After all, her 4th sister is a girl. How can she not be worried when she follows him up the mountain to catch hornets? Today's meal was quite good, consisting of rice porridge and 2 kinds of pancakes made of a mixture of cornmeal and white flour. The dishes were stir-fried wild vegetables, turtle-dove meat and stir-fried bee pupae. This time, the wild vegetables and turtle-dove meat were fried well, and Zhao Zong even saw a lot of oil in the dish. Oh my God, we have oil at home. Zhao Tao suddenly couldn't help but shout out. It wasn't that she was making a fuss, but the family hadn't had oil in a long time. Seeing her daughter's look, Sun Yueqin glanced at her with some disgust. Xiao Wu makes money, so of course we have oil. You little bastard, why are you shouting? Are you afraid that others won't know? Zhao Tao covered her mouth and laughed while putting the bench in place. After the 3 of them sat down, Sun Yueqin asked them to eat quickly. After Zhao Tao picked up the chopsticks, he looked around and couldn't help asking. Mom, aren't we waiting for my dad? Sun Yueqin, who was originally very happy, suddenly frowned when she heard what Zhao Tao said. Stop talking nonsense, just eat it if you are told to. Oh. Zhao Tao responded quickly and started working quickly. Zhao Zong had no intention of waiting for Zhao Dezhu. He didn't care whether his children would go hungry or not, so how could they care about him? The 3 of them started eating and finished all the dishes like whirlwind. Zhao Zong was also a little full, and with the help of oil, the food tasted really good today. Zhao Tao sat on the bench, leaning back slightly, one hand on the bench, the other hand gently stroking her belly, and she kept humming. Ouch, I'm so full, I'm so full. Sun Yueqin had now completely let it go and was no longer mistreating herself. She now asked Zhao Tao with a greasy look on her face. You and Xiao Wu have been out for the whole morning. Did you catch any hornets? When Zhao Tao heard her mother asking this, she immediately became alert. Mom, guess how many hornets we caught today? Sun Yueqin glanced at the bag in the yard, thought for a moment and said. 300. Zhao Tao smiled and shook her head and said. No, guess again. Sun Yueqin took another stab and said. 800, this is the limit. How can you catch 1,000 or 2,000 every day? When Zhao Tao heard her mother say this, she laughed. Ha ha ha, you guessed wrong. We caught 1,500 hornets today. Zhao Tao paused and continued. But Xiao Wu said that there are 2 species of hornets among these 1,500 hornets. There are only about 1,000 that can be sold at 1.5 cents each. The remaining 500 or so can only be sold at 1 cent each. There was a hint of disappointment in Zhao Tao's tone. After she finished speaking, she looked at her mother and found that Sun Yueqin was in a daze and unable to speak. Mom. Hey. Mom, I'm talking to you, why are you daydreaming? How much? How much did you say? You caught 1,000 hornets that can only be sold for 1.5 cents. And you caught 500 that can only be sold for 1 cent. Sun Yueqin's voice suddenly rang out, scaring Zhao Tao. Seeing Zhao Tao nodded, Sun Yueqin quickly started counting on her fingers. Stop talking, let me do the math. After a while, Sun Yueqin raised her head in disbelief and said, "You two only earned 20 yuan this morning." They both nodded at the same time. Sun Yueqin was immediately excited. She stood up and said to her son and daughter, "Little 4, little 5, hurry up. Hurry up and take those hornets out and put them away. Don't let them suffocate to death. I'll go cut some bird meat to feed them." Zhao Zong hurriedly stopped his mother. "Mom, we can't suffocate to death. We are all hornets caught in net bags. Don't feed them, I will take care of them when the time comes. By the way, we also found a few large hornets' nests, which contained quite a few bee pupae. Hurry up and pick out the bee pupae, so we can have them as a snack tonight." When she heard about bee pupae and Xiaowu saying that they would have a snack in the evening, Sun Yueqin suddenly felt that her good son had turned into a prodigal. "What's the extra meal? I haven't finished eating the bee pupae from last time, and you got a lot more this time. I have to think of a way to preserve these bee pupae." As she said this, she walked into the kitchen, took out an enamel basin, sat on the ground and began to pick out the bee pupae with a needle. Zhao Tao was not idle either. She stood up with difficulty and started to clean the table. Just as I was cleaning up, Zhao Dezhu walked in from outside carrying a hoe. When he saw the empty plates on the dining table, he walked into the room with a gloomy face and without saying a word. Zhao Dezhu didn't say anything and no one paid any attention to him. Sun Yueqin was picking the bee pupae by himself, while Zhao Tao looked at him cautiously and started to clean the table again. Zhao Zong didn't even look at him, he turned around and went back to his room to lie down. It seems that Zhao Zong is still very lazy. In fact, he is thinking about how to get back the wild beehive he found in the morning. When he thought of the yellow wild honey on the beehive, he couldn't help swallowing. That's honey. This wild honey is a good thing no matter what era it is, especially now. In this pollution-free age, the honey made from pollen collected by wild bees from natural flowers should be especially sweet. Zhao Zong thought of two solutions. The first method is to let the contracted tiger bee rush into the wild bee hive, capture the queen bee, and then bring it to himself so that he can contract with the wild bee queen bee. But after thinking about it, he still felt that the contracted tiger bees would most likely not be able to get in. He looked at the number of wild bees yesterday and estimated that there were tens of thousands of them. Zhao Zong also wanted the contracted tiger bee to lead the hornet colony to capture the wild honey bee queen. After thinking about it, I felt that it wouldn't work. The swarm of nearly 3,000 hornets will rush into the swarm of wild bees, and it is estimated that there will be only a few wild bees left. Beekeepers of later generations all know that hornets are the biggest natural enemy of honeybees. Especially the domestic giant hornet, which can kill nearly 40 bees in 1 minute when it gets angry. When Zhao Zong saw this information in his previous life, he was also shocked. Zhao Zong can't let this nest of wild bees suffer any losses. He is planning to contract a wild bee queen and then sell wild honey to make money. Since neither method worked, Zhao Zong finally decided to take action himself. The next morning, he got up early and prepared to go out. As soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by his fourth sister Zhao Tao. "Xiaowu, where are you going? Why aren't you taking me with you?" Looking at his fourth sister questioning him with her hands on her hips, Zhao Zong felt a headache. "Fourth sister, I have to go to the county town. Let's not go bee hunting today." When Zhao Tao heard that they were not going to catch bees today, she felt a little disappointed. But when I heard that Xiaowu was going to the county town, I became curious again. "What are you going to do in the county town?" Zhao Zong was almost out of the house when he turned back and said, "I'll go buy some materials and make some net bags." Zhao Zong replied with a word and went out. After leaving home, he did not go directly to the county town but came to the brigade. The brigade was located in the middle of the village, consisting of several brick houses. The yard was large, and there were several blackboards plastered with cement on the walls. Some notes and work arrangements were written on the blackboard in white pen. This was Zhao Zhang's first time to come to the brigade. As soon as he walked into the gate of the brigade, he saw a middle-aged man walking towards him. He quickly searched the man's memory in his mind. Soon, he reacted and said before the man could speak, "Hey! Accountant Chow, why are you out? I was just about to look for you." Accountant Chow looked at Zhao Deju's youngest son with some doubt. Xiao Wuzi, what do you want from me? Have you gotten into trouble again? Seeing Accountant Chow's disapproving look, Zhao Zong felt helpless. Who made the original owner such a troublemaker? Apart from his own family, it seemed that few people liked him. But no matter what he thought, he still had to do his own thing. He said to Accountant Chow, Uncle Chow, I'm planning to go to the county town, and I'd like to borrow a bicycle from our team. When Accountant Chow heard that Zhao Xiaowu wanted to borrow a bicycle, he shook his head like a rattle and refused to lend it to him no matter how Zhao Xiaowu tried to persuade him. Finally, Accountant Chow got fed up and said, You don't know how to ride a bike, why would you lend me one? Do you know how expensive and difficult this bicycle is? There is only one in the whole village, and it was distributed by the commune. When Zhao Zong heard what Accountant Chow said, he immediately said, Yes, I can. I can ride a bicycle. Don't worry, I can ride it very well. Looking at Zhao Xiaowu's confident expression, Accountant Chow couldn't help but doubt. Did this kid really learn to ride a bicycle? I've never heard of it. He was certain that this little scoundrel Zhao Xiaowu was deceiving him again. In order to get him to do what he needed to do quickly, Accountant Chow said, Then you can ride it in this yard for a while, and let me see. If you can ride, then I'll let you ride away. If you can't ride, just go wherever you need to go and don't bother me here. Zhao Zong didn't care about what Accountant Chow said. Since he said so, Zhao Zong immediately walked towards where the bicycles were parked. Seeing that the bicycle was still a very old 28-inch bicycle, Zhao Zong hesitated for a moment. He was in a dilemma because he had never ridden a 28-inch bicycle in his previous life. It should be no problem. When Zhao Zong took one look at the 28-inch bicycle, he felt that the front beam was too high and he definitely couldn't ride a bicycle on it like he did in his previous life. Accountant Chow looked at Zhao Xiaowu pushing out the 28-inch bicycle, looking as if he was enjoying a good show. After Zhao Zong pushed out the 28-inch bicycle, he stood on the left side of the bicycle and stepped on the left pedal with his left foot. He pushed the cart forward and stepped on the pedals a few times. After the bicycle started moving slowly, he quickly swung his right leg backwards. This time, he was sitting astride the seat of the 28-meter-long urn. Accountant Chow was stunned, but he didn't expect that this bastard Zhao Xiaowu could actually ride a bicycle. Before he could change his mind, Zhao Zong rode his bicycle out of the brigade gate. Watching Zhao Xiaowu riding away on his bicycle, Accountant Chow couldn't help but gently fan his mouth with his hand and muttered, I'll let you talk nonsense, I'll let you talk nonsense. What if this kid breaks the bike? How am I going to explain it to him? After Zhao Zong rode his bicycle out of the village, he rode all the way east. Their village is really far away from the county town, about 40 kilometers away. This was also the original owner's first time going to the county town, and he didn't know how long the ride would take. When passing by Yang Baozi's village, Zhao Zong went to Yang Baozi's house again. Yang Baozi, who was sweeping the yard at home, immediately came out to greet Zhao Zong happily when he saw him coming. Brother Xiaowu, you are here again. How many hornets did you bring today? As soon as Yang Baozi came up, he asked Zhao Zong how many hornets he had brought. When Zhao Zong heard Yang Baozi asking him for a hornet, he smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Yang, I have something to do in the county town today. I left in a hurry and didn't bring any goods. Tomorrow, I'll bring you the hornet tomorrow. When Yang Baozi heard that Zhao Xiaowu didn't bring the hornet, he felt a little disappointed. But he quickly calmed down and said to Zhao Zong, Brother, I know a big shot in the county. He's the director of a winery. I sold those hornets you gave me to him. Their factory is currently researching a new medicinal liquor, which requires the hornet you caught. I guess they will need more hornets to make medicinal wine in the future. If you can find more hornets, you will make a fortune in the future. When Zhao Zong heard Yang Baozi talk about the sales of hornets, his confidence increased greatly, and he agreed excitedly. Brother Yang, don't worry, I will definitely find more hornets when the time comes. Yang Baozi knew that his words had worked, and thought to himself, I've given this kid my all. Now he should focus on catching hornets. Just when Yang Baozi was thinking about good things, Zhao Zong suddenly asked Yang Baozi, Brother Yang, do you collect wild honey? When Yang Batsi heard the word wild honey, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed in his heart, what a good guy. Wild honey is a good thing, but it is very expensive on the black market. Seeing that Zhao Xiaowu was still waiting for his reply, Yang Batsi didn't dare to think too much and said quickly, I'll take them, brother. I'll take all kinds of game, medicinal herbs, and mountain products. When you have something good in the future, just give it to me. Brother Yang won't let you suffer any loss. When Zhao Zong heard Yang Batsi say that he would also collect wild bees, he deliberately acted coy and said, So, Brother Yang, how much is this price? Yang Batsi was not surprised to hear Zhao Xiaowu asking about the price. He thought for a moment and said to Zhao Xiaowu, The market price of wild honey is 50 cents per pound, but this thing is usually in short supply. Once it appears, it is often bought at a high price. Zhao Zong naturally understood what Yang Batsi meant by this. Supplies were really scarce in that era. There are still many rich and powerful people, but material resources are not abundant. Yang Batsi was stunned for a moment, then continued. Xiaowu, brother doesn't treat you as an outsider either. Honey is a hot commodity on the black market, but I can only give you $1 per pound at most. When Zhao Xiaowu heard that Yang Batsi could give him 1 yuan per pound, he was already very satisfied. He agreed without hesitation. Brother Yang, I'll send it to you when I get it. At this time, Yang Batsi was still calculating how much money he could make by selling a pound of wild honey on the black market. He calculated that it would not be difficult to sell it on the black market for 1 renminbi and 50 cents per pound, and he did not have to worry about being stung by wild bees. The most he had to worry about was being caught by the government. But he is not afraid of this, because he is very familiar with people in the black market. Since the black market dares to continue, it must have its own ways. Yang Batsi was very happy thinking that he would receive a lot of good goods from Zhao Xiaowu in the near future and make some money again. So much so that he didn't even notice that Zhao Xiaowu had left. Zhao Zong left Yang Batsi's house and continued riding eastward. It was almost noon when he finally saw the edge of the county town. Zhao Zong, whose legs were numb, couldn't help but complain. This county town is too far away. As he muttered, he looked up at the sun in the sky. He estimated that he rode for at least 4 hours. Seeing the county town just around the corner, Zhao Zong stepped up his efforts. He soon arrived at the county town and walked around for a long time before he found a vendor selling fishing nets. The man selling fishing nets was an old man. You could tell his character by the way he looked up to the sky. Zhao Zong also understood that this place selling fishing nets was a state-owned hardware store. The old man was a salesman, so naturally he looked down on country folk like him. Who made his image look so unfashionable now? He was wearing a gray linen shirt with patches all over it. His hair is long and messy, he looks like a beggar. The salesperson didn't kick him out, which showed his good character. Uncle, do we have fishing nets here? Zhao Zong finally spoke. The old man glanced at him lightly, with disdain written all over his face. But the old man still said, There are fishing nets. What kind do you want? For catching big fish or small fish? Zhao Zong figured out that the ones that catch big fish must use a mesh with a large mesh, and the ones that catch small fish must use a mesh with a small mesh. He quickly said to the old man, Uncle, I want to catch small fish, and I want the one with the smallest mesh. The salesman looked at Zhao Zong strangely, then turned around and started looking for him in the store. Soon, he found a fishing net with fine mesh in a corner. This fishing net is not big and looks quite old. Look, this is it. The salesman put the small fishing net on the counter and said to Zhao Zong. Zhao Zong touched it and felt that it was a bit soft compared to the gauze net in his previous life, but the mesh size was suitable. After thinking about it, he decided to buy it as he thought this thing could be useful. Uncle, how much is this fishing net? Zhao Zong asked carefully. The old man glanced at him and said casually, $2.02. Zhao Zong was shocked. What? Such a small fishing net costs $2.20. You have to know that he only has $2 on him, which is his own pocket money from selling hornets' nests. The old man glanced at him calmly and said, If you want to buy, pay the money. If you don't want to buy, leave now. Now it was Zhao Zhang's turn to be in trouble. Where was he going to get the 2 cents? But then I thought about the nest of wild bees under the big rock in the mountains and the yellow wild honey on it. He gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and thought. I bought it. But he only had $2, so Zhao Zong had to keep saying nice things to the old man. Finally, after he had talked so much that the old man reluctantly sold him the small fishing net for $2. Zhao Zong was already satisfied after buying the small fishing net. He seemed to see the bright yellow wild honey waving at him. He picked up the small fishing net, got on the 28-meter-long bicycle and walked back. After walking more than 100 meters west, he suddenly saw a fainted figure on the road. He hurriedly got out of the car to check on the person who had fallen. This person must be a beggar. His gray hair has grown to his shoulders. His hair was messy and stuck together in clumps, and one could tell at a glance that it hadn't been washed in a long time. Zhao Zong even saw a lot of lice running around in the old man's hair. The patched linen clothes covered the old man like a torn sack. The whole body exudes a foul odor, and people can't get close to it. Zhao Zong felt sad when he saw this, and he reached out his hand to help the old man up without any hesitation. But the feeling at the beginning made his heart skip a beat. Thin. Too thin. It feels like skin and bones. Zhao Zong didn't know what to do, so he carefully picked up the old man and walked to the side of the road and put him down. He searched his entire body but could not find anything edible. I had no choice but to go to a roadside pharmacy and ask for a bowl of water. He didn't dare tell the pharmacy staff that he was giving the drinks to the beggars outside. He had no choice but to tell others that he asked for a bowl of water. Although the staff at the pharmacy seemed a little disgusted with him, they still brought him a bowl of cold water. Zhao Zong went out, avoiding the sight of the pharmacy staff, and carefully fed the water to the old beggar on the ground. Without waiting for the old beggar to wake up, he hurried back to return the bowl of water. When he came out again, the old beggar lying on the ground had slowly woken up. When Zhao Zhang's big head appeared in the old beggar's eyes, the old beggar opened his eyes and realized that he was rescued. He spoke tremblingly. "Young man, you saved me, didn't you?" Zhao Zong nodded and said. "Old man, where is your home? I'll take you back." Hearing Zhao Zong say that he would send him home, the old man forced himself to sit up, looked east for a while, and then slowly said, "Home? Where is my home?" After saying this, the old man tried to stand up and wanted to walk away. But he suddenly seemed to remember something, turned around and said to Zhao Zong, "Young man, you are a good man, thank you for saving me, an old man. I don't have anything valuable on me, so I'm giving you this book." Zhao Zong subconsciously reached out and took the book from the old man's hand. It was an ancient bound book. The yellowed paper gives people a sense of age when they touch it. Before he could refuse, the old beggar slowly walked away. Zhao Zong lowered his head and took a closer look. It turned out to be a medical book, or more accurately, an illustrated guide to Chinese herbal medicine. He flipped through the book and found that it was full of pictures, which were very delicate and lifelike. Each picture is an atlas of medicinal herbs, introducing the names of Chinese herbal medicines and some simple preparation methods. As soon as Zhao Zong read the book, he was fascinated. He felt like he had met a treasure, especially for him now. Lanwagu has extremely rich natural resources, and there are countless medicinal herbs. He just took a quick look and found many kinds of plants that are common in the mountains. I used to think they were weeds, but I never expected they were actually Chinese medicinal herbs. When Zhao Zong reacted and wanted to thank the old beggar again, he could no longer find him. Zhao Zong felt very sorry. His intuition told him that the old beggar was a capable man and a man with a story. Maybe we'll see each other again in the future. Zhao Zong murmured. Unable to find the old beggar, he had no choice but to continue riding back. It's another long journey. By the time Zhao Zong returned to the village, he was almost exhausted. The round trip took him nearly 10 hours just by riding his bike. And because he bought a small fishing net at noon, he had no money to eat in the county town. Now he was tired and hungry, and he didn't even want to move. His legs were so numb that it was unbearable. While lamenting the weakness of his current body, he forced himself to prepare to return the borrowed bicycle to the village brigade headquarters. When Zhao Tao saw Xiao Wu coming back, she quickly came over to greet him. "Xiao Wu, you're back. Why did you take so long?" "Eh? This is a fishing net you bought." Zhao Zong handed the things to his fourth sister, told her to put the fishing net in her room, and then rode his bicycle towards the brigade headquarters. Soon, he arrived at the village brigade headquarters. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Accountant Chow walking around in a hurry. When the anxious Accountant Chow saw Zhao Xiaowu coming back, he ran over and grabbed the handlebars, saying angrily, "Hey Zhao Xiaowu, where did you go on your bike? Why did you come back so late?" As he spoke, he bent down and looked the bicycle up and down, fearing that it might be damaged somewhere. When he saw that there was only some dust on the bicycle, he felt relieved. While complaining about Zhao Xiaowu, he pushed the bicycle back to the shed without looking back. Zhao Zong was also a little embarrassed. Logically, he should give something to express his gratitude. But he really had nothing now, so he could only smile awkwardly. Seeing that Accountant Chow ignored him, he turned around and went home. As soon as I got home, I smelled the fragrance of food and my appetite immediately increased. He was really hungry. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw food on the table. Sun Yueqin and Zhao Tao were waiting nearby. Zhao Zong looked over and saw porridge and pancakes on the table. He didn't think much about it, just picked it up and started eating. Just then, Zhao Dezhu walked out of the room. He saw that the three people at the table ignored him. He had originally wanted to sit next to the table, but now he was in a dilemma whether to sit or not. He was very embarrassed, but none of the three people were willing to give up their seats for him. Helplessly, he had to stagger out of the door, not knowing whether he was going to Zhao Zhang's grandparents. After Zhao Zong finished his meal, he took out the fishing net, found a pair of scissors and needle and thread, and prepared to sew a net to cover his face. Sun Yueqin and Zhao Tao, who were standing nearby, heard Zhao Xiaowu's idea and said they could help. Women are better at things like sewing and mending. Sun Yueqin first took an old straw hat from home, and then used the old straw hat as a basis to make a net cover to wear on her head. She cut a circle of fishing net from a small fishing net. The length of this circle is measured around the old straw hat, and the width is longer than the human face. It didn't take much time for the mother and daughter to sew the net cover. Zhao Zong tried it on and felt that the size was just right, but the fishing net was too soft and he always felt a little unsafe. He cut a few more circles from the fishing net and asked his mother and fourth sister to sew them for him. These several layers of fishing net stacked together do look quite sturdy. Zhao Zong put on the straw hat again. After lowering the net, he suddenly felt that no bees could sting his face anymore. After solving the problem of protecting the face, Zhao Zong next had to think about protecting the body and hands. He told Sun Yueqin about his difficulties. When his mother Sun Yueqin heard about this, she immediately went back to the inner room and started looking for it through all the drawers and cabinets. Before Zhao Zong could react to what his mother was trying to do, his fourth sister Zhao Tao already understood what her mother meant. Without saying a word, she followed her mother into the house to help her mother find something. What is Sun Yueqin looking for? That was the only big cotton-padded jacket in their house. This cotton jacket was worn by Zhao Dezhu in the past, and he has been wearing it for decades now. However, because the cotton jacket was too torn, Zhao Dezhu rarely wore it in recent years. When Sun Yueqin took out the tattered cotton jacket from the bottom of the cabinet, Zhao Zong was also very surprised. He dared to guarantee me that in his past life and this life, he had never seen such a tattered cotton jacket. The linen fabric of this tattered cotton-padded jacket has turned black, and there are countless holes of various sizes on it, as if they were bitten by rats. Looking at it now, Zhao Zong feels that this cotton-padded jacket looks like a pile of torn cotton covers rather than a cotton-padded jacket. However, the thickness of this ragged cotton jacket is still acceptable and the material is sufficient. Zhao Zong pinched the torn cotton jacket with his hands and felt that the stinger of the wild bee could not pierce through the jacket. However, this ragged cotton-padded jacket was so tattered that he was afraid that he would not be able to walk far in it before the cotton cover would fall off. Sun Yueqin simply cut off a lot of the small fishing net and covered the entire torn cotton jacket with the fishing net. Although it doesn't look good, at least it can ensure that the cotton cover in this worn-out cotton-padded jacket will not fall off. There was no other way around it. Zhao Zhang's family didn't even have enough food to eat before, let alone cloth. If there was cloth, he, the baby of the family, would not be wearing clothes full of patches. As for gloves, it is even simpler. Their Jibei province belongs to the north, and gloves are one of the must-have items in winter. However, their gloves were not the kind of gloves with separate fingers that were used in later generations. It is a flat glove that only separates the thumb, while the other 4 fingers are in one glove. The 2 gloves are connected by a rope. The material of this type of gloves is also sufficient, so you don't have to worry about being stung by bees. After all the protective equipment was prepared, it was already evening. Zhao Zong and his 4th sister Zhao Tao decided to go to the mountain to destroy the wild beehives early tomorrow morning. Sun Yueqin was very worried about their safety, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she quietly prepared dinner for her 2 children. The next morning, Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao got up early. Sun Yueqin got up earlier than them and had already prepared breakfast. After the 3 of them had breakfast together, Zhao Zong took his equipment and tools and led his 4th sister Zhao Tao to the mountains. This time, Zhao Zong asked Hua Shichue Xiaoqiao to lead the way to find the wild bee's nest, and the contracted tiger bee lay on Zhao Zhang's shoulder. The reason why we chose the colorful magpie to lead the way to find the wild honey's nest is because of birds' natural ability to identify directions. If we let the contracted tiger bees look for it, they might end up taking them to find a hornet's nest. In addition, the flower magpie is small and larger in size, so Zhao Zong and the others can see and follow it more clearly. This time the target was accurate, and Zhao Zong and his 4th sister Zhao Tao found the wild bee's nest without much effort. It was just dawn at this time and the forest was still a little dark. Zhao Zong looked carefully before he saw the huge wild beehive under the rock. Then he put on protective gear. First he put on the loose, thick cotton jacket, and then he put on the straw hat covering his face. Seeing that his 5th brother had already put on protective clothing, Zhao Tao spoke up. "Xiaowu, how did you get up there? The wild bee's hive is 3 or 4 meters above the ground." This distance certainly did not pose a problem for Zhao Zong. He looked around and saw many dry and fallen trees. These dry and fallen trees were some thick and some thin. Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao picked out trees that were as thick as a bowl and soon found a few. They leaned the dead trees against the mountain wall and estimated that they could almost reach the wild bee's nest. At this time, the forest became brighter. Zhao Zong put on gloves and climbed up the dead tree. It was only 3 or 4 meters away, and in a few seconds he reached the wild bee's nest. At this time, the wild bee nest was densely packed with wild bees. These wild bees seemed to be still asleep, with only a few of them moving. Zhao Zong thought this was a good opportunity. He whispered to Zhao Tao below. "4th sister, please hand me the sack quickly and keep your voice down." Zhao Tao quickly emptied the sack containing the tools and handed the sack to Zhao Xiaowu above. "Xiaowu, here, take it." After taking the sack, Zhao Zong did not forget to remind Zhao Tao. "4th sister, I'm going to catch wild bees, please stay away." When Zhao Tao heard that Xiaowu was going to disturb the wild bee's nest, he immediately ran away. She ran for about 40 or 50 meters before she dared to stop. Looking back towards Zhao Xiaowu's position, I could only see a black shadow. At this time, Zhao Zong, who was standing next to the wild honey nest, stretched out his hand and started digging the dense wild honey on the wild honey nest. His movements were slow and gentle, and he gently caught the wild bees in the hive in his hands. Then he put the wild bees in his hand into the sack and shook them off gently. He kept repeating this action. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Zong had cleared 2/3 of the wild bees on this huge wild honey nest. The wild bees in the sack were heavy, probably weighing more than 10 kilograms. Just then, he finally discovered a wild bee that was different from the others. This wild bee is obviously about 1/3 longer than an ordinary wild bee, especially its abdomen, which is long and slender. "That's right, it's you." Zhao Xiaowu spent so much time catching wild bees just to find it. "It's the queen bee in this wild bee hive. As long as I control the queen bee, this colony of wild bees will obey my orders." Zhao Zong muttered excitedly. The wild bee queen also seemed very confused. She was in Zhao Zhang's palm and didn't react for a while. Zhao Zong dared not be careless now, for he was afraid that the queen bee would fly away. He quickly took off his cotton gloves and carefully grabbed the queen bee's wings with his fingers. He was ready to be stung by the queen bee's stinger. In his opinion, being stung once in exchange for this nest of wild bees was worth it. As Zhao Zong expected, the moment his fingers touched the wings of the wild bee queen, an electronic synthesized voice came into his mind. Ding, the host has captured a wild bee queen. The host will be rewarded with 20 hunting points. Ding, the host has captured a nest of wild bees. The host will be rewarded with 30 hunting points. Ding, host's current hunting value, 65 points. Ding, contract with the wild bee queen. You need 30 hunting points. Do you want to contract? When Zhao Zong heard that he now had 65 hunting points, and contracting a wild bee queen only required 30 hunting points, what was there to hesitate about? He immediately said, contract. Ding, the host successfully contracts with the wild bee queen, consuming 30 hunting points. The host's current hunting value is 35 points. Feeling that he had successfully contracted the wild bee queen, Zhao Zong quickly checked the system panel in his mind. Contracted Beast 1, Small Flower Magpie. Contracted Beast 2, Tiger Bee Tiger Bee. Contracted Beast 3, Wild Bee Queen, unnamed. Seeing the question about the name of the wild bee queen on the system panel, Zhao Zong didn't know what to name it for a moment, so he just said, System, contracted beast number 3, the wild bee queen, let's name her Xiaomi. Ding, system received. Afterwards, Zhao Zong checked again and found that the name on the system panel had been changed. Contracted Beast 1, Small Flower Magpie. Contracted Beast 2, Tiger Bee Tiger Bee. Contracted Beast 3, Wild Bee Queen Xiaomi. Now Zhao Zong has contracted 3 pets, but his hunting value is still very low. It seems like I need to hunt more and quickly increase my hunting value. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing if you meet an animal you really want to contract with but can't make a contract with it. Zhao Zong thought so. After successfully contracting the wild bee queen, Zhao Xiaowu could feel the connection between himself and Xiaomi, so he gave the order immediately. Xiaomi, lead the rest of the tribe to fly into my sack first. The wild bee queen Xiaomi, who was still in an excited state, immediately flew out of Zhao Zhang's hand. After circling in the air, it took all the remaining wild bees and flew into the sack in Zhao Zhang's hand. And the wild bees in the sack haven't reacted yet. What's going on? Then he saw his queen bee and other wild bees flying into the sack. Zhao Zong made sure that there were no wild bees around the beehive and took off the mask on his head. Then he started to take off his cotton jacket. Although it was only April, he had sweated a lot after all the busy work. It's so hot. I don't know how Lao Zhao wears this cotton jacket. It stinks. Besides, it's inconvenient for him to do any work wearing such a thick cotton-padded jacket. Zhao Tao, who was far away, saw Xiaowu starting to take off his cotton jacket, and guessed that Zhao Xiaowu had almost caught all the wild bees. She quickly ran towards Zhao Zhang's location. In just about half a minute, Zhao Tao came running over in a hurry. When Zhao Tao saw the bulging sack in his brother's hand, he immediately realized that it was full of wild bees. Zhao Zong tied up the mouth of the sack with a rope, and called on his fourth sister to grab the tools to prepare to load the wild beehive. When Zhao Tao heard that she was going to install a beehive, she immediately became excited. Without saying a word, she picked up the big iron bucket from the ground. Xiaowu, look. I brought this with me. Zhao Zong had known for a long time that his fourth sister had brought an iron bucket, and this was exactly what he thought. If the beehive filled with honey doesn't use a bucket, do we use a sack? Wouldn't that mean all the honey that has flowed out would be wasted? Without the protection of the wild bees, Zhao Zong had no worries at all. He took the iron bucket that Zhao Tao handed to him and began to cut the wild beehive into pieces with the small knife he carried with him. These honeycombs are full of yellow honey. He was almost overwhelmed by the sweet smell. It's really sweet. Zhao Zong muttered in a daze. Zhao Tao heard this and was extremely envious. She couldn't help but pick up a thin branch from the ground, handed it to Zhao Zong and said, Xiaowu, Xiaowu. Use this branch to dip me in some honey. Zhao Zong also doted on his fourth sister, so without saying a word, he took the twig and turned around in the beehive twice. One end of the twig was covered with sticky, sweet honey. When he handed the branch to his fourth sister, he could see his fourth sister's saliva dripping onto the ground. "Fourth sister, look at how greedy you are. You're like a big toad," Zhao Zong said with a smirk on his face. As soon as Zhao Tao took the branch covered with honey, she couldn't wait to put the other end of the branch into her mouth. In a moment, the taste filled with sweet floral flavor swept through Zhao Tao's entire mouth. She didn't care to listen to what Zhao Xiaowu said. The wild honey in her mouth was so sweet that she couldn't help but hum softly. "Ah, this is so sweet, so happy." Zhao Zong is now much more energetic. He does not delay any longer and starts to quickly cut the honeycomb into pieces with a knife. He put all the cut honeycombs into an iron bucket. Soon, the iron bucket was filled with beehives. Looking at the full iron bucket and the many beehives left under the big rock, now it was the two men's turn to be in trouble. They only brought a big iron bucket this time, and they didn't expect it to be filled up so quickly. For a moment, neither of them knew what to use to build the wild bee's hive. Zhao Zong definitely cannot go home now. Without the protection of the wild bee colony, if the hive is discovered by others, all their efforts would be in vain and they would not even have a place to cry. Helpless, Zhao Zong had to ask his fourth sister to go home quickly to find something to store the beehive. At the same time, let her ask her mother to come and help. After Zhao Tao left, Zhao Xiaowu estimated that this large beehive could probably be cut into 7 or 8 barrels of beehive. "I don't know. Can fourth sister explain it clearly when she goes back? If she and her mother don't bring enough buckets when they come, they will have to go back again." But nowadays, unlike in later times, there are no mobile phones to facilitate communication, so he can only hope that his fourth sister Zhao Tao is smarter. After waiting for about an hour, Zhao Zong finally heard the footsteps and tinkling sounds coming from all around him. He looked in the direction where the sound came from and quickly realized it was his fourth sister and mother. I saw that the fourth sister and mother were carrying a shoulder pole, each with 4 buckets on it, and his mother Sun Yueqin was holding an empty shoulder pole in her hand. Now there were 8 big iron barrels, and Zhao Zong was completely relieved. When she arrived under the beehive, Sun Yueqin was also stunned by the huge wild beehive in front of her. Oh my God! What a huge beehive! She had really never seen such a big wild beehive, and the yellow wild honey on it was even more mouth-watering. Zhao Tao was like a little sparrow, surrounding her mother and telling her how sweet the honey on it was. "Xiaowu, let's get 8 buckets, that should be enough. Hurry up and cut down all the beehives." As Sun Yueqin spoke, she handed the large iron bucket in her hand to Zhao Zong. "Oh, I know, Mom." Zhao Zong took the iron bucket and quickly started cutting the honeycomb. Another hour or so passed before all the beehives were cut. When Zhao Zong came down from upstairs, he saw the 8 large iron buckets full of food on the grass and he couldn't stop smiling. The wild honey in these beehives needs to be squeezed and filtered, and Zhao Zong doesn't want to waste any more time in this forest. He carried 4 large iron buckets of beehives on a shoulder pole, and his mother and fourth sister each carried 2 buckets. These beehives were cut into pieces. Although they filled the iron bucket, they were not too heavy and were much easier than carrying water. The 3 of them worked very hard along the way and did not dare to stop for fear of being seen by others. By the time the mother and her 2 children walked out of the forest, they were so tired that they could not even straighten their backs. Especially Sun Yueqin, she is old after all, and cannot compare with the 2 young people Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao. But even though she was tired, she couldn't suppress the smile on her face, and even her eyes were invisible due to the smile. Finally, the 3 of them followed Sun Yueqin's instructions, made a circle at the foot of the mountain, and then returned to their home. Sun Yueqin did this to avoid being in the village and not wanting others to know that they had so much wild honey. This was still a collective era, and although people no longer ate from the same pot, if you collected so much wild honey, you could be sure that someone would be jealous of you and cause other trouble. As soon as she arrived in the yard, the girl Zhao Tao couldn't hold on any longer. She quickly bent down and put the shoulder pole down. Bang! 2 sounds of iron buckets falling to the ground were heard. At this time, Sun Yueqin was also putting down the carrying pole on her shoulders. Hearing the sound, she hurriedly looked back. While looking back, he cursed angrily. "You stinky girl, can you still do it? This thing is so precious, how can you put it down so heavily? At this time, Zhao Zong also put down the carrying pole on his shoulder. He was holding an empty iron bucket in his hand, which was of no use. After taking off the carrying pole, he couldn't help but sit on the ground. If it were in his previous life, with his body tempered by the army, he would definitely not feel so tired. But now Zhao Zong is just a small-time scoundrel, and he is still young, so it is not easy for him to hold on. It all depends on his perseverance. Sun Yueqin was not as awkward as the other two. She picked up a small stool from a corner of the yard and sat down. Then he just grinned foolishly at the 8 big iron barrels, and that smile on his lips was harder to suppress than AK. Zhao Zong also looked at the 8 large iron barrels full of things in the yard with a smile on his face. Occasionally he could see honey dripping from the beehive into the iron bucket. "Mom, when do we start pressing honey?" These words were spoken by Zhao Zong. The traditional method of processing honey has been known to the mountain people since ancient times. If you want to turn the wild honey in the beehive into the clean honey you see on the market, processing is essential. But this is very simple for the mountain people. The first thing to do is to put the chopped honeycomb into a container and then squeeze it to squeeze out all the honey in the honeycomb. The next step is filtering out impurities in the squeezed honey through gauze. Then the honey obtained is the final version. In Zhao Zhang's dilapidated home, there is a small bottle of honey that is treasured by his mother. That small bottle of honey was wild honey, only as big as the small sesame oil bottle of later generations. It has been treasured by his mother for nearly 20 years. Even though so much time has passed, the wild honey is still extremely rich, without any of the white sediment from the honey in his previous life. After hearing what Zhao Zong said, Sun Yueqin stopped staring at the beehive and the iron bucket and smiling foolishly. She recovered and said to Zhao Xiaowu, "Don't worry, let's eat first. After we finish eating, Mom will find some tools, and then we can press the honey." After saying this, Sun Yueqin stood up. However, as she walked, she pounded her lower back with her hands. Zhao Tao saw this and hurried over to support her mother, massaging her waist while saying, "Mom, let me help you." Sun Yueqin smiled at the 4th girl Zhao Tao with some doting, without saying anything, and the two of them went into the kitchen. Zhao Zong did not go to help, he was thinking about the follow-up arrangements. How am I going to make money in the future? Am I going to keep catching hornets and wild bees? But what about winter? These things hibernate in winter. He kept asking himself this question in his heart. In fact, he had made some preparations in advance. For example, he placed the hornets in a cave behind the house, which is already artificial breeding. However, due to the existence of the contracted hornets, Zhao Zong was not worried about them and rarely fed the hornet colony. After all, it is spring now and the hornets are not short of food. However, if he were to feed them, he would definitely be able to quickly increase the growth of the hornet population. After thinking this through, Zhao Zong decided to feed the hornet colony in the future. He hopes that the hornet population will grow as quickly as possible so that he can make more money. As for how to allow hornets to reproduce in winter, he has not yet figured out a solution. After thinking about the hornet, he thought of the large nest of wild bees he had just captured. Wild bees cannot simply build nests in caves like hornets. It's not that wild bees are so delicate, but they have many natural enemies. Among them, the hornet is its biggest natural enemy. Although Zhao Zong could control the hornets in his own nest not to hunt the wild bees he had just caught, he could not control the other hornets. Finally, he decided to follow the methods of later generations. That is, making beehives. A well-built beehive can not only better protect these wild bees, but also make it easier for them to extract honey. He had also thought about where to place the wild bees. It is arranged right next to the hornet cave. In that way, with the protection of the hornet colony, there is no need to worry about strangers stealing honey, nor about other hornets hunting wild bees. The only problem is that there is no space next to the hornet cave. If Zhao Zong wants to place the wild bee colony there, he needs to dig the hole himself. At noon, the mother and her 2 children had a simple meal. Sun Yueqin took the 4th girl, Zhao Tao, to the house to search through the drawers and cabinets for something. Where is my leaky bucket? I clearly remember putting it in the kitchen. Sun Yueqin muttered to herself as she searched. The leaky bucket she was looking for was their homemade tool for pressing honey. I have found wild beehives before, but none as big as this. I haven't seen a wild beehive for many years, so I don't know where the leaky bucket has gone after a long time. After searching for a while, she finally found the leaky bucket under a pile of debris. The so-called leaky bucket is actually a small iron bucket with densely packed round holes at the bottom, the size of common ballpoint pen refill tubes. Zhao Zong took a look at the small iron bucket and found it was really dirty inside, with leaves, dust and everything. He curled his lips in disdain and was about to ask Sun Yueqin, "Is this bucket still usable?" Sun Yueqin seemed to understand his expression, and slapped Zhao Xiaowu on the back of the head and said, "What? Are you still dissatisfied? Are you eating less vegetables from our garden? Aren't those vegetables all watered with manure? I think I've made you angry these past 2 days." As she spoke, she took the small iron bucket to the yard, scooped out water and started washing. He looked as if he wanted to grind down the iron barrel. Zhao Zong no longer paid attention to the mother and daughter and decided to do his own thing. After searching around the house for a long time, the only feeling he had was, how poor. He couldn't even find a decent piece of wood, and he still wanted to make a beehive. What the hell? Helplessly, he picked up the hatchet in the doorway and walked into the mountains. He didn't walk far and went straight to the small cave of the hornets in the back mountain. The contracted little hornet, which had already flown back to the cave by itself, saw its master coming and flew over excitedly to greet him. While playing with it, Zhao Zong walked towards the hornet cave. There is also a small platform here, about 1 meter wide, and further inside is the mountain wall. However, the mountains where Zhao Zong and his people live are not all rocky. There are rocks and soil. Otherwise, this place would not be called a forest area. He first cleared away the weeds and bushes around the mountain wall, then picked up a small sharp stone from the ground and drew a rough shape on the mountain wall. The cave he drew is slightly larger than the hornet cave next to it. It is mainly hornets that build nests. There is no particular requirement, they will adapt themselves to local conditions. Zhao Zong needs to place a beehive of wild bees in this cave. In addition, the wild bee colony he found was very large, so the beehive he made had to be relatively large. In order to put the big beehive in smoothly, he had to draw the shape of the cave a little bigger. After drawing the general shape, Zhao Zong nodded with satisfaction. This is a round arch, about 2 meters wide and 2 meters high. Zhao Zong had to go home to get tools, as a hatchet was not enough to dig the cave. As soon as I got home, I saw Sun Yueqin and Zhao Tao had packed up all the tools and were adding beehives. He took a look and found it very interesting. The small iron bucket with a hole in it was supported by 2 stools. The positions of the 2 stools were very particular and did not block the small round hole under the small iron bucket. Under the small iron bucket was the enamel basin where Zhao Zhang's mother kneaded dough. These things had been washed clean by the mother and daughter, and the enamel basin was still reflecting light in the sun. Zhao Tao had already placed half a bucket of beehives in the iron bucket. Sun Yueqin was holding a long stick at this time. The stick was very thick, as thick as a bowl, and more than 3 meters long. In the middle of the stick is a cylindrical wooden stake. The surface of the stake is smooth and shiny, and it is obvious that it has been used a lot. Zhao Zong didn't remember having this thing at home, so he asked, "Mom, where did you get this? Why haven't I seen it in our house?" Sun Yueqin was holding the big stick, preparing to put the cylindrical wooden stake into the iron bucket. When she heard Zhao Zong ask her, she angrily cursed. "I borrowed it from Aunt Zhang next door. What are you asking, you little brat? Come over and help me." Sun Yueqin was so angry that she wanted to take action. This brat was getting lazier and lazier. Seeing how hard she was holding the stick, he didn't come over to help but kept asking questions. Zhao Xiaowu then reluctantly walked over and took the wooden stick from his mother's hand. Under the guidance of Sun Yueqin, the long wooden stick was placed horizontally and the wooden stake was placed in the small iron bucket. The next operation shocked Zhao Xiaowu. He knew he had to press the honey, but he didn't know how to do it. Sun Yueqin and her 4th sister Zhao Tao rode on the wooden sticks, one leg at a time, like playing on a seesaw. Fortunately, the stick is thick enough, so it doesn't hurt. As the two people sat on it, the wild honey nest in the small iron bucket began to squeak due to the pressure, occasionally accompanied by the sound of hissing as the air was released. The two of them pressed back and forth. Soon, golden wild honey slowly flowed out from the hole at the bottom of the small iron bucket. Seeing the honey coming out, the mother and daughter worked even harder. Now Zhao Zong couldn't leave, and was ordered by Sun Yueqin to put the beehive into the small iron bucket. After pressing each bucket of honeycomb, the dried residue in the small iron bucket must be taken out. Sun Yueqin did not let Zhao Xiaowu throw away the dregs. In her opinion, the dregs of the honeycomb after the honey was squeezed out were also good things. After drying, you can eat it as a snack. Zhao Zong would not eat these things. It looked like there were a lot of impurities in them, and some ants were crushed to death inside. After pressing for about 20 minutes, the honeycomb in a large iron bucket was finally pressed. Zhao Zong looked at the enamel basin below and found that it was filled with wild honey. You have to know the size of this enamel basin, it is as big as a wash basin. Sun Yueqin was feeling a little tired, but when she saw the wild honey under the small iron bucket, she suddenly became energetic. There was really too much honey produced. In her memory, a large iron bucket of wild beehive could produce half a basin of wild honey, which was considered a high yield thanks to God. And the wild beehives that Zhao Zong and his team brought back actually produced more than half a basin of honey in just one iron bucket. Sun Yueqin found another clean large iron bucket, which she also borrowed from the neighbor next door, as his family didn't have so many iron buckets. On this clean big iron barrel, Sun Yueqin covered the mouth of the barrel with the steamed bun cloth that she usually didn't want to use. Then she personally picked up the enamel basin and carefully poured the wild honey in it onto the cloth at the mouth of the iron bucket. The material of the drawer cloth is actually the same as that of gauze. With the filtering of this layer of drawer cloth, the wild honey dripping into the iron bucket has almost no impurities. The three of them worked for a whole afternoon. In the evening, when Sun Yueqin poured the last enamel basin of wild honey into the drawer cloth, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Call. Pressing honey doesn't seem tiring at first, but after a while, it starts to feel a bit strenuous. The final result was that more than 3 barrels of wild honey were filtered out. Sun Yueqin didn't care about her tired body. She found a short wooden stick and asked Zhao Tao to help her carry the more than 3 buckets of wild honey into the house. The two men carefully carried 3.5 buckets of wild honey into the inner room, found lids, and carefully covered the honey barrels. "Mom, what are we going to do with all this honey?" Zhao Tao stared at the 3.5 barrels of honey and said happily. Sun Yueqin thought about it, but didn't know what to do. In the past, when they found wild honey, they would give some to their neighbors and relatives. But now she doesn't want to give it away, mainly because her family has been through such a hard time in the past 2 years, and she doesn't want other people to know that they have honey at home. Unable to make up her mind, Sun Yueqin looked at Zhao Zong with a questioning look. In the past, Sun Yueqin would never ask for the opinion of that little bastard Zhao Xiaowu. But now she finds that her youngest son seems to have changed. Although he is still very lazy, he has become much more stable. She subconsciously wanted to hear the opinion of her youngest son. Zhao Zong naturally noticed Sun Yueqin's inquiring look. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "I have already contacted Yang Batzi in advance, and he said he also buys wild honey." When Sun Yueqin heard her youngest son say that he had contacted Yang Batzi, she couldn't help but feel worried. Will there be any problems? Yang Batzi was a second-rate person in the past. If you sell it to him, will people accuse you of profiteering? Zhao Zong shook his head and said, "I also sold the hornets to Yang Batzi last time. I feel that he has changed a lot. At least he has become more trustworthy." He paused and continued. "Besides, isn't it said outside that he is now a purchasing agent for a factory in the county? We sold it secretly. No one else knew about it except Yang Batzi and us. Yang Batzi is not stupid, just report himself." When Sun Yueqin heard her youngest son's analysis, she also felt that it made sense, and then she instructed. "Remember, you two, don't tell anyone about the wild honey, or else people will get jealous." Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao both nodded heavily to show that they understood. Zhao Zong continued. "It's easy to sell it to Yang Batzi. I'll deliver it to him tomorrow and bring some hornets and wasp nests to sell. Sun Yueqin nodded in agreement. Cuckoo. At this moment, the three people's stomachs began to growl at the same time. They looked at each other and understood what was in each other's eyes. Let's have a good meal tonight. Sun Yueqin was rarely generous. Ah. That's great. Zhao Tao couldn't help but cheer. In the evening, Sun Yueqin prepared a sumptuous meal, which included rice and some stir-fried dishes. However, there were no meat dishes. It seemed that the bird meat that Zhao Zong had hunted earlier had been eaten up. Zhao Zong, who didn't get to eat the meat, felt a little unsatisfied and thought to himself. Tomorrow after I sell my honey and hornets, I'll go hunt some wild animals for food. The next morning, Zhao Zong got up early and packed up. When he walked out of his room, he found that Zhao Dezhu was also preparing to go out. After the three of them, mother and son, finished their meal last night, Zhao Zong returned to his room. So he didn't know when Zhao Dezhu would come back, but he guessed that Zhao Dezhu must have seen the honey in the inner room, but he didn't know what he would do. After all, he is a member of this family and their father, so it is impossible to hide such things from him. He just hoped that Zhao Dezhu would not be too stupid. If he told his grandparents about this, they would definitely come to snatch the fruits of their labor. When Zhao Dezhu saw his youngest son walk out of the room, he was about to say hello to him, but suddenly he thought of the previous unpleasantness. His face changed and he walked out of the house helplessly, carrying his hoe on his back. Zhao Zong came to the inner room and saw his mother Sun Yueqin making honey. Sun Yueqin had already divided the honey into 2.5 buckets. Mom, are you asking me to sell these 2 half barrels first? Zhao Zong couldn't help but ask. Sun Yueqin nodded and said. Of course, I'm worried about you, kid. I'm carrying 2 big buckets. If one of them fails and you spill a little honey for me, I'll be heartbroken. Zhao Zong is almost immune to his mother's stinginess. He didn't argue with Sun Yueqin because he knew that if he carried a whole bucket of honey, a lot of wild honey would probably spill out. He originally wanted to go to the brigade headquarters to borrow a bicycle, but when he thought of the distressed look on Accountant Chow's face last time, he gave up the idea. I didn't want to go and make myself miserable anymore, so it would be nice to carry the bucket to Yang Baozi's house and sell it. It's a bit tiring, but at least I brought a lot of things. After preparing the wild honey to be sold, Zhao Zong went to the small cave behind the house to catch some hornets. With the command of the contracted hornet, it became much easier for him to catch the hornet. Zhao Zong only needs to open the small net bag and let the contracted little tiger bees command the hornets he wants to sell to come in. This time, Zhao Zong brought the 1,500 hornets and all the large hornet nests that he and his fourth sister caught. Among the 1,500 hornets he and his fourth sister caught last time, 1,000 were big hornets and 500 were yellow-legged hornets. They had previously calculated that these 1,500 hornets could be sold for 20 yuan, and he still had 13 hornet nests. Each of these hornets' nests is very large, and these hornets' nests alone can fill more than an entire sack. After preparing all the things to be sold, Zhao Tao also finished packing. This time Zhao Zong was going to take his fourth sister to Yang Baozi's house to sell things. One is to introduce his fourth sister to the family, and the other is to make money with her. Zhao Zong carried the shoulder pole loaded with honey, while Zhao Tao dragged 2 sacks. Although the sacks look big, in fact, 2 sacks only weigh about 14 or 15 pounds. Yang Baozi's village was not far from Zhao Zhang's village. The two chatted and laughed along the way and soon arrived at Yang Baozi's house. After entering the courtyard, Zhao Zong did not see Yang Baozi and others, so he could not help but shout at the door. "Brother Yang, are you home?" As soon as he finished shouting, someone responded from the inner room. "Come here, who is it?" Before he could finish his words, he had already walked out of the room. As soon as he saw it was Zhao Xiaowu, a smile immediately appeared on Yang Baozi's face. "Oh my, brother Xiaowu. You are here. I, your brother Yang, have not dared to go out these past few days, just waiting for you." Zhao Zong knew what Yang Baozi was waiting for, so he didn't waste any words with him and winked at his fourth sister. The two siblings also have some tacit understanding and can understand each other's intentions with just a glance. Zhao Tao was also very efficient. He quickly opened the sack, took out the net bag containing the hornets, and poured out the other hornets' nests. When Yang Batsi saw the bag of hornets, he smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. "Brother, there are a lot of goods this time, much more than last time." As Yang Batsi spoke, he reached out to take the net bag. Zhao Tao didn't stop him and handed the net bag to Yang Batsi. While Yang Batsi was inspecting the hornet, Zhao Zong said, "I have seen the hornets this time. There are about 1,500 of them in total. Among them, there are 1,000 giant hornets and about 500 common yellow-legged hornets." In fact, Yang Batsi had already seen it without Zhao Zong saying anything. But before he could say anything, Zhao Zong had already said it himself. Zhao Xiaowu's behavior also left a good impression on Yang Batsi, who felt that Zhao Xiaowu had changed a lot. Yang Batsi just laughed and said casually, "Ha ha ha, I definitely trust you, brother Xiaowu. This isn't the first time we've done business together." Although he said this, his eyes were still counting carefully in the hornet net bag. About 10 minutes later, Yang Batsi finally finished mumbling to the net bag containing the hornets. "Brother Xiaowu, you are so nice. I just counted these hornets, there are 1,533 of them." Zhao Zong smiled slightly after hearing what Yang Batsi said. He naturally knew the number of hornets in this net bag. But he didn't care about the small amount of money. After all, he would have to come to Yang Batsi's place often to deliver goods in the future. After Yang Batsi saw the hornet and the hornet's nest, he remembered to ask who Zhao Tao was. This time Zhao Zong quickly introduced. "Brother Yang, this is my fourth sister. I have a lot of things today, so she is here to help me deliver them. If I don't have time to come over in the future, maybe my fourth sister will come over to deliver the goods to you." After hearing what Zhao Xiaowu said, Yang Batsi felt relieved. He was also afraid that Zhao Xiaowu didn't know the rules and would bring strangers to his place. After all, what he did was not something he could do openly. After calculating the price of the hornets and hornets' nests, Yang Batsi went into the house and took out the money. "Brother Xiaowu, this is yours. 1,500 hornets, including 1,000 giant hornets and 500 yellow-legged hornets. Here's 20 yuan. Keep it." Yang Batsi handed 20 yuan to Zhao Xiaowu. After Zhao Zong borrowed the money, Yang Batsi continued. "I need to weigh these 13 big hornets' nests." Then he took out the scales at the edge of the yard and started weighing. "Hey, brother Xiaowu, these hornet nests of yours are quite heavy, each one weighs more than a pound. It's 15 pounds in total. Look at this scale." As he said this, he moved aside so that Zhao Zong could see the crosshairs on the scale. "Here's $15, take it." Yang Batsi put down the scale and took out 15 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Zong. Just as Yang Batsi was packing up these things and preparing to take them into the house, he suddenly saw the iron bucket next to Zhao Zong. He immediately remembered that Zhao Zong had asked him whether he would accept wild honey. He looked at Zhao Xiaowu in disbelief and asked, "Brother Xiaowu, what's in this iron bucket of yours?" He didn't finish his words, but the shock in his eyes was obvious. Zhao Zong did not expect that Yang Batsi could be so patient and only asked what was in the iron bucket now. He smiled and nodded, then opened the lid of the iron bucket. In an instant, the rich smell of honey reached Yang Batsi's nose. He didn't even have to walk over to the iron bucket to look, he knew that what was inside was wild honey, and it was top-quality wild honey. I quickly walked to the iron tunnel and looked inside. Sure enough, the 2 iron buckets were mostly full of wild honey. Seeing the wild honey, Yang Batsi was very excited. "This is really good stuff, it's in short supply on the black market." He was so anxious to try the quality of this batch of wild honey that he kept pacing in the yard. Zhao Zong saw what he wanted to do and quickly reminded him. Brother Yang, don't be anxious, go to the house and get some chopsticks and try it." Zhao Zhang's words immediately reminded Yang Batsi, and he was so happy that he ignored such a simple thing. He rushed into the room like a gust of wind and took out a clean pair of chopsticks. He carefully dipped the tip of the chopsticks in a little wild honey. The wild honey was of very good quality, yellow with a hint of red, and a lot of it would stick to the chopsticks at once. Yang Batsi quickly turned the chopsticks over, fearing that the wild honey on them would drip onto the ground and be wasted. Carefully put the chopstick tip into my mouth and tasted it. I saw him with his eyes slightly closed, his face full of intoxication. In this day and age, sugar is extremely scarce. Some families entertain guests by making them a cup of sweet water, which is the highest level of treatment. This honey is much better than sugar water, not to mention it is pure natural wild honey. Good. 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 After recovering, Yang Batzi said 3 good words in a row. Brother Xiaowu, how about you sell this honey to me at the price I told you last time? Zhao Xiaowu nodded. He had no choice but to sell it to Yang Batzi. He is the only one in this area who dares to accept these things. If Zhao Zong sells them to others, he might be charged with speculation, which would be a waste of time. What's more, the county town is too far away from them, and he has no way to sell it to others. Yang Batzi was even happier when he saw Zhao Xiaowu nod so happily. Without saying a word, he moved 2 chairs out of the house and asked Zhao Tao and Zhao Xiaowu to sit down first. I searched the house for a container to hold the honey. Yang Batzi's family conditions are much better than Zhao Zhang's. There are several clean large iron barrels at home. He first weighed the big iron bucket, and then poured the honey in Zhao Zhang's bucket into his own big iron bucket. It took 4 times to weigh all the honey, mainly because I didn't dare pour too much at one time. If it was too heavy, the scale would be difficult to weigh. There was a lot of honey in Zhao Xiaowu's iron bucket, but he didn't care because he would use these 2 buckets to transport wild honey after returning home. After packing all the wild honey, Yang Batzi said, "Brother, you have nearly 64 kilograms of wild honey, that's a lot." After saying that, he went back into the house and took out a stack of money after a while. "Brother Xiaowu, this is your money, count it." Zhao Zong took the money handed over by Yang Batzi and saw that there were several big unity bills. This was also the first time he had seen so much money since he came to this era. There are 6 50% new Great Unity tickets, and 4 that are in one piece. On the way back, Zhao Tao thought she was dreaming. Even though her arms were already bruised from being twisted, she kept twisting them. After a while, Zhao Zong couldn't stand it anymore and said to his 4th sister, "Don't pinch yourself anymore. If it doesn't work, I'll slap you in the face to wake you up." When Zhao Tao heard her brother say this, she felt a little embarrassed. She raised her hand, patted Zhao Xiaowu on the shoulder, and said, "You stinky boy, you're asking for a beating. I can't believe we made so much money. We made 64 yuan from selling honey, 15 yuan from wasp nests, and 20 yuan from hornets. We made 99 yuan this morning." Looking at the excitedly talking 4th sister Zhao Tao, he couldn't help but pull her arm and said, "Speak softly, are you afraid that others can't hear you?" Zhao Tao then realized that she was speaking too loudly, so she quickly lowered her head and closed her mouth. In fact, Zhao Zong didn't expect that he could sell so much. In this era, you can marry a wife with 100 yuan. If converted into money from later generations, this 100 yuan would be worth nearly 30,000 yuan. Zhao Zong didn't know whether his calculation was correct or not, he just made a rough conversion. In short, they made a lot of money today, and he felt excited when he thought that there were still 2.5 buckets of wild honey at home. Judging from the amount of wild honey sold today, the 2.5 barrels left at home weigh about 150 kilograms. Then you can earn another 150 yuan. The 2 of them ran briskly back to the village, and as soon as they entered the house, they saw Sun Yueqin guarding the door of the inner room. "Mom, we're back!" Zhao Tao shouted happily. Sun Yueqin's ears were buzzing from the shock. She patted her head lightly and pulled the 2 of them into the inner room. "How's it going? How much did it sell for?" Sun Yueqin was not vague and went straight to the point. Zhao Tao wanted to keep it a secret, but she didn't expect Zhao Zong next to her to refuse to cooperate and told the truth directly. The wild honey was sold for 64 yuan, the wasp nest was sold for 15 yuan, and the hornet was sold for 20 yuan, a total of 99 yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. Why didn't his mother Sun Yueqin speak? It was only at this time that Zhao Tao reacted and immediately pinched Sun Yueqin's philtrum. In the midst of the chaos, Sun Yueqin finally came to her senses. He opened his mouth and wanted to shout, but he suppressed his voice and said in a hoarse voice, "Xiaowu, tell me again, how much is it?" Zhao Zong didn't dare to say anything now and looked at Sun Yueqin hesitantly. Sun Yueqin encouraged him with her eyes, meaning, just speak boldly, Mom can handle it. Zhao Zong coughed lightly and said, Ahem, we sold it for $99. After reading Zhao Xiaowu's words, Sun Yueqin slowly sat down on the bed with lifeless eyes. Zhao Xiaowu was frightened now. He squatted down and asked in a trembling voice. Mom, are you okay? Don't scare me. It's okay, Mom is okay. Sun Yueqin said this slowly, and soon her eyes lit up, as if she remembered something important. She grabbed Zhao Zhang's right hand and said, Where's the money? The force was so great that Zhao Zong felt pain in his wrist. Here I am, Mom. Zhao Xiaowu said with some stammering that he was really frightened by his mother's condition. As he spoke, he took out the money he earned from selling goods from his pocket. Sun Yueqin snatched the money and began to count the money in her hand tremblingly. In fact, the money in her hand was easy to count, but Sun Yueqin still counted it over and over again, as if it was not enough. Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao looked at each other in the room, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, in Zhao Zhang's mind, he received an emotion from the wild bee queen. This emotion shows that the wild bee queen Xiaomi is very hungry. Only then did Zhao Zong remember the swarm of wild bees that he had forgotten in the sack. He hurried to the yard and tried to release the swarm of wild bees from the sack. But how to cover up the fact that wild bees do not fly away after being released? He also didn't want his neighbors to know that he had a bee colony in his house. Finally, he communicated with the wild bee queen Xiaomi in his mind. Keeping the wild bee colonies quiet, he then lets them out to eat. Sun Yueqin suddenly saw her youngest son actually took 2 plates into the house and poured honey. She immediately became angry and started to curse. You little loser, this honey is so valuable, why do you put so much on the plate? Seeing his mother's reply, Zhao Zongxai said. The nest of wild bees that my 4th sister and I caught yesterday hasn't eaten anything yet. If we don't feed them, I'm afraid they will all die. When Sun Yueqin heard about this, she also became nervous. Now she sees this nest of wild bees as a treasure trove for her family. How do you feed this nest of wild bees? Won't they all fly away when you let them out? Sun Yueqin was not stupid, so she asked this question anyway. Fortunately, Zhao Zong had already thought of a way to deal with it. He said to Sun Yueqin slowly. Mom, you don't understand this. In this bee colony, whether wild or domesticated, there is a queen bee. As long as the queen bee doesn't fly away, the bees won't fly away either. They will only follow the queen bee. Then how do you ensure that the queen bee doesn't fly away? Sun Yueqin asked again. Zhao Zong pulled out a string from behind, and at the other end of the string was a big bee with a long and thin butt. Look, this is the wild bee queen we caught yesterday. I tied it with a thin thread, so it can't fly away, and the wild bee swarm won't fly away either. Sun Yueqin finally felt relieved. She was afraid that these treasures would fly away. Seeing that his mother no longer stopped him from feeding the bees, Zhao Xiaowu came to the yard with 2 plates of honey. He placed 2 plates of honey in the middle of the yard, then placed the queen bee honey next to the plates and tied the string to a small stone. He did this to conceal his tracks. He couldn't tell his mother and 4th sister that he had already contracted the queen bee and they didn't have to worry about it flying away. The wild bee queen Xiaomi was very hungry. When she smelled the honey, she impatiently lay on the plate and started to eat the honey. At this time, Zhao Zong also opened the mouth of the sack, and there were many wild bees crawling inside. Many wild bees were already exhausted, and Zhao Zong felt a little distressed. He immediately poured the wild bees in the sack gently around the plate. The wild bees that had been trapped in the sacks for a whole day were finally able to fly freely. Many of the wild bees that were still energetic had already flown away, and the buzzing sound filled the entire yard. These wild bees that flew up did not fly away. At the call of the queen bee Xiaomi, they all flew down to eat honey. Those wild bees that were listless on the ground also recovered after a while. However, the loss was inevitable. Zhao Zong took a rough look and found that hundreds of wild bees had been suffocated to death. Sun Yueqin felt sad about the loss of these wild bees. How much less honey would she have to collect? Looking at the wild bees buzzing all over the yard, Sun Yueqin was full of worry. It's not good for these wild bees to keep flying around like this. We have to find a way to keep them contained. Zhao Zong then said. I want to place them next to the small cave at the back. I placed the hornets in that small cave. Wild bees cannot be placed together with hornets. I plan to place this group of wild bees next to a small cave, but I have to dig the cave myself. Sun Yueqin said. That's nothing. It doesn't take much to dig. Let's find something to put them away for now. Otherwise, if they fly around in the yard, they will definitely be discovered. Just as they were discussing, the wooden door at the entrance of their house suddenly creaked and was pushed open. Crunch. Zhao Dezhu, who had just entered the door, was also stunned by the scene in the yard. The whole yard seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black fog, filled with dense wild bees. Seeing his wife and children still standing stupidly at the door, he suddenly became nervous. What are you three still doing standing there? Hurry up and get inside. Aren't you afraid of being stung by bees? Zhao Dezhu said this anxiously and with concern. The three of them could hear it, but Sun Yueqin didn't say anything. She turned around and went back to her room silently. Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao followed her into the house. Zhao Dezhu, who was at the gate of the yard, carefully put down the hoe in his hand and slowly walked to the door of the inner room. What surprised him was that these wild bees did not sting him, but acted as if he did not exist. When he came to the inner room, Zhao Dezhu heard his son and wife were still discussing how to raise these wild bees. He couldn't help but interrupt and said, You plan to place these wild bees next to the small cave. That's a good idea. But wild bees are different from hornets. If you want wild bee colonies to produce honey, you have to build nests for them. You can't destroy their nests every time you collect honey. Zhao Zong was somewhat surprised by his remarks. He did not expect that Zhao Dezhu would pay attention to the three of them, mother and daughter, nor did he expect that he could say such sensible words. Sun Yueqin's expression at this moment was very strange. She even looked aggrieved, totally unlike the aggressive person she was in front of her children. She looked like she was about to cry and said, It's easy for you to say. You just move your mouth. We, mother and I, have never done these things. Sun Yueqin's aggrieved expression immediately softened Zhao Dezhu's heart. He loved his wife. He just sighed and said, I'll also take a leave this afternoon and won't go to work in the fields. Then let's go dig the cave together. We should be able to dig it out soon. After hearing what he said, Sun Yueqin's expression improved a little. It's not enough to just dig a cave. Bees need a beehive to live in. Now there's not even a piece of wood at home. How can I make a beehive? Zhao Zong was also worried about this. Did he have to go into the mountains to cut trees and make planks? That would be too much trouble. Zhao Dezhu didn't care. It doesn't mean you have to use wooden boards to make beehives. You can just use a wooden stake and hollow it out to make a beehive. After hearing what Zhao Dezhu said, things seemed to become simpler all of a sudden. It turns out that the old ones are the wisest, and their experience is beyond the reach of these young people. Finally, the family divided the work, and Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yueqin went to the back mountain to dig a cave. The siblings Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao went to the nearby woods to cut trees. Zhao Dezhu also specifically told Zhao Xiaowu how thick the tree stump should be. Sun Yueqin's attitude obviously changed this time, and she even cooked for Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu also had a lot of emotions. He hadn't been able to eat or sleep well these past few days. Now that someone was cooking for him again, it felt so good. After dinner, everyone hurried to work. Zhao Zong took his fourth sister Zhao Tao into the woods. He was holding an axe and his fourth sister Zhao Tao was holding a saw. There are so many trees in the forest. Almost all thicker trees fit the shape that Zhao Zong and his team needed. The two siblings took turns chopping down trees, and it took them more than an hour to cut down a tree that was so thick that a man could hug it. The two of them worked together to saw the tree into pieces of wooden stakes. This big tree was sawed into 7 or 8 wooden stakes about 50 centimeters high. Neither of them wanted the thinner part of the branch, so they just left it there. When they returned home and carried the wooden stake back in a backpack, they began to worry about how to hollow out the wooden stake. Finally, Zhao Zong split the wooden stake into two halves, and then slowly hollowed out the stake with an axe. The two of them moved very slowly, and it was not until the evening that they finally came up with a passable one. When Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yueqin came back, they were already talking and laughing, and there was no sign of the quarrel they had a few days ago. When the couple came back, they saw Zhao Xiaowu's clumsy appearance. Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but laugh and thought, "It all depends on you and me. I thought you were so powerful." However, he did not show it on the surface and walked to Zhao Zong with a cold face. He took the axe from his hand and quickly split the other wooden stake in half. Then he took out a tool from the corner of the yard. At first glance, this tool was a round shovel used by carpenters, a bit like the Luoyang shovel in his previous life. But it's not that big, the shovel mouth is only the size of a child's fist. Zhao Dezhu stood up the split wooden stake, pointed the shovel at the inside of the stake, and asked Zhao Zong to come over and hit the shovel handle with an axe. Zhao Xiaowu finally reacted. He quickly walked to Zhao Dezhu, turned the axe over, and hit the shovel handle with it. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. The round shovel moved down about 10 centimeters, and Zhao Xiaowu became excited. After a few continuous clang-clang sounds, a large piece of wood core was shoveled off. Using this method, the old and the young quickly cooperated well and cleaned out a log. After dinner, Zhao Dezhu took Zhao Xiaowu to work again. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the logs were finally cleared. Zhao Xiaowu didn't want to work anymore. He was too tired today. He washed his hands and went back to his room to rest. When he woke up the next morning, suddenly I discovered that the logs that were split in half last night were now tied together with hemp ropes. Moreover, the top and bottom of the log pile are covered with wooden boards, and a small hole as thick as the head of a chopstick is opened in the middle, which should be the entrance and exit for wild bees. While Zhao Xiaowu was observing, Zhao Dezhu came out from the inner room. "How's it going? I did a good job, didn't I?" Zhao Dezhu said with some complacency. Zhao Xiaowu touched the lid on the log and found that the lid could actually be opened. I opened the lid and saw that it was empty. Zhao Zong was immediately happy. He found an excuse to insult his father. Zhao Xiaowu pointed to the barrel and said, "You didn't put anything in there for the wild bees to build nests on, so how do you expect them to build nests in there?" Zhao Dezhu was stunned by what his youngest son said. He had never thought that there was something inside the beehive. He had only seen others make this appearance before, but he really had no idea what was inside. Although he didn't know, Zhao Xiaowu knew. He had seen the structure inside in his previous life. Then he proudly told Zhao Dezhu what he had seen of the internal structure of the beehive. When Zhao Dezhu heard it, he realized it was so simple. He decided to stay at home and make frames for the beehives. Sun Yueqin took the siblings Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao to the back mountain to continue digging the cave. When they finished digging and returned home, Zhao Zong saw the frame made by Zhao Dezhu and couldn't help but sigh at his dexterity. The honeycomb frames in the beehives in the previous life were all made of iron wire. How could they have such a high-end thing as iron wire in their home now? So Zhao Dezhu used hemp rope instead of iron wire. After everything was ready, Zhao Dezhu, Sun Yueqin, and the brother and sister Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao all carried the logs and walked up the mountain together. Zhao Zong was the last one to go out. The reason he chose to be the last one to leave home was that he wanted to bring the wild bee colony up the mountain as well. After everyone else had left, he called the wild bee queen to bring all the wild bees into the sack. He went up the mountain carrying a log beehive and a sack on his back. When he went up the mountain, Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yueqin had already placed all the round wooden beehives. Just wait for the wooden beehive and wild bees carried by Zhao Zong to enter the hive. After he put away the wooden barrel he was carrying, he sent everyone away on the pretext of releasing wild bees. Before leaving, Zhao Dezhu was still a little worried about him, so Zhao Zong had to say that he would be careful. Sun Aiqin still disagreed with him releasing the wild bees so rashly, and asked Zhao Tao to go back quickly to get him protective clothing and a mask. Zhao Zong agreed on the surface, and as soon as the three of them left, he opened the bag containing the wild bees. The first one to fly out was the wild bee queen Xiaomi, and behind her was a dense swarm of wild bees like a black fog. A swarm of wild bees of such a scale flying up and down instantly alarmed the hornets in the next cave. A swarm of hornets flew out under the leadership of the contracted hornets. More than 2,000 large hornets gathered together, and their momentum was much stronger than a swarm of tens of thousands of wild bees. Seeing that the two bee colonies were about to fight each other, Zhao Zong hurriedly called the two queen bees to stop. If a fight breaks out, it's likely that not a single bee will be left in this colony of wild bees. There is no way around it, since hornets are the natural enemies of wild bees. After finally persuading the hornet queen to go back, Zhao Zong then directed the wild bee queen Xiaomi to go to their cave. Xiaomi, who had just flown into the cave, sent a message into Zhao Zhang's mind. This feeling includes excitement, happiness, and more importantly, excitement. It seems that the wild bee colony likes this nest very much. Zhao Zong muttered to himself. Of course, the wild bee colonies like this cave, which is not only sheltered from wind and rain but also dry and comfortable. The most important thing is that there are beehives inside where they can build nests. The original round wooden beehives can give them a sense of security. Zhao Zong came to the entrance of the cave where the wild bee colony lived and observed. Under the command of the wild bee queen Xiaomi, the bees entered each beehive in an orderly manner. The wild bee queen Xiaomi naturally entered the largest beehive. After arranging them, Zhao Zong felt relieved. On the way back home, he saw his fourth sister Zhao Tao running to bring him equipment. Xiaowu, why did you come down? Have you already released the wild bees? Zhao Tao asked in confusion. Zhao Xiaowu chuckled. It's done, it's done. Everything went smoothly into the beehive. There was no trouble at all. Zhao Tao felt a little disappointed. She didn't see the wild bees enter the beehive, which made her feel a little regretful. Zhao Xiaowu did not notice his fourth sister's lost look. He seemed to suddenly remember something and said to her. Fourth sister, can the wild bees bring you some food these days? Just give them honey and put it on a plate. Once they are settled and start collecting honey and making honey, you won't have to deliver honey to them anymore. Zhao Tao then realized that wild bees also need to eat. She did not refuse the job, but said to Zhao Zong. Should we give the hornets some honey? Zhao Zong smiled and said. That's not necessary for hornets. They mainly eat meat or various small insects. I can just catch some wild animals to feed them when I have time. You don't have to worry about it. When Zhao Tao heard Xiaowu say this, she obediently followed him back. When they arrived at the door of the house, Zhao Zong suddenly said to Zhao Tao. Fourth sister, you can keep bees for me from now on. I will give you $1 a day. As soon as Zhao Zong finished speaking, Zhao Tao's eyes turned red. She said in a low voice. Xiaowu, don't you want to help me make money? When Zhao Xiaowu heard what fourth sister said, he knew that fourth sister had misunderstood, and he quickly explained. Fourth sister, it's too dangerous for you to go up the mountain to catch bees. There are not only bees in the forest, but also various wild animals. If you feed the wild bees for me at home, I will give you $1 a day. This way you won't be tired and you can earn more money. I went to the fields to earn work points, but after working hard all day, I couldn't even earn a dime. Zhao Tao felt a little better after hearing what her brother Xiaowu said. She was not greedy and knew that $1 a day was already a lot. Besides, feeding bees is no different from just sitting there. The reason why Zhao Zong said this was that he decided to save money. That's right, from now on he will not give his money to his family. The money from selling bees and honey has exceeded 100 yuan. This money is enough for their family to spend for a long time. Although he was still a little worried that his mother would not agree, he decided to take the money himself. Without money, he always felt empty and insecure. Zhao Zong had nothing to do when he returned home. The hornet colonies and wild honeybee colonies have been settled. It's still early now, so what should we do? Finally, Zhao Zong took the wild honey to Yang Baozi's house to sell it. He made 2 trips and sold 2.5 barrels of wild honey, earning a total of 123 yuan. He did not sell the remaining half bucket of honey, but planned to keep it to feed the wild bee colonies and his own family. At noon, Sun Yueqin and Zhao Dezhu came back from the fields. As soon as she entered the inner room, she uttered a scream. Zhao Dezhu, who was still washing his hands in the yard, hurried into the house upon hearing the sound. "What's wrong? Yueqin, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Dezhu anxiously touched Sun Yueqin's body up and down, as if he was afraid that she was injured. Sun Yueqin ignored Zhao Dezhu beside her and ran to the yard angrily and shouted, "Little 4 and little 5, you two come out." Zhao Tao and Zhao Zong walked out of the room with confused looks on their faces. "Mom, what's wrong?" Zhao Tao asked with some confusion. "Where is the honey in my house?" Sun Yueqin almost shouted these words. She was very anxious, those wild honey were her lifeblood. Zhao Tao glanced at Zhao Xiaowu and said, "In the morning, Xiaowu picked it up and sold it." Zhao Zong thought, "Sure enough, it's here." Upon hearing what her daughter said, Sun Yueqin's eyebrows immediately stood up. She stared at Zhao Zong and asked, "Why didn't you tell me you were selling honey? Where's the money?" After saying that, she stretched out her hand in front of Zhao Zong. Zhao Zong did not take out the money. He smiled frivolously and said, "Mom, I'm saving the money for myself. I'm going to save it to get married." As soon as Sun Yueqin heard the first half of Zhao Zhang's words, she wanted to lose her temper. The palm was raised, and then Zhao Zhang's next words were heard. "Save money to marry a wife." This sentence seemed like a spell, and it stunned Sun Yueqin for a moment. Her eyebrows lowered and she looked at Zhao Dezhu with a strange look on her face. Zhao Dezhu was very happy, thinking, "This kid finally got it and wants to get married." If it were in the past, the couple would still worry about Zhao Zong finding a wife. There is no other reason. The main reason is that my family is so poor. Let alone money, we can't even afford to eat. Now their family has made money thanks to Zhao Zong selling wild honey, and their lives are much better. The old couple suddenly felt that the burden on their shoulders was greatly lightened. Zhao Zong didn't expect that he could solve this difficult problem with just one sentence. Although Sun Yueqin and Zhao Dezhu were happy, they were still a little worried and said, "Don't waste that money. The wild honey should have sold for about 100 yuan, which is not a small amount." Zhao Zong nodded in agreement hurriedly. "Don't worry, I won't spend money recklessly. I will earn more money to support you in the future." When Sun Yueqin and Zhao Dezhu heard this, they immediately smiled. In the afternoon, Zhao Zong had a nice nap. When he got up, it was already past 3 in the afternoon and his parents had already gone to work in the fields. Zhao Tao had just poured some honey from the bucket onto a plate and was preparing to go to the back mountain to feed the wild bees. Zhao Zong, who had nothing to do, had to pick up the slingshot again and walk into the forest. As soon as he walked out of the house, he had already summoned the contracted tiger bee and the flower magpie Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao has been having so much fun these days that Zhao Zong has no time to take care of it, so it goes around playing by itself. I don't know if it's because of the system, but the size of the flower magpie Xiaoqiao and the contracted tiger bee has grown a lot bigger. Its small body is much larger than the ordinary magpie, with a wingspan of more than 60 centimeters. It felt heavy even when standing on Zhao Zhang's shoulders. The contracted tiger bee is not to be outdone, its length now reaches 7 centimeters. Zhao Zong had never seen such a big hornet in his entire life. Through the changes in these two little guys, Zhao Zong has determined that the system has a certain improvement and strengthening effect on the contracted beasts. When Zhao Zong came to the woods, he felt like a god. He started killing as soon as he came in, and immediately got 5 turtle doves, 3 magpies, and 4 pheasants. He himself didn't expect to be so lucky to encounter so many prey. It's indeed the aura of the protagonist. It's difficult for others to hunt one wild animal, but he can get so many in just a few minutes. Although he caught a lot of prey, he still felt a little unwilling to give up. On the mountain, he saw a lot of wild rabbits, but unfortunately his slingshot was useless against them. It is impossible to kill a rabbit with a slingshot unless you hit the rabbit's head or eyes with extreme precision. After his nth encounter with the wild rabbit, Zhao Zong couldn't help it anymore. He aimed the slingshot at the hare's head and quickly let go before it noticed him. The stone whizzed out like a bullet and shot towards the hare's head. Bang! A muffled sound. "Hit it!" Zhao Zong exclaimed softly and ran quickly in the direction of the wild rabbit. Only after he ran over did he realize that he had really hit the wild rabbit. The wild rabbit was very fat, probably weighing about 7 or 8 kilograms. It was lying on the ground, twitching and kicking its legs. The wound was right on the head, and Zhao Zong had beaten all the brains out. Zhao Zong happily grabbed the wild rabbit's ears, and at this moment the system prompt sound came from his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a wild rabbit. Reward the host with hunting value, 20 points. Host's current hunting value, 138 points. Zhao Zong remembered that the remaining hunting value he had last time was 35 points, and he earned another 103 points from this hunting trip. Through these hunting trips, Zhao Zong gradually figured out the approximate hunting value of various prey. Killing a wild rabbit will reward you with 20 hunting points. Killing a pheasant will reward you with 10 hunting points. A turtle dove 5 o'clock. A sparrow 2 points. A magpie at 6 o'clock. With this calculation, the prey just caught plus the 35 hunting points left over from last time is exactly 138 points. Killing the hare with a slingshot this time gave Zhao Zong great confidence. But when he met the hare again, he failed. Wild rabbits are so alert and have very good hearing. He thought he was careful enough, but he didn't expect the wild rabbit to hear his footsteps and run away. He shot a stone at the hare from a distance with his slingshot. However, the stone only hit the rabbit's body, and the rabbit ran away without even stopping. Zhao Zong now urgently needs to obtain a handy weapon. His mind once again recalled what his mother said that day. Old Zhang can make bows and arrows. In fact, he didn't even want to use the bow and arrow, he wanted to use a gun. His experience as a soldier in his previous life made him feel that guns were more suitable for him. In fact, many families in the village have guns, but they are all homemade guns made of iron sand. That kind of homemade gun is completely useless at long distances. He had already caught a lot today and there was no more room to hang all the prey on his body. Zhao Zong was about to return home when he suddenly found the contracted tiger bee flying towards him excitedly. The contracted tiger bee must have found the hive, otherwise it wouldn't have come to call him so eagerly. After looking at the prey in his hands, he decided to go for it. Following the contracted hornets, he soon found the place where a nest of hornets was hiding. This time, the hornet's nest was hidden underground, leaving only a hole the size of a thumb for entry and exit. As soon as he approached, several hornets flew out of the cave and flew towards him viciously. He dropped the prey in his hand, picked up a branch and prepared to hit it. Before he could make a move, he saw Hua Shike Xiao Qiao and the contracted tiger bee rushing over. It was small but ferocious and almost bit one of the hornets in one bite. However, it did not eat the hornets, but instead bit them to death and threw them on the ground. The contracted hornet is even more ferocious. Its body is 7 centimeters long, more than twice as large as that of an ordinary hornet. Zhao Zong couldn't even see how it moved, and the hornets entangled with it fell to the ground one after another. With the help of the 2 little ones, Zhao Zong found it easier to catch the hornet. He first took out the small net bag he carried with him and covered the entrance of the hornet's hole with it. After some more trouble, all the hornets in the cave were finally put into the net bag. He did not let go of the hornet nest underground and started digging it up directly. There are quite a lot of hornets in this nest, about 600 or 700. Zhao Zong picked up the honeycomb he had just dug out, looked it up and down, and felt that there were still quite a few bee pupae. He was reluctant to eat the bee pupae, so he decided to keep them in the cave to breed. As he walked, he carried the hornet in the net bag and said to the contracted hornet, "Little tiger bee, they will be your little brothers from now on." The contracted tiger bee seemed to understand and flew up and down happily. The prey Zhao Zong caught this time in the mountains was quite abundant. When he returned home, Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yueqin had not yet returned home from work. There was only Zhao Tao, who had nothing to do at home. When she saw Zhao Xiaowu bringing back so many preys, she was so happy that she almost went crazy. She screamed in surprise and hurried over to take the prey from Zhao Zhang's hand. Zhao Tao's 2 hands could not hold so many prey, so she could only hold the 2 ears of the wild rabbit and a few turtle doves in her left hand. He used his right hand to take the 4 pheasants and magpies from Zhao Zhang's hand. After handing the prey to his 4th sister, Zhao Xiaowu went back to the house and lay down. Seeing him like this, Zhao Tao was not angry. Instead, she smiled and closed the door of Zhao Zhang's room. This is the treatment for capable people. Those who can get food are capable. Zhao Xiaowu, who was sleeping, was woken up by Sun Yueqin. It turned out that Zhao Tao had already prepared the meal and it was time to eat. What did you do this time? Zhao Xiaowu asked in a daze. When she saw the dishes on the table, she immediately became excited. Finally, I can eat meat. Fourth sister Zhao Tao was really generous. She stewed a whole pot of pheasant and potatoes. While eating, Sun Yueqin said to Zhao Zong, "There isn't much meat on the turtle doves and magpies. I asked your fourth sister to pack them up and smoke them. We stewed a whole pheasant today, and now we have 3 pheasants and a wild rabbit in the kitchen. Why don't you take these pheasants and rabbits and sell them? We can't even eat them all." Sun Yueqin mumbled a lot. After hearing what his mother Sun Yueqin said, Zhao Zong thought for a while. It is now the end of April and the weather is gradually getting warmer, but it is not too hot in the mountains yet. However, these dead prey are definitely difficult to preserve. With so much meat, they definitely won't be able to finish it in a short time. If I sell it, I probably won't get much money. After much thought, Zhao Zong decided to give the wild rabbit away. The person he was going to send off was none other than Old Zhang from the village. Old Zhang is not only the hunter in the village, but also Wenxio's father. When Zhao Zong thought of Wenxio, he recalled how she looked at that time and was really moved. Another important reason is that Old Zhang is a hunter in the village. Now that Zhao Zong has a hunting system, he will definitely go into the mountains to hunt in the future. Old Zhang knew the rules and hunting techniques of the mountains, and he could also make bows and arrows. After making his plan, Zhao Zong told Sun Yueqin about it. "Mom, let's save those pheasants for eating. We can eat more meat and consume less food. As for the wild rabbit, I plan to give it to Old Zhang." Sun Yueqin's first reaction was that Zhao Xiaowu fell in love with Wenxio, the maid from Old Zhang's family. But she also liked Wenxio very much. Seeing her son being so well behaved, she was so happy that she couldn't contain herself. When Zhao Zong saw his mother smiling so strangely, he knew what she was thinking. But he was too lazy to explain, and it would be better if his parents didn't stop him. In fact, he also had plans to get close to Wenxio in his heart. A gentleman dreams of marrying a beautiful lady. Wenxio is the most outstanding girl in the area. That look, that figure, nothing to say. After lunch, Zhao Zong carried the wild rabbit and walked towards Old Zhang's house. As it was just after noon, there were relatively few villagers on the village road. Almost everyone eats or rests at home. We arrived at Old Zhang's house without any obstacles, and it only took about 7 or 8 minutes to walk there. The wooden door of Old Zhang's house was open, and Zhao Zong glanced into the yard secretly, feeling somewhat guilty. He didn't see anyone, and thinking about what happened that day, he couldn't help but back off. What if Wenxio tells her family about what happened that day? "I just delivered myself to your door." But when he thought about the fact that he had a hunting system and could learn a lot from Old Zhang, he forced himself to shout, "Uncle Zhang, are you home?" As soon as he finished shouting, a crisp girl's voice responded from the room. "Who is it?" "My dad is at home." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zong saw a pretty girl walking out from the inner room. If this isn't Wenxio, who else could it be? Wenxio, who came out from the inner room, also saw Zhao Zong. She was stunned for a moment, then murmured, "Little brother Wu." Then she seemed to have thought of something, her face suddenly turned red, tears welled up in her eyes, and she turned around and ran into the inner room. "Wenxio, I..." Zhao Zong hurriedly tried to go up and explain, but bumped into a burly man. "Brother De Guang." Before he could finish his words, the burly man grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Zhao Xiaowu was very familiar with this person, he was Wenxio's brother Zhang Daguang. A burly man who looked like a black bear, but he was not ugly. "Brother Daguang, I'm here to deliver something to Uncle Zhang." Zhao Zong hurriedly lifted the wild rabbit in his right hand. Zhang Daguang stopped his actions, looked at Zhao Xiaowu suspiciously, and said in a loud voice, "Would you be so kind as to send something to my father? Tell me. Did you bully my sister? Why did my sister cry when she saw you?" Zhao Xiaowu didn't dare to mention what happened that day. He just said that he had shot a wild rabbit and wanted to give it to Uncle Zhang. Since the other person came to visit his father with gifts, Zhang Daguang naturally could not be rude to Zhao Zong as he did just now. He slowly put Zhao Zong down, pointed to the inner room and said, "My father is eating in the inner room, please go in." After saying these words, Zhang Daguang went to find his younger sister. Zhao Xiaowu then straightened his clothes and walked towards the inner room. As soon as I entered the room, I saw a man with white hair sitting at the dining table eating. Next to him was a middle-aged woman, whose figure was fuller than that of an average woman. When Zhao Zong saw the woman, he was slightly stunned, because this was the first time he saw someone who was slightly fat after he traveled through time. This also shows that old Zhang's family lives a good life. He could understand it as soon as he thought about it. After all, old Zhang was a famous hunter in the area, and their family should not be short of meat. When they saw the village scoundrel Zhao Xiaowu carrying a wild rabbit into the house, he didn't say a word and just stared at the old couple. Old Zhang snorted in displeasure. "Humph! What are you doing here, kid?" He picked up some food and ate it while talking. He glanced at Zhao Xiaowu and then stopped looking at him. Only then did Zhao Zong realize that it was unreasonable for him to stare at others like that. He immediately put on a smile, raised the wild rabbit in his hand and shook it, then said in a flattering manner, "Uncle Zhang, I have nothing to do, I just came to see you." Who is old Zhang? Not only has he eaten more salt than Zhao Xiaowu, but he has also seen countless people. He knew too well the meaning of the saying, "No one comes to the temple without a request." Seeing that Zhao Xiaowu didn't say anything and was still laughing in front of him, he didn't want to say anything more to Zhao Xiaowu, so he just said, "Just tell me what you want to say. Don't waste your time like an old woman." As soon as he said this, the middle-aged woman next to him became unhappy. Wenxio's mother tapped the plate with her chopsticks and glared at old Zhang. Hearing the sound of chopsticks hitting the plate, old Zhang appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually very panicked inside. "I just spoke without thinking, and now this tigress will hold a grudge against me." Old Zhang sighed in his heart and regretted saying the words, "old woman." Although old Zhang is a respected hunter and gunner outside, he is very afraid of his wife at home and lets Wenxio's mother control her very strictly. However, Zhao Zong didn't know this. Seeing that old Zhang asked him to tell him the purpose of his visit in a serious manner, he stopped trying to hide it and said directly, "Uncle Zhang, this is what happened. I went to the mountains twice these past 2 days and I felt that I was still too inexperienced. I wanted to learn the hunting skills from you. Besides, I don't have any good tools right now. My parents told me that you can make a bow, so I wanted to ask you to teach me." Hula, hula, he said a lot of things. As soon as Zhao Xiaowu finished speaking, he picked up the wild rabbit in his hand and tried to put it into old Zhang's hand. Old Zhang took a look at the wild rabbit that Zhao Xiaowu stuffed into his hand and was about to push it away. His eyes caught sight of the wound on the rabbit's head. He paused for a moment and said, "You want to learn hunting from me? Learn to make a bow and arrow? You just give me a crappy wild rabbit to fool me. Get lost. Don't disturb me while I'm eating." Old Zhang really didn't like the wild rabbit Zhao Xiaowu sent him. When did he go up the mountain without bringing back prey? His family always had pheasants, rabbits, and other things, otherwise how could Wenxio's brother look like a black bear? He is an old hunter, not a novice like Zhao Xiaowu. Zhao Zong didn't expect that old Zhang would refuse so bluntly and without any mercy. In fact, this was already old Zhang giving him face, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to enter old Zhang's house. Zhao Xiaowu's reputation is not just bad, it was only because he once helped Wenxio, otherwise old Zhang would have kicked him out long ago. Zhao Zong was a little disappointed. He didn't expect that his trip was in vain. But he was not discouraged. In his opinion, as long as he was thick-skinned, he could not only win over women but also men, even if the man was an old man. He laughed again and said to old Zhang, "Uncle, then you eat first. I won't disturb you. I'll go home first." After saying that, he put down the rabbit, turned around and walked out of the room without waiting for old Zhang's reaction. Unexpectedly, I saw Wenxio again in the yard. This time, Wenxio didn't cry, but just called out softly, "Little brother Wu." Zhao Xiaowu looked around and didn't see the big guy Zhang Duguang. He immediately came up to Wenxiu and whispered. Sister Wenxiu, it was Brother Xiaowu who was wrong last time, don't blame me. Zhao Zong could only apologize first, he had to take responsibility for this matter. You can't just say to Miss Wenxiu, that person was not me, the real Zhao Xiaowu is dead. When Wenxiu heard Zhao Zong mention the last incident, her face turned red again, but she didn't cry. She pretended to be indifferent and said, Brother Xiaowu, what are you saying? I don't understand. Zhao Zong understood Wenxiu's meaning instantly. He said no more. He looked at Wenxiu deeply twice and walked out of Zhang's house. He knew that Wenxiu had forgiven him, and Wenxiu was also afraid that this would be known by old Zhang in the inner room. Otherwise, with old Zhang's character, he would have dared to hit him directly with his old sleeve. Not to mention old Zhang, I guess even the black bear demon Zhang Duguang won't let him off. At Wenxiu's house, as soon as Zhao Zong walked out of the inner room, Wenxiu's mother twisted old Zhang's arm hard. If old Zhang hadn't cared about his own face, he would have shouted out long ago. You old man! Xiaowu saved our Xiuxiu. You know that. If you don't want to teach him, then don't teach him. Why did you just chase the child away? Wenxiu's mother complained that old Zhang didn't know how to do things. Unexpectedly, old Zhang glared at me and started yelling in a loud voice. If I hadn't seen him save our Wenxiu, I wouldn't have let him in. Don't think I can't see it. This kid has bad intentions. The way he looks at our Wenxiu has never been normal. Zhao Zong didn't hear what he said because he had already walked away. Otherwise, he really wanted to go in and tell old Zhang that was done by the former Zhao Xiaowu. Wenxiu's mother naturally knew that what old Zhang said was right, but she still felt that her man had to consider Zhao Deju's face even if he didn't consider Zhao Xiaowu's. Unexpectedly, when Wenxiu's mother mentioned Zhao Deju, old Zhang became even more angry. Don't mention Zhao Deju. He has no face in front of me. I just can't understand how a grown man could let his wife and children live like that. I just heard our production team leader say a few days ago that Sun Yueqin went to his house to borrow grain. Old Zhang had a look of disdain on his face, as if he was looking down on Zhao Deju. Wenxiu's mother also sighed. Ah. Who says it's not true? The whole team knows that his parents favor the third family and suck the blood of Zhao Deju's family to support the third family, but Zhao Deju can't turn the tables. Eh? No. Who did you call yourself, me, just now, old man? Wenxiu's mother angrily picked up the broom on the Kong and hit old Zhang with it. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I didn't tell you. Ouch. Wenxiu walked into the inner room and saw her father being chased and beaten by her mother, with a look of normalcy on his face. Dad, my brother went to Brother Quanzi's house, he said, he will go to work when the time comes. Only after hearing her daughter's voice did Wenxiu's mother stop beating old Zhang. Old Zhang was able to escape because of his daughter, so he was very grateful to his daughter. Xiu, what did you say to that little bastard in the yard just now? I heard you two whispering. Ah. You didn't say anything. Brother Xiaowu. No, Zhao Xiaowu said he admires you very much and that you are the best hunter in this area. He wants to learn hunting from you and learn skills from you. Wenxiu's words touched old Zhang's heart, especially because they came from his own daughter. If the same words were spoken by Zhao Xiaowu, old Zhang would not hesitate to listen to them. With Wenxiu's help, old Zhang couldn't help but feel proud. He waved his hand and said to Wenxiu. That's right. I, old Zhang, know a thing or two about hunting. Watch me show that little bastard my skills today. After saying that, old Zhang stood up from the Kong, picked up the wild rabbit left by Zhao Xiaowu and walked out of the room. When Wenxiu and her mother came out from the inner room, old Zhang had already set up the round wooden board and took out a leather cutter and scraper. The so-called round wooden board is not a round piece of wood, but an arc-shaped wooden board. The leather scraper is a tool specifically used for tanning leather. The scraper is shaped into a smooth arc so that it can better scrape off the remaining meat and fat on the fur. Old Zhang was very skilled. He used a homemade dagger to cut the hare's chin, then cut all the way down along the hare's belly to its tail. With old Zhang's superb skinning skills, a complete hare skin was peeled off. No. Not complete. There was a thumb-sized hole on the head of the hare's skin, which was caused by Zhao Xiaowu's slingshot. This kid's slingshot is pretty accurate. It's not easy to kill a wild rabbit with a slingshot. Old Zhang muttered to himself as he looked at the wild rabbit's skin in his hand. Wenxiu's mother and Wenxiu were naturally no stranger to old Zhang's skinning skills. They had seen it too many times and now they still had a lot of furs at home. 2 days later. When Zhao Xiaowu saw Wenxiu again, Wenxiu was holding a furry thing. He thought it was a wild rabbit, but it turned out to be a wild rabbit's skin. "Brother Xiaowu, this is what my father asked me to give you. He said he would not eat your rabbit meat for nothing, and he asked me to give you the skin." After saying this, Wenxiu wanted to turn around and leave, but Zhao Zong couldn't let her go like that. As soon as he got the wild rabbit skin, he decided to become old Zhang's apprentice. There was no other reason, it was just that old Zhang's craftsmanship was so good. The wild rabbit skin felt soft and smooth, without even a trace of odor, which surprised Zhao Zong. "Wenxiu, don't leave yet. It was Brother Xiaowu who was wrong about what happened before. I have really changed now. Do you believe me?" Zhao Xiaowu said to Wenxiu sincerely. Wenxiu felt happy when she saw Zhao Zhang's sincere look. She was really one of the people who hoped that Zhao Xiaowu would become better. "Brother Xiaowu, I believe you." Wenxiu looked at Zhao Xiaowu with her bright eyes. "Ahem, Wenxiu, can you please help me put in a good word to your dad? I really want to learn some skills from him." Zhao Xiaowu looked at Wenxiu and said somewhat embarrassedly. Seeing Zhao Xiaowu's embarrassed look, Wenxiu couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Xiaowu, don't worry, my father asked me to give you the leather so that you can see his craftsmanship. He asked me to tell you something. He said that if you want to be his disciple, you must at least get a big wild animal first." When Zhao Zong heard that old Zhang had agreed, he was very happy and vowed to Wenxiu that he could get a big wild animal. Wenxiu told him to be careful and went home. Zhao Xiaowu decided to go up the mountain to hunt tomorrow, and find some weapons today. In his memory, Zhao Xiaowu's friend Feng Lauer seemed to have a red-tasseled spear at home. When they were young, Feng Lauer often showed it off to Zhao Xiaowu, and Zhao Xiaowu was so greedy that he drooled. But now that he has grown up, that guy no longer regards the red-tasseled spear as a treasure. Zhao Zong did what he said. He didn't even go home and went straight to Feng Lauer's house. "Second brother. Are you home?" Zhao Zong was shouting at the door of Feng Lauer's house. I only heard a lazy reply from inside the door. "Who is it? You're here in the middle of the day. Can't I sleep?" As the door opened, Feng Lauer appeared in front of Zhao Zong in a daze. "Huh. Xiaowu. You finally came to see me. I haven't seen you for a week." As he said that, Feng Lauer reached out and grabbed Zhao Zhang's wrist, trying to drag him home. The force was so great that Zhao Zong was unable to break free for a moment. "Second brother. Hey, don't pull me first, I have something to talk to you about," Zhao Zong said as he entered Feng Lauer's house. This was the first time Zhao Zong had come to him for something, and Feng Lauer was still a little incredulous. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Xiaowu, what do you want from me?" "Second brother, is your red tassel spear still at home? I want to borrow it," Zhao Zong said bluntly. "Yes. But what do you want to borrow the red tassel spear for? Are you going to fight?" When Feng Lauer thought about Zhao Zong going to fight again, he was so happy. He is the kind of person who enjoys watching the fun and no matter how much trouble he makes. Zhao Zong now begins to value his reputation and will not let Feng Lauer have any more wild thoughts. "I'm going to the mountains to hunt, but I don't have any good weapons. I want to borrow your red tassel spear." That's it. Feng Lauer thought that Zhao Xiaowu came to play with him. Seeing that he only came to borrow the red tassel spear, he immediately became dispirited and felt that there was no point. Although he was a little disappointed, Feng Lauer still went into the house to get the red tassel spear for Zhao Xiaowu. Zhao Xiaowu did not go into their house, but waited patiently in the yard. Soon Feng Lauer came out with 2 things, and Zhao Zong was delighted when he saw them. "Oh my! You still have this thing at home. Lauer, you are really a good brother." After Zhao Zong finished speaking, he patted Feng Lauer's shoulder heavily with his palm. What is the good thing that Zhao Zong is talking about? It turned out to be a homemade gun. In this day and age, there are still quite a few of these things in rural areas. Here you go, this is a gunpowder bag, and this is iron sand. Feng Lauer first handed the gunpowder bag and iron sand bag in his hand to Zhao Xiaowu, and then gave him the earth rifle. Zhao Xiaowu happily took the earthen spear, and then took the red tassel spear from Feng Lauer. You can use this gun first. My dad hasn't been to the mountain for a long time. When he needs it, I'll come back to you for it. Feng Lauer said generously. By the way, Xiaowu, can you use a gun? Well, I saw others fight. Feng Lauer's question made Zhao Zong feel a little embarrassed, because he had never used this kind of earthen gun filled with gunpowder in his previous life. Feng Lauer was not stupid. When he heard Zhao Xiaowu say that he had seen others use it, he knew that this guy definitely wouldn't know how to use it. He directly snatched the gunpowder bag and iron sand bag that had just been handed to Zhao Xiaowu, and opened the oil paper wrapping the two things. There are small paper packages inside. Feng Lauer held the small packages and said to Zhao Zong. Xiaowu, these are the gunpowder and iron sand that my father has divided into certain quantities. When you use it, put a bag of gunpowder first, then poke the gunpowder with this thin iron stick, and then put a bag of iron sand in it. Feng Lauer was giving a demonstration to Zhao Xiaowu while speaking. Zhao Zong had also seen this kind of homemade rifle on TV in his previous life, but he was not sure about the amount of gunpowder used. Now, the second son's father has directly divided the gunpowder and iron sand for his own convenience. He was about to leave with his red-tasseled spear and earth spear, but he saw Feng Lauer's disappointed expression. He was a little hesitant because his predecessor Zhao Xiaowu had a good relationship with Feng Lauer. According to the seniority system in the village, Zhao Zong is still Feng Lauer's uncle. However, the two have a very good relationship and each has his own opinions. He really wanted to take Feng Lauer to the mountains to hunt, but when he thought of his own secret, he gave up the idea. Zhao Zong said to Feng Lauer, "Second brother, wait till I kill the prey and I'll treat you to some meat." After saying that, Zhao Zong turned and left. Feng Lauer just chuckled and didn't say anything. Zhao Zong went home, took Hua Shichue and Xiaoqiao and went up the mountain. He did not bring the contracted tiger bees because the tiger bees had to take care of the bee colony, and Xiaoqiao was faster and smarter. As soon as he reached the mountain, Zhao Zong gave Hua Shike a small instruction. "Qiaoer, go take a look around. If you see any big prey, use telepathy to let me know." As soon as he finished saying this, he spread his small wings, fluttered, and flew away. Zhao Zong himself walked towards the mountains, practicing the movements of loading the homemade rifle along the way. He is not a moron, of course he knows the dangers in the mountains. There was no danger when catching bees before because he did not go deep into the mountains and always wandered around the edge of the forest. However, there are very few large wild animals in the areas on the edge of the forest. It's not to say that there are none. Occasionally, a group of wild boars will run out and damage the crops, or a stupid roe deer will run out. Zhao Zong was so absorbed in practicing with his earth spear when he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. He hurriedly entered the system panel, found the vision icon on it, and clicked on the small shape of the flower magpie. The world in his eyes changed in an instant, and at this moment Zhao Zong felt like he was at the top branch of a big tree. Looking at a wild boar under the big tree. A big wild boar. Judging from the angle on the tree, this wild boar is not small, it probably weighs at least 300 pounds. Generally, wild boars of this size are male boars, but the problem is that male wild boars usually follow pigs in the herd. How could this big boar act alone? Zhao Zong couldn't understand this, and this was his disadvantage as an amateur. If old Zhang were here, he would be able to tell at once that this wild boar was driven out by the herd because the big bull in the herd felt it was a threat. Zhao Zong didn't know this, nor did he know how powerful this wild boar was. He simply thought that this was an opportunity. If he could beat the big wild boar back, he would definitely be accepted as a disciple by old Zhang. Under the guidance of Hua Shichue, Zhao Zong slowly walked towards the direction of the wild boar. He also grabbed a handful of dry soil, twisted it into powder, and let the powdered soil float in the wind to determine the wind direction. He approached the wild boar from the downwind direction. After walking for about half an hour, Zhao Zong did not dare to walk any further. Through the telepathy with Hua Shichue, he knew that the big wild boar was right in front of him. At this moment, his heart beat faster and he felt his whole body trembling. It's not that he was afraid, but the rapid secretion of adrenaline made him very excited. He forced himself to calm down, taking deep breaths quietly. Slowly, he stopped shaking and his hands and feet returned to normal. Zhao Zong slowly poked half of his head out from behind the big rock where he was hiding. Sure enough, a big wild boar appeared 30 meters in front of me. This big wild boar has a strong and sturdy body, with the steel hair on its back standing upright. Its long nose looks very wet, with a lot of dirt stuck on it. What concerned him most were the wild boar's fangs. This big wild boar had 2 big fangs sticking out of its mouth, each revealing about 10 centimeters. The heartbeat that had just calmed down began to speed up again, and Zhao Zong quickly adjusted his mood. He loaded the musket with gunpowder, loaded it with iron sand, and aimed it at the head of the wild boar in the distance. The big wild boar in the distance seemed to sense the danger and was digging the ground with its nose as it walked. Now he suddenly stopped moving, and his pair of cunning eyes looked around nervously. Fortunately, Zhao was hiding in the downwind direction, so he was not exposed. He waited patiently for more than 10 minutes before the big wild boar slowly moved again. He was still walking towards Zhao Zong, but now he was no longer digging for food on the ground. When the big wild boar was about 15 or 16 meters away from Zhao Zong finally couldn't bear it anymore. This distance is also the best attack range for the iron sand earth gun. He aimed at the wild boar's forehead and pulled the trigger. Bang! A crisp yet dull sound of gunfire resounded throughout the forest. The big wild boar that was walking raised its head and let out a shrill scream. Then, the big wild boar turned around and ran away. Its speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. Zhao Zong was also confused. He clearly saw that he had shot the big wild boar. How come it can still run after being hit in the head? He no longer hesitated and hurriedly chased in the direction the wild boar was escaping. While chasing, he gave a small order to Hua Shike who was following him. Xiao Qiao, chase after him. Quack! Quack! Xiao Qiao responded twice and then flew away quickly. Zhao Zong saw a lot of blood on the road, which made him more certain that he had hit a wild boar. What he couldn't understand was why the wild boar ran away even though he hit it. In the distance, in a grass hut about 500 or 600 meters away from Zhao Zong, a big wild boar was lying quietly inside, its face covered in blood. Its long, thin pig face was covered with tiny holes, from which blood was still flowing. The pig's nose was smashed, leaving only a bloody hole. One of its eyes was completely blinded, and the other eye, although not blind, was seriously injured and bleeding. At this moment, the only eye that was not blind was filled with brutal hatred. It must kill the human who attacks it, otherwise it will die with regret. Zhao Zong followed the bloodstains on the ground to track the wild boar, and suddenly he felt a beating in his heart. Without thinking, he immediately hid behind a sturdy tree and waited for a while. Seeing that nothing happened, he entered the vision icon in the system panel and switched to the small vision of the flower magpie. In his small field of vision, he saw the big wild boar that he had hit, which was now lying in a grass nest. Why does the big tree facing the wild boar's head look so familiar to Zhao Zong? After a moment of silence, he finally reacted. Isn't this the tree I'm hiding in now? Luckily Xiao Qiao was watching, otherwise we would have been ambushed by this beast. Zhao Zong had heard many stories about hunting in the mountains, and it was not uncommon for animals to ambush human hunters. However, since he had discovered this big wild boar, he would naturally not let it succeed. He was thinking about how to deal with this wild boar. He knew that the wild boar was at its most violent and ferocious now, but it was useless for him to be afraid. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. When a person dies, the birds fly up to the sky. Looking at the big tree next to him, he instantly had an idea, but this idea was too risky. There was a thick branch on the big tree next to Zhao Zong, about 2 meters from the ground. He could grab it with a slight jump at this height. He tried several times on the spot, and only gave up after he was sure that he could quickly climb up the branch. After that, he threw all the messy things on his body onto the tree branch and hung them there, and also placed the red tasseled spear he had borrowed from Feng Lauer's house on it. In the end, Zhao Zong only took the homemade gun and walked towards the grass nest where the wild boar was hiding. On the grass nest side, the injured wild boar had already heard the human footsteps, and its eyes became more and more fierce. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out, arousing the ferocity of the wild boar. It howled and rushed towards the place where the gunshot came from. Its crazy look was simply terrifying. At this time, Zhao Zong had already thrown down his rifle and started running towards the big tree. The crazy wild boar saw Zhao Zong running through its only remaining eye and instantly accelerated. Fortunately, Zhao Zong didn't dare to get too close to it. He fired a shot from a distance, threw the gun away and ran away. When the wild boar rushed to the bottom of the tree, Zhao Zong had just climbed over the branch. The wild boar was extremely angry for not catching up with Zhao Zong. It kept hitting him as if it was determined to fight to the death. Zhao Zong, who was on the tree branch, would not give it any chance. He quickly grabbed the red tasseled spear in his hand and stabbed it with all his strength at the wild boar that was close to him below. Puff! The sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh was heard. At the same time, the terrible howl of the wild boar was heard. The wild boar, whose body was nearly pierced by the red tassel spear, finally became afraid. It staggered and tried to run away, but after just a few steps it lost all its strength, and blood foam with bubbles kept flowing out of its mouth. Zhao Zong knew at a glance that he must have pierced the wild boar's lung. He watched the wild boar fall before he dared to jump off the tree. However, he looked at the wild boar lying on the ground and twitching and did not go over until the big wild boar was completely motionless. After some effort, Zhao Zong finally pulled the red tassel spear out of the wild boar. He took out the dagger he carried with him, cut the wild boar's throat neatly, and released the little blood left in its body. The reason for bleeding is that if the blood is not drained, the wild boar meat will be more fishy and unpalatable. This kind of big boar will naturally have a fishy smell, which is why pigs in later generations have to be artificially castrated. Looking at the big wild boar on the ground, Zhao Zong became worried again. This big guy must weigh at least 300 kilograms. How can I get it back? But if he went back to call for help, he was afraid that the smell of the wild boar's blood would attract other wild animals, and then all his work would be in vain. At this moment, the electronic prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has killed a big wild boar, and the host is rewarded with hunting value, 200 points. The host's current hunting value is 338 points. Oh, right. I can ask Xiaoqiao to take the message back. Zhao Zong slapped his head and said. Then he tore off a piece of his clothes with some heartache, and wrote a letter to his fourth sister with the pig blood on the ground. He told his fourth sister that he had killed a wild boar, and asked Zhao Tao to call his parents to help him carry the pork. Tie the letter to Xiaoqiao and let it go to find the fourth sister. Zhao Zong picked up the discarded earthen gun, loaded it with gunpowder and iron sand, and began to decompose the wild boar meat. He had to dismember the wild boar. Even if his parents and fourth sister came over, it would be difficult for 4 people to carry the wild boar weighing more than 300 pounds down the mountain. He had no choice but to dismember the wild boar in advance so that it would be more convenient for the 4 of them to carry the pork home. You know what, I always heard people say that wild boars have thick skin, but Zhao Zong didn't expect their skin to be so thick. He took great pains to cut off the pig's head. The hard hair on the wild boar and the hard-crusted mud posed a great obstacle to his work. When he finally cut open the wild boar's stomach, a bunch of offal and internal organs suddenly rushed out. The hot, fishy smell almost made Zhao Zong fall over. He suppressed the urge to vomit, cut off the wild boar's internal organs and offal, and pulled them aside. After finishing all these, Zhao Zong sat down in a place far away from the water. He took a few deep breaths and finally he could breathe smoothly. It's not that Zhao Zong is pretentious, but the smell is simply amazing. Just as he was about to cut some pork again, a slight sound suddenly came from the woods not far away. Like the sound of dead branches being stepped on. Zhao Zong didn't care, but felt happy, thinking. How come parents and fourth sister came so quickly? They look so happy. He stood up, leaning on his rifle, and shouted in the direction of the sound. "How did you get here so quickly? Did you encounter any danger on the way?" After Zhao Zong finished speaking, his expression gradually became solemn. He did not hear any response. This is so abnormal. If it were a family member, they would never fail to reply to him. He raised the rifle in his hand vigilantly and then slowly backed away. There is a big tree behind him. He can hide behind the tree and shoot, or he can climb up the tree as quickly as possible. When he slowly backed away to the big tree, he felt the roughness of the bark on his back. Call. Zhao Zong exhaled slowly and felt a sense of security in his heart. Before he could relax, a dark shadow walked out from the direction where the sound came from. Is this a wolf? Zhao Zong couldn't believe his eyes. Did he just run into a wolf? Or did the wolf come to him? The gray-black wolf was sniffing rapidly, its eyes fixed on the wild boar on the ground. Especially when it saw the wild boar's internal organs and offal on the ground, its eyes flashed green. It didn't care about the humans not far away and ran straight towards the internal organs. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zong felt much more at ease. It was just some internal organs and offal. Although these things are edible, he is still willing to give them up if he can use them to send the gray wolf away. After walking on the mountain road for half a day and fighting wits and courage with the wild boar for half a day, Zhao Zong had consumed a lot of physical strength and didn't want to fight anymore. But things did not always go as planned. Just when the wolf was eating happily, a magpie suddenly flew in the sky and started chirping. Ga. Broken. Zhao Zong thought. Sure enough, the shouts of fourth sister Zhao Tao and mother Sun Yueqin were heard afterwards. The direction they were coming from was right behind the gray wolf. The gray wolf, who was eating happily, suddenly bared his teeth and wrinkled his nose. This ferocious look can scare a timid person to tears. It turned around quickly and started growling at the forest behind it. Fuck you. Zhao Zong didn't bother to shout, because any shouting would not be as effective as firing a shot. He never put down the rifle in his hand, but pointed it directly at the wolf's head and pulled the trigger. Bang. The moment the gunshot rang out, the gray wolf's growl instantly turned into a scream. Sun Yueqin, Zhao Dezhu, and Zhao Tao, who were not far away, were walking happily when they suddenly heard gunshots not far away and were immediately startled. Especially Sun Yueqin, tears fell at that moment. Xiaowu. She shouted and was about to rush to where the gunshots came from. Fortunately, Zhao Dezhu was relatively calm. He grabbed the excited Sun Yueqin and roared in a low voice. Don't move. Take a look at the situation first. After saying this, he quickly took off the backpack from his body and put the backpack on Sun Yueqin on the ground. Zhao Tao followed suit and put down the basket. She was also a little panicked at this time, but better than Sun Yueqin. Zhao Dezhu looked around and saw a very thick crooked tree not far away. He dragged the two girls under the tree. You two, hurry up and climb up. I'll go over and take a look. After saying that, he took out a hatchet and a dagger from the basket on his back and ran towards the direction of the gunshot. After Zhao Zong shot the gray wolf, he realized that his shot had missed the target. The gray wolf's face was covered in blood, but only one big ear was missing. It bared its fangs and stared at Zhao Xiaowu viciously, its two front legs slightly bent downward, ready to pounce and bite at any time. At this time, it was too late for Zhao Zong to load gunpowder and bullets into his musket. He knew that as long as he dared to lower his head to load gunpowder, the wild wolf would immediately pounce on him and bite him to death. He continued to hold the gun in his left hand, and slowly reached for the red-tasseled spear next to him with his right hand. When he touched the red-tasseled spear, he felt much more at ease. Although there are no bullets in the gun, as long as I have the weapon in my hand, I can let the big gray dog in front of me know what terrible upright ape is. The reason why humans are afraid of wild animals is that they always want to kill them without causing any harm. If you are not afraid of getting hurt, then it is okay to kill a wolf. What's more, he has the red tassel spear in his hand. The gray wolf on the opposite side also felt strange. The momentum of the human in front of him had been weakening just now, so how come his momentum suddenly soared? Animals are the most sensitive and they can feel these psychological changes and momentum. Zhao Zong slowly placed the earth spear beside him and raised the red tassel spear. The gray wolf felt the murderous intent of the human in front of it. It didn't want to take any risks, so it lowered its head and prepared to slip away. But suddenly an axe appeared in front of its eyes, and the axe broke through the wind and chopped down. The gray wolf shrank its neck violently and barely avoided the hatchet. The wild wolf, whose retreat was cut off, became fierce and rushed towards Zhao Zong with its teeth bared. "Xiao Wu! Get out of the way!" Zhao Dezhu's anxious voice came. But Zhao Zong didn't listen to him. At this moment, his mind was clear. It was not blank as he had imagined, nor was he confused. In his previous life, he was the kind of person who was usually careless but could stand up at critical moments. The tip of the red-tasseled spear was pointed at the chest of the approaching wild wolf, waiting for it to pounce. As the wild wolf's body grew bigger in his eyes, Zhao Zong moved. Take a bow step, hold the left hand in front, hold the right hand behind, and use a move of thrust, stab. It was exactly the assassination drill that I learned when I was a soldier in my previous life. The tip of the gun pierced deeply into the wolf's chest. Ouch! The wolf howled and lowered its head to bite the gun barrel. But soon it stopped. There was no way. The gun head pierced deep and fiercely. Zhao Zong gripped the handle of the red-tasseled spear tightly and pressed the wild wolf to the ground. Only then did Zhao Dezhu run to Zhao Zong. He looked Zhao Zong up and down for a long while before he felt relieved. Apart from some blood spots, there were no wounds on Zhao Zhang's body, and his clothes were intact. But he still asked, "Xiao Wuzi, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Zhao Zong finally reacted and asked, "I'm fine. Where are my mother and fourth sister?" "Your mother and Xiao Si are behind us. I didn't let them follow me. I'm going to pick them up now." After saying that, Zhao Dezhu went back to the woods to find Sun Yueqin and her mother. Seeing Zhao Dezhu leave, Zhao Zong sat down on the ground. Killing large animals is really different from hunting rabbits and pheasants. Zhao Xiaowu muttered to himself. Before, he thought hunting was nothing special, and he had shot quite a few pheasants. But today he fought 2 battles in a row, killing a wild boar and a gray wolf. Only then did he feel that kind of discomfort. It's the feeling of watching life disappear in your own hands. Even a person with a soft heart cannot stand this feeling. In fact, the reason why Zhao Zong had this feeling was because he always fought with wild beasts at close range. If he had a good gun and could kill a wild boar or a wolf from a distance, he would not have such a strong sense of guilt. A blessing in disguise. If Zhao Zong can get over this hurdle in his heart, his hunting journey will become easier and easier in the future, and he will be able to act decisively and efficiently. If he can't get over this hurdle, he will be afraid of hunting and will no longer dare to kill. Fortunately, Zhao Zong felt uncomfortable for a while, but then he recovered. Now all he can think about is, "I'm awesome." At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Detected that the host successfully hunted a gray wolf, rewarding the host with hunting value, 70 points. Host's current hunting value, 408 points. I only gave you 70 hunting points. These hunting points are too hard to earn. I almost died here. No matter how much he complains, Zhao Zong must still be very happy. The hunting value is still higher when hunting wild animals. He thought beautifully. At this time, Zhao Dezhu also led Sun Yueqin and her mother over. When Sun Yueqin saw the bloody scene, she almost fainted. But she was not afraid of blood, but was worried about her baby son. "Xiao Wu, how are you? Are you hurt? Let mom take a look." As Sun Yueqin spoke, she touched Zhao Xiaowu's body. "Mom, I'm fine. Don't worry." Seeing Zhao Xiaowu's look, Sun Yueqin finally felt relieved. Turning around, she saw the corpses of the wild boar and the wild gray wolf on the ground, and her eyes lit up. "Oh my goodness! This wild boar must weigh 300 kilograms. This wolf weighs a little over 70 pounds. Every time Sun Yueqin spoke a word, her eyes would bend downwards a little and the corners of her mouth would turn up a little. Zhao Dezhu was also surprised. Although he had rarely been to the mountains and had always been farming honestly, he had seen the prey hunted by the hunters in the village. Many hunters strolled around the mountains and couldn't even see a trace of prey. Only old Zhang could hunt more prey, but they were mostly pheasants and rabbits, with few large wild animals. But old Zhang is a real talent. He has hunted bears and leopards in previous years. But now he is old and goes up the mountain less often. Zhao Tao didn't know what to say anymore and just kept drooling at the wild boar. Knowing that Zhao Zong had hunted a wild boar, Zhao Dezhu brought the axe used to chop firewood at home. Zhao Dezhu used a knife to cut up the wild boar meat, and occasionally used an axe to chop some bones. Zhao Xiaowu used a dagger to skin the wild gray wolf. He first cut the wolf's jaw with the dagger, and then started to skin the wolf from its mouth. Finally, for convenience, the wolf was hung up with a rope and skinned. Sometimes he cut with a dagger, sometimes he pulled the wolf's skin down with force, and his movements were not slow. Zhao Xiaowu's actions attracted the attention of the other three people. Zhao Tao couldn't help but ask Zhao Xiaowu. "Xiaowu, when did you learn how to skin people? You really do it like a real pro." Zhao Zong then remembered that his original body was a loser who knew nothing. He laughed and said, "I once went to Wenxiu's house and saw Uncle Zhang peeling the skin. He taught me a few tricks." Zhao Dezhu was a little skeptical. His relationship with old Zhang was average, and he was not sure whether what Zhao Xiaowu said was true. Sun Yueqin and her mother didn't think much about it. They just nodded and went back to their own business. Zhao Zong pretended to wipe the sweat off his face, but in his heart he felt very lucky. In fact, Zhao Zong did this a lot when he was a soldier in his previous life. Every August 1st Army Day, their unit would distribute sheep to the company. Each company was allowed to slaughter and process the sheep on their own. Some chose to roast the whole sheep, some roast the lamb on skewers, and some stew the lamb. Zhao Zong has been helping out every year since he was a recruit until he retired. "I helped out in the first 2 years, but later I started killing and skinning the sheep." Their company was very united. Once, the company commander felt that 1 sheep was not enough for a company, so he bought 3 or 4 more with his own money, giving each platoon 1 sheep. That day, Zhao Zong slaughtered so many sheep that his hands were tired. No longer thinking about the past, Zhao Xiaowu continued to clean up the wolf corpses. An hour and a half later, the big wild boar and the gray wolf were finally dealt with. Zhao Zong estimated that the meat of the wild boar and wolf combined weighed about 300 kilograms. He and Zhao Dezhu each carried 100 kilograms of meat, while Sun Yueqin and Zhao Tao each carried 50 kilograms of meat. Before leaving, Sun Yueqin looked at the internal organs and sewage on the ground reluctantly. Zhao Dezhu was a little reluctant to give them up, as these were all great snacks to go with wine. However, Zhao Zong still advised them to leave the organs and offal behind, because if they walked in the forest carrying so much meat, it would definitely attract the attention of other wild animals. If we are attacked by other wild beasts at that time, it will be too much of a loss. So they simply left the internal organs and offal that these beasts love to eat here, so that other beasts would not follow them. Finally, Sun Yueqin took advantage of Zhao Zhang's back and secretly cut off the wild boar's heart and put it in the basket on her back. The rest of the wild boar's internal organs and offal had already been eaten by the gray wolf, so she just didn't want them. She had been eyeing this pig's heart for a long time. As for the wolf's internal organs and offal, she didn't want them either. They were too smelly. The 4 of them went down the mountain with difficulty. Similar to the last time they returned from collecting honey, the 4 of them stopped at the edge of the village. It was already evening and there were not many villagers walking around the streets. While no one was around, the 4 of them hurried back home. As soon as she got home, Zhao Tao started clamoring to take a bath. It turned out that the blood oozing from the wild boar meat had stained her clothes. Everyone was pretty much equally dirty, and in the end all 4 of them took a shower at home. Zhao Zong, who had just finished taking a bath, was ready to go out with the wolf skin and all the wolf meat. "Xiaowu, what are you doing?" Sun Yueqin became anxious when she saw Zhao Zong was about to go out with the meat. Zhao Zong had no choice but to tell Sun Yueqin what happened today. "That bastard old Zhang. He doesn't care about my son's life or death at all. I was wondering why you suddenly went into the mountains. You little brat, you are so stupid. Can you just go into the mountains casually?" Sun Yueqin started beating Zhao Xiaowu as she spoke. Zhao Zong should have been beaten in the mountains, but Sun Yueqin was so happy to see wild boars and wolves in the mountains that she forgot about it. Now he heard that old Zhang asked his son to kill a wild animal before he would accept him as his disciple, and he became extremely angry. Zhao Zong hid while comforting Sun Yueqin. I just want to learn a skill. Besides, Wenxiao is also old Zhang's daughter. As soon as Zhao Zong finished his intermittent words, Sun Yueqin stopped fighting. It was as if the two words, Wenxiao, were her spell. Thinking of Wenxiao, the virtuous and beautiful girl, Sun Yueqin stopped stopping her. Not only did he ask Zhao Xiaowu to take all the wolf skin and wolf meat, he also gave him a pork leg and asked him to give it to old Zhang. Zhao Zong did not refuse. He knew that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Zhao Zong walked towards Wenxiao's house with wolf skin, wolf meat, and a big wild boar leg. It was dark and there were not many people on the road, so Zhao Zong was not afraid of being seen. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at Wenxiao's house. Seeing that the door was closed, Zhao Zong knocked carefully. Maybe because the knock on the door was not very loud, I heard someone coming out from the inner room after a while. Who is it? A gentle girl's voice came from the yard. I'm Zhao Zong. Just as Zhao Xiaowu finished speaking, he heard the girl in the yard let out a soft ah, then turned around and ran back into the house. This operation made him look confused. What's going on? Why did you run back into the house when you heard it was me? Although he was confused and had a lot of random thoughts, Zhao Xiaowu was still waiting at the door. It's up to you, I want to learn the skills from old Zhang. After a while, the sound of footsteps in the yard sounded again. This time the footsteps were noticeably lighter. It should be Wenxiao. Zhao Xiaowu thought to himself. Crunch. The wooden door was opened from the inside. As Zhao Zong expected, it was Wenxiao who opened the door. Wenxiao is now obviously dressed up, with her hair combed smoothly and tied into a bun at the back of her head with a wooden hairpin. She was wearing a long blue floral dress that looked like a cheongsam, and it had obviously been altered, so the dress fit Wenxiao particularly well. Zhao Zhang's eyes lit up and he exclaimed in admiration. Wenxiao is such a pretty girl, she's just as pretty as the stars of later generations. Looking at Zhao Xiaowu who was staring at her, Wenxiao blushed. I suddenly felt that my dressing up was not in vain. At the same time, she was more grateful to her elder brother Zhang Daguang. Today, her elder brother went to the county town and brought her this skirt when he came back in the evening. It was the first time she had seen such a beautiful dress, especially the one she wore, which fit her perfectly, as if it was made specially for her. Brother Xiaowu, why are you here? As soon as Wenxiao finished asking, her eyes saw the wolf meat and pork leg in Zhao Xiaowu's hands. Oh my god! Brother Xiaowu, where did you get so much meat? Wenxiao opened her mouth wide, completely different from the quiet look she had just now. Ha ha ha. I went up the mountain and did it myself today. Didn't you say that your father accepted me as his apprentice only because I killed a big animal? Zhao Zong said with a little pride. You did all this. Wenxiao stumbled over these words, looking incredulous. Sister Wenxiao, please let me in first. This thing is quite heavy. Zhao Zhang's hands were already sore, and now he couldn't help but say it out loud. Wenxiao's face turned red again, and she quickly moved aside to let Zhao Xiaowu outside the door walk into the yard. After closing the wooden door of the yard, Wenxiao hurried to the inner room. Dad, Brother Xiaowu is here. He brought the game he hunted with him. Old Zhang, who was sitting at the head of the Kong, was visibly stunned when he heard Wenxiao's words. So fast. What kind of wild animal can we kill? It always takes me several days to kill a big wild animal. He felt that Zhao Xiaowu was too impulsive and dared to take anything he saw. Zhao Zong and Wenxiao walked into the inner room one after the other. When old Zhang saw what Zhao Xiaowu was holding in his hand, he couldn't help but stood up from the Kong. Boar. Wolf. Old Zhang pointed at what Zhao Xiaowu was holding and said in disbelief. Wenxiao's mother was also very surprised. Her husband was a famous hunter in the area, but he rarely hunted wolves. He could hunt a wild boar every once in a while. Just looking at the size of this wild boar's leg, the wild boar that was killed was not small in size. She thought about it, but she didn't understand the difficulty. She was not as shocked as old Zhang, but she reacted quickly and quickly cleared the table to let Zhao Xiaowu put down his things and take a break. Xiaowu, put it down quickly. It's too heavy. Give it a rest. Oh, all right, Auntie. Zhao Xiaowu had wanted to put them down a long time ago, but he just didn't know where to put them. With Wenqiu's mother's instructions, he immediately put everything in his hands on the Kong table. The things he was carrying were not light. The wolf's internal organs and skin weighed nearly 60 kilograms. And that big wild boar leg weighs about 30 kilograms. Old Zhang finally reacted. He looked at the things on the Kong table with disbelief and shock on his face. You fought this wild boar and wolf? Old Zhang finally spoke. Zhao Zong nodded confidently and told old Zhang how he killed the wild boar and encountered the wild wolf. He was eloquent and clear in his speech, which made Wenqiu's mother and Wenqiu, who were listening to him, worried and happy at the same time. Especially when they heard that Zhao Xiaowu had finally stabbed the wild wolf to death with his red tassel spear, the way they looked at him changed. There was admiration in Wenqiu's mother's eyes, while Wenqiu looked at her in admiration. As for old Zhang, he knew the difference between hunting with a gun and hunting with a knife. Gun hunting may allow you to shoot big animals with good eyesight, good marksmanship, a good weapon, and good luck. But knife hunting is different. Not everyone can face a mad wild animal face to face. Or rather, very few people can do it, and it requires great courage. Even he, a famous hunter, only did this when he was young. Now that he is old, he has never done such a dangerous thing again. When Zhao Zong saw that old Zhang had no response after he finished speaking, he became a little anxious, for he was afraid that old Zhang would go back on his word. He couldn't help but look to Wenqiu for help. Wenqiu was also looking at Zhao Xiaowu at this time. When she saw him looking at her, her face turned red. Then she understood the meaning in Zhao Xiaowu's eyes, and she said, Dad, didn't you say you would take in little brother Wu as long as he killed a big animal? Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Old Zhang didn't expect that Zhao Xiaowu could really kill a big animal. The reason he said this was because his wife and the girl kept speaking well of Zhao Xiaowu. Who would have thought he could actually hit it? At this moment, I was put in the middle of the matter and had to say. You have passed the test, SOSO. I will accept the gift of apprenticeship. I happen to be free tomorrow, come to my house and I will teach you how to tan leather first. When Zhao Xiaowu heard that old Zhang had accepted him, he immediately took advantage of the situation and fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. Master, please accept my disciples' greetings. From now on, I, Zhao Xiaowu, will turn over a new leaf, follow you, Master, and learn skills. I will treat you and Master's wife as my own parents and be filial to them. Zhao Xiaowu's words were extremely sincere, which made Wenqiu's mother very happy. Old Zhang didn't expect that Zhao Xiaowu valued him so much, and he was a little touched. After Zhao Zong finished bowing, Wenqiu handed him a cup of tea. Zhao Zong respectfully handed the tea to old Zhang again. This was the first time that old Zhang accepted an apprentice. After taking the cup of tea as a tribute to his teacher and drinking it, his feelings towards Zhao Xiaowu suddenly changed. I used to think that Zhao Xiaowu was not a good person, but now I feel that this brat is not so worthless, and I even feel a little close to him in my heart. Apart from Zhao Zong, Wenqiu should be the happiest person. Wenqiu remembered clearly what happened when Zhao Zonggong's soul traveled through time. She was almost stripped naked by him. Although Zhao Xiaowu, the predecessor, was not successful at that time, who else could Wenqiu marry besides him in this era? In addition, Wenqiu had always had a good impression of Zhao Xiaowu, and now that he had turned over a new leaf and had taken her father as his master, Wenqiu was extremely happy. Although she was happy, she did not forget Zhao Xiaowu who was kneeling on the ground. Dad, the apprenticeship is over, let brother Xiaowu get up. Wenqiu reminded her father at the right time. Zhao Zong felt warm in his heart and thought. Sister Wenqiu really loves me. I will marry you and let you enjoy a good life. Wenqiu naturally had no idea what Zhao Xiaowu was thinking. If she knew, she would be so embarrassed. After being reminded by his daughter, old Zhang said. Xiaowu, get up. From now on, we will be master and apprentice. Just follow me and learn my skills. It's a good thing that I have someone to inherit my skills. After saying that, he winked at Wenxiao, indicating that he should help Xiao Wuzi, who was kneeling on the ground. Got it, master. Master and madam, you two take a rest first. I'll come back tomorrow. Zhao Zong was also very sensible. Seeing that it was getting late, he knew that he should leave and it would be inappropriate to stay any longer. As expected, neither old Zhang nor Wenxiao's mother had any intention of keeping him. When Zhao Zong returned home, he found that his family was still awake, lighting precious oil lamps and waiting for him. He told his family about his successful apprenticeship, and everyone was very happy. The next morning, Zhao Zong got up early. Just as he was about to go out to old Jiang's house, Sun Yueqin stopped him. Xiaowu, what are you doing? Mom, I'm going to my master's house. He said he would teach me how to tan leather today. Zhao Zong said happily. Then there's no need to go so early. Let's eat first. Come over after dinner. Mom has something to discuss with you. Sun Yueqin said to Zhao Zong. After finishing breakfast, Sun Yueqin said to Zhao Xiaowu. Xiaowu, our family can't finish eating all the wild boar meat. Your dad wants to send some to your grandparents. I haven't agreed yet. You're the one who killed the wild boar, so it depends on your opinion. Zhao Zong had known that his father would do this a long time ago. He would give all the food to his grandparents, and would definitely send more meat. However, Zhao Zong did not want Zhao Dezhu to send more, so he said to Sun Yueqin. Then let's send 10 kilograms of meat to Grandpa and Grandma. 10 kilograms of meat is already a lot, enough for Grandpa and Grandma to eat. We'll keep the rest of the meat for food, and I'll sell the rest when I have time. Sun Yueqin had no objection to what her son said, and she didn't want to give too much meat to the two old people. The main thing was that even if the meat was given to them, they couldn't eat much, and in the end it ended up in the stomachs of the third brother's family. Only after Zhao Zong left did Zhao Dezhu come out from the inner room. You heard it all. What my son said is what I wanted to say. It's not that we don't want to give meat to the two old men, it's just that they are too partial and gave everything to the third man's family. Sun Yueqin said to Zhao Dezhu helplessly. Zhao Dezhu naturally knew what his parents were like, but from childhood to adulthood he had been brainwashed by his parents, who told him to be filial to them in the future. After he got married, because the first few children born to Sun Yueqin were all girls, his parents began to brainwash him, telling him not to care about this woman who could not give birth to a boy. A few years ago, I was really obsessed with lard and actually listened to what they said. Regardless of the lives of his wife and children, he gave all the food and work points in the house to them. I had a quarrel with Sun Yueqin some time ago. When I had no food to eat, I went to the two old people's house, but I couldn't even get a meal. When he went there, his mother Li Tsuewa was cooking, but when the meal started she drove him out. Second brother, you should go home and eat. We don't have much food today, and your third brother and his friends will come over to eat later. Zhao Dezhu clearly saw at that time that there was a lot of rice in the pot, so how could there not be enough room for him to eat alone? But he said nothing and walked out of the two old people's house sadly. In the end, it was his eldest brother Zhao Deshuan who saw him hanging around at dinner time and took him home for dinner. He had been eating at his eldest brother's house during those days. Although his eldest sister-in-law Chen Xianyi was stingy and liked to spread rumors, she didn't say anything to him. She just asked him in a roundabout way to take good care of Sun Yueqin and her daughter. He knew that this was his sister-in-law reminding him not to be so stupid and not to give all the work points and food to the two old people. Now he has figured it out and he will no longer give them work points and food. While there was still some time before work started, Zhao Dezhu took out a knife and started cutting meat. He was cutting the fat from the wild boar, and Sun Yueqin almost went crazy when she saw it. Zhao Dezhu. Are you crazy? Cut off all the fat and give it to them. How can we survive? Fatty meat is a good thing these days and is much more valuable than lean meat. Because nowadays the oil people in the mountains eat depends entirely on animal fats. Zhao Dezhu knew that Sun Yueqin had misunderstood again, and quickly explained. Yueqin, don't be anxious. I cut this fat meat to keep for ourselves, not to send it to others. After hearing what Zhao Dezhu said, Sun Yueqin finally calmed down. It's not that she is too sensitive, but she is too afraid that her men will ignore the family. Finally, Zhao Dezhu cut off the large chunks of fat from the wild boar and also kept a large wild boar leg. I collected about 10 pounds of miscellaneous meat and waited to send it to the two old men when I had time. 10 kilograms is really not a small amount, it looks like a lot. Who can afford 10 kilograms of meat these days? Only his Zhao Xiaowu killed this wild boar, otherwise they would still eat bird meat. There are about 200 kilograms of wild boar meat left, waiting for Zhao Xiaowu to take it and sell it when he has time. The house was left with the fat that Zhao Dezhu had cut off, a wild boar leg and head, and the pig heart that Sun Yueqin had secretly brought back. Sun Yueqin looked at the fat and thought about boiling it into meat oil immediately. After much thought, Sun Yueqin simply took a leave of absence from work and started making lard at home. Zhao Dezhu carried the 10 kilograms of pork and a hoe and went out. When they arrived at Zhao Zhang's grandparents' house, his mother Li Tsuehua immediately saw the meat in the hands of her second son Zhao Dezhu. She warmly welcomed her second son. "Second brother, why are you here? Oh my! Oh my God! Send so much meat to mother." Before Zhao Dezhu could say anything, Li Tsuehua took the wild boar meat from his hand. His speed and skillful movements are comparable to those of a thief. The old lady didn't ask her second son where the meat came from. She just knew that once it came to her, it was hers. Zhao Dezhu wanted to say that the meat was from a wild boar hunted by Xiaowu, but then he thought, less trouble is worse than more, and controlled his mouth. He knew that as long as he said the meat was from a wild boar hunted by Xiaowu, the grandmother would definitely block the door and ask for more wild boar meat. After only a few minutes here, Li Tsuehua started to chase people away. "Second brother, why haven't you gone to work today? Hurry up and work hard to earn more work points. Your parents are counting on you." Zhao Dezhu was completely disappointed. He didn't expect that his mother was still brainwashing him. He said nothing and walked out of his parents' house silently. As for Zhao Zong, he arrived at old Zhang's house early. In old Zhang's family, only eldest brother Wenxiu went to work in the fields, and everyone else was at home. Old Zhang usually goes up the mountain to hunt, while Wenxiu and her mother stay at home to clean up. Despite this, old Zhang's family still lives better than other families, which also shows old Zhang's ability. "Master, here I come," Zhao Zong said to old Zhang, who was smoking a pipe in the yard. Old Zhang nodded calmly. "Today I'm going to teach you how to tan leather, so I can help you get to know the tools." After old Zhang finished speaking, he directed Zhao Xiaowu to move things while introducing them to him. He first asked Zhao Xiaowu to move out a long table, but this table was slanted, and the angle was like a small slide. As for the shape, it is more like a coffin lid, with a curved table top. It was the first time that Zhao Zong saw such a strange table. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, what is this table used for? Why does it look so strange? Like a coffin lid?" Old Zhang, who was tidying up, was so angry at what Zhao Xiaowu said that he blew his beard and glared. He wanted so badly to beat up this little bastard whose words were so incoherent. "Get out of here, you little bastard. This is called a log. It's used for scraping leather." As he spoke, old Zhang then directed Zhao Xiaowu to wipe the log with a cloth. After wiping the log clean, old Zhang brought out a large wooden basin from the house. In the basin actually was the wolf skin that Zhao Zong brought over yesterday. This operation made Zhao Zong completely confused. He knew that if he didn't understand something, he had to ask, so that he could learn something. "Master, why does this wolf skin need to be soaked in water?" Old Zhang did not hide anything and explained directly. "We're afraid the wolf skin will dry out. Once the wolf skin dries out, the meat and fascia on top will be hard to scrape off." As he spoke, he asked Zhao Xiaowu to join in. The two of them took the wolf skin out of the wooden basin, twisted it slightly, and placed it on the log. "Watch out, kid. It's up to you whether you can learn it or not." After old Zhang finished speaking, he spread the wolf skin on the round wooden table, with the first side against the table and the other side facing up in front of the two people. Seeing the wolfskin's inner testing, old Zhang's anger rose again and he couldn't help but start cursing again. "You little bastard, look at the skin you've peeled. There's so much minced meat stuck on it. And here, it's been cut. Old Zhang's face was full of disgust, but he never thought about how he looked when he skinned the pig for the first time. Zhao Zong also blushed a little. When he skinned the sheep in his previous life, he didn't think about the skin, so he didn't pay attention to these details. There was a big hole in the chest and abdomen of the wolf's skin, a small hole next to it, and an ear was missing on the wolf's head. Generally speaking, the quality of this leather is too poor and it will definitely not be sold. After the leather is tanned, I can keep it for myself to make clothes, leggings, etc. No wonder old Zhang wanted to teach him how to tan leather. This wolf skin was just right for teaching him. While Zhao Zong was still daydreaming, old Zhang took out a long curved knife from somewhere. The long scimitar has a smooth arc shape, and its curvature is almost exactly the same as the table below. It looks very similar to the Nepalese kukri, but the inner arc is more rounded. Xiao Wuzi, don't be distracted. Go to the windowsill and get those nails. Hey. All right, master. Zhao Zong turned around and walked towards the windowsill, and sure enough, he saw 6 or 7 iron nails on it. Master, this is for you. Old Zhang took the nail and asked Zhao Zong to help him smooth the wolf skin, and then nailed the wolf skin on the round wooden table. After finishing, old Zhang said to Zhao Zong, "Watch out, kid. I'm going to teach you how to scrape the meat." I saw old Zhang standing at the top of the round wooden table, holding the handle of the knife in his right hand and the blade in his left hand, aiming the inner arc of the scimitar at the wolf skin on the table. He bent down and pushed downward gently, and the scraps of flesh softened by water on the wolfskin were scraped off with the scimitar. After a few reciprocating motions, all the broken meat and fascia on the large surface of the wolf's skin were scraped clean. Old Zhang finally dealt with some corners and crevices before completing the work of scraping the flesh from the wolf's skin. Zhao Zong took the knife from old Zhang and said, "Master, after scraping the minced meat and fascia, what's the next step?" "Just follow along, there are no more questions." Old Zhang said this unhappily. Zhao Zong didn't care and just chuckled. Although old Zhang said that, he still told Zhao Zong what to do next. He first asked Zhao Xiaowu to remove the nails that nailed the wolf's skin, and then found a rope to hang up the wolf's skin. "Xiao Wuzi, the next step is to stretch and dry it. The reason why we have to hang the leather up to stretch it is to prevent it from shrinking after it dries, so we have to stretch the leather in advance." Old Zhang started stretching as he spoke, and Zhao Xiaowu followed suit. "You can't dry it in the sun, or the leather will get damaged. It has to be placed in a ventilated and cool place to dry." Old Zhang continued to speak. Zhao Zong listened silently, and then kept his master's words firmly in his heart. "Okay, put away the round table and the scraper." "Master, shall we continue?" Zhao Xiaowu said this without even thinking. Old Zhang looked at him, said nothing, turned around and went into the house. Just when Zhao Zong was at a loss, Wen Xiao walked out of the house with a bowl of water in her hand. "Brother Xiaowu, drink some water." Zhao Zong took the bowl of water and started drinking. When he finished, Wen Xiao laughed and said, "Brother Xiaowu, after hanging the leather up, you have to wait for it to dry. Otherwise, how can you continue working?" Zhao Zong finally reacted and kept calling himself stupid in his heart. No wonder Master took one last look at me and went into the house without saying anything. It was still early, so Zhao Zong wanted to go home and wait until the leather was dry before coming back to see his master. He walked into the inner room and said to old Zhang, "Master, I'll go home first and come back after the leather is dry." Old Zhang didn't try to keep him, but waved his hand, signaling him to go. Wen Xiao wanted to keep Zhao Xiaowu at home for dinner, but Zhao Xiaowu insisted on going home, so she didn't keep him any longer. After returning home, Zhao Xiaowu was not idle. He strolled around the village with a slingshot. In a short while, several birds were shot, including house sparrows and turtle doves. The system prompts came one after another in my mind, all of which were hunting points obtained from shooting birds. There was also a message asking whether to contract sparrows, but he ignored it. He already had Xiaoqiao, so he was too lazy to contract another sparrow. No matter from which aspect, the sparrow could not compare to the mutated magpie Xiaoqiao. Carrying the bird, Zhao Zong walked towards the small cave behind his house. Just like before, as soon as he reached the entrance of the cave, the contracted tiger bee flew out to greet him. At the same time, a feeling of joy came into Zhao Zhang's mind. This little guy is quite enthusiastic. Zhao Zhang was also not vague. How could he let his little pet suffer? He handsomely threw the bird that he had plucked on the road into the hornet cave. The contracted tiger bee was even happier when it saw its master's actions, and it kept flying up and down around Zhao Zhang. After not seeing it for a few days, the contracted tiger bee seemed to have grown a lot bigger. Zhao Zhang estimated that it was about 10 centimeters long, slightly longer than the sparrow he had just shot down. All right, stop flying. I'm getting dizzy. Hurry up and eat some meat. After hearing what its master said, the contracted tiger bee flew back to the cave with a whoosh. In the hornet cave, quite a few hornets were already lying on the bird meat and starting to eat. However, the situation changed after the contracted tiger bees came in. The contracted tiger bees circled around the bee colony in the hive, and the tiger bees that had just been feasting on the bird meat bit off a small piece of meat and flew away. In this way, a steady stream of hornets flew over as if they were queuing up to get the meat, bit off a piece of meat and then flew away. When Zhao Zhang saw this scene, he couldn't help but marvel at it. The intelligence of the contracted tiger bees is getting higher and higher, and their bodies are growing so big. He didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be if he was stung by a contracted tiger bee. Soon the bird meat was eaten up by the swarm of hornets. Zhao Zhang felt that the few birds he had shot were only enough for them to eat in one meal. It seems I need to take more care of it in the future. While thinking this, he looked around the beehive. Now this beehive is so big that it has filled the entire innermost part of the cave. In other words, this hornet's nest is more than 1 person tall and more than 1 meter wide. Feeling that there were many more hornets in the colony, Zhao Zhang nodded with satisfaction. It seems like I need to go sell some more hornets someday when I have time. He went to check on the wild bee colony next door and found that there was already a lot of honey in the beehive. Besides, it is the blooming season now. There are so many flowers all over the mountains and fields that we don't need to use the wild honey we collected before to feed them. As soon as he returned home, his mother Sun Yueqin asked him to sell the wild boar meat. Xiaowu, the weather is getting warmer. We can't keep the wild boar meat any longer. Go sell the meat. Have we saved any meat at home? Don't let us be left with nothing to eat later. Zhao Zhang couldn't help but ask, he was a meat lover. I left it. I left a big pork leg. I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it and it will go bad. Sun Yueqin said happily that this was the first time she was so rich. There was a whole wild boar leg at home, and a jar of lard, which probably weighed more than 20 kilograms. Zhao Zhang wanted to sell meat, but how could he get so much pork over? Sun Yueqin gave Zhao Xiaowu some advice and said, when your father comes back later, ask him to borrow a donkey cart for you. Ma Dashue, who raises donkeys for the village, is your father's sworn brother, so it will be easy for him to borrow the money. When Zhao Zhang heard about the donkey cart, he was very happy. It was so convenient. After Zhao Dezhu came back, Sun Yueqin told him about borrowing the donkey cart, and Zhao Dezhu left without saying a word. Not long after, Zhao Dezhu drove a donkey cart to his doorstep. Xiao Wuzi. The donkey cart is coming, just go and do your thing. Zhao Dezhu shouted as he walked home. He didn't dare to say it too clearly, for fear that others would hear that he had meat at home. Okay, I'll pick it up now. Zhao Zhang responded and went into the house to move the meat. Since the wild boar meat had been cut up, it wasn't difficult for him to carry it up, he just had to make a few more trips. After loading all the wild boar meat to be sold onto the cart, Zhao Zhang covered the meat with a layer of cloth, sat on the donkey cart and set off. It was his first time driving a donkey cart and he felt very curious. He let the donkey go for a while and then stopped it. Gee. Oh. The donkey was tortured to death, but fortunately it was trained by Ma Dashue to be very docile, and it brought Zhao Zhang to Yang Batzi village safely. When they arrived at Yang Batzi's house, Zhao Zhang knocked on the door and called for help as if he was familiar with the place. Brother Yang, are you home? Soon, a response came from the yard. Here I come. Who is it? The person who came to open the door was Yang Batzi. As soon as the door opened, he immediately saw that the person outside was Zhao Xiaowu. "Hey! Brother Xiaowu. Come in quickly, come in." Zhao Zong drove the donkey cart towards Yang Bazi's yard while replying, "Brother Yang, I'm delivering the goods to you this time." Yang Bazi was also curious when he saw the cloth covering the donkey cart, and thought, "What is this thing? Why is it pulled here on a donkey cart?" Thinking about the problem, Yang Bazi was about to reach out to lift the covering cloth on the donkey cart. Zhao Zong didn't stop him. He brought it to him to sell it to him, so of course he had to take a look at the goods. As Yang Bazi lifted the cloth covering the wild boar meat, his expression became more interesting. "Oh my God! Brother Xiaowu, this is wild boar meat." Although Yang Bazi couldn't hunt, his eyesight was not bad. Moreover, the skin and hair of the pork were not even removed. Zhao Zong nodded modestly and said, "Yesterday I went up the mountain and the mountain god blessed me. I killed a wild boar and a wild wolf." Yang Bazi, who was already shocked, almost popped his eyes out when he heard that Zhao Xiaowu not only killed a wild boar but also a wild wolf. "Brother Xiaowu, you are only 16 or 17 years old this year, and you can already hunt wild boars and wild wolves. Did you hunt them by yourself?" Zhao Zong nodded calmly. "I'm exactly 17 this year. Of course I beat him myself. Brother Yang, let me tell you, I almost fell on that wild wolf." Ever since he saw the truckload of wild boar meat and heard that Zhao Xiaowu not only killed wild boars but also wild wolves, and that he did it all by himself, Yang Bazi's mind was filled with envy and admiration. But he did not forget his business. Looking at the wild boar meat on the donkey cart, he asked, "This wild boar meat looks like a lot. The wild boar must weigh at least 200 kilograms, right?" Zhao Xiaowu did not hide it and said, "It must have weighed more than 300 kilograms. I didn't want the internal organs and offal. I just threw them into the mountains. There is still a lot of meat left at home." When Yang Bazi heard Zhao Xiaowu say that the internal organs and offal were thrown into the mountains, his face wrinkled with pain, as if those things thrown away were his. He didn't understand the rules of the mountains, nor did he know the dangers of the mountains, so naturally he didn't understand Zhao Zhang's actions. "Brother Xiaowu, how can you throw those things away? They are good things." Zhao Zong was not stupid, and of course he knew that the internal organs were also good things, but they couldn't take them at the time, and they were afraid of being tracked by other wild beasts, so they threw them away. If conditions permit in the future, Zhao Zong will never throw away those internal organs and offal. The two chatted for a while, and Yang Bazi started to get busy. Zhao Zong also lent him a hand, and soon Yang Bazi had weighed all the pork. "Brother Xiaowu, this wild boar meat weighs a total of 205 kilograms. Pork is 85 cents a pound now. How about I charge you the same price?" Yang Bazi said to Zhao Zong. Zhao Zong naturally had no problem with it. He had learned about the price of meat when he went to the county town last time, and knew that Yang Bazi had not lied to him. What Zhao Zong didn't know was that Yang Bazi would sell the wild boar meat on the black market. You still need a meat ticket to buy meat now. If you don't have a meat ticket but still want to buy meat, you will have to pay a high price. So Yang Bazi had no worries about selling the meat after he collected it, but he had to take the meat to the county town as soon as possible, otherwise the weather would be getting hotter and hotter, and if the meat went bad, he would lose a lot of money. Zhao Zong took the money for the meat that Yang Bazi handed over, a total of 174 yuan and 25 cents. He was just about to drive the donkey cart back home when Yang Bazi suddenly stopped him again. "What's wrong, Brother Yang? Is there anything else?" Zhao Zong was puzzled as to why Yang Bazi held him again. Yang Bazi rubbed his hands and said with an embarrassed smile, "Brother Xiaowu, didn't you say you killed a wild wolf? Why don't you sell the wild wolf to me too? Your brother Yang will never treat you unfairly." The look of him wanting to pat his chest so loudly that it makes a loud noise seems quite impressive. When Zhao Zong heard about this, he said a little embarrassedly, "So that's what it is. Brother Yang, I have to apologize to you. I gave that wild wolf a gift, and now I have become his master. He is teaching me how to tan leather. The wolf skin hasn't been tanned yet. Even if it is, it probably won't be worth much. There's a big hole in the skin. I pierced it with my red tassel spear. Zhao Zong said somewhat embarrassedly. Yang Batzi didn't feel disappointed after hearing what Zhao Xiaowu said. On the contrary, he once again felt that this young man Zhao Xiaowu was very capable. He heard from Zhao Xiaowu's words that the wild wolf was actually killed by Zhao Xiaowu with his red tassel spear at close range. This is a remarkable move. After leaving Yang Batzi's house, Zhao Zong thought about it. Adding the 174.25 yuan he made from selling wild boar meat today and the 123 yuan he made from selling honey 2 days ago, he now has a total of 297.25 yuan. Wow! I actually have nearly $300 now. Let me calculate how much this money is equivalent to in my previous life. A quick calculation in my mind gave me the result. These 300 yuan are almost equivalent to 90,000 yuan in my previous life. I can't believe it. Did I earn all this? In fact, his conversion was not accurate. He just made a rough comparison, and the overall result was inflated. He drove the donkey cart and hummed a little tune all the way back to the village. Zhao Dezhu is now very self-conscious. As soon as his son comes back, he leads the donkey cart to send Ma Dashue over. Sun Yueqin called him from behind to wait until after dinner, but he refused. Zhuzi, go after dinner. No, you guys eat first, I'll come back to eat after I finish delivering the donkey cart. This big animal is precious, I'm afraid Ma Dashue will worry about it. Zhao Zong sat down at the dinner table and looked into each other's eyes. As soon as he picked up the chopsticks, he was stopped by Sun Yueqin. Don't eat yet. Your father hasn't come back yet. When your father comes back, we will eat together. Sun Yueqin's words made Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao look at each other in surprise again. They all thought. You ignored me the past 2 days, why are you so nice today? While waiting for Zhao Dezhu, Sun Yueqin asked Zhao Xiaowu. How much did the wild boar meat sell for? It sold for over 100 yuan, almost 200 kilograms of wild boar meat, and the price per kilogram was 85 cents. Hearing that the price was 85 cents per pound, Sun Yueqin knew that she had not lost money, so she still told Zhao Xiaowu. Xiaowu, the money you have in your hand is not a small amount. Don't lose it, and don't spend it recklessly. Zhao Xiaowu nodded repeatedly and made assurances that he would never spend money recklessly and would keep the money well. Only then did Sun Yueqin give up. After waiting for a while, Zhao Dezhu came back. The family gathered around the table and had a good lunch. After lunch, everyone rested for a while. In the afternoon, Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yueqin both went to work. Zhao Zong asked his fourth sister to cut some wild boar meat to feed the hornets, and Zhao Tao felt a little distressed. She carefully cut a very small piece, and finally Zhao Zong took the lead and cut a big piece. With sufficient food and nutrition, I believe the hornet colony will grow rapidly. After cutting the meat, Zhao Zong went to old Zhang's house. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his master looking through the wolf skin. Master, is the wolf skin dried? Zhao Zong said to old Zhang. When old Zhang heard what Zhao Xiaowu said, he didn't even raise his head, but the words came out of his mouth. The weather is nice today. It's dry and windy this season, which is really suitable for drying leather. But it probably won't work today, it needs to be aired out for a while longer. Zhao Zong was a little disappointed to learn that the wolf skin had to be dried for 2 more days. He was still too impatient, but no one could get rich overnight. Master, what are we going to do this afternoon? Afternoon. I'll teach you how to make a bow and arrow in the afternoon. As soon as old Zhang said this, Zhao Zong became excited. Really? That's great. I'm in need of weapons when I go hunting in the mountains. That homemade rifle is too useless. Not only is the range short, but the power is not very strong either. Zhao Xiaowu spoke a lot of words excitedly. Old Zhang was amused by Zhao Xiaowu's words. He laughed and pointed at Zhao Xiaowu and said, I never thought you could catch a wild boar with your hunting barrel. That country boy can't even kill a pheasant or a mountain jump, so if he wants to kill a big guy, he's simply courting death. Why can't I hunt pheasants and rabbits? Zhao Zong couldn't help but asked out loud. Old Zhang glanced at him and said, What kind of bullets are in your earthen tube? Iron sand. Zhao Zong spoke immediately. Seeing that Zhao Xiaowu hadn't reacted yet, old Zhang slapped him on the back of the head with some disappointment. Iron sand can't hit prey if it's far away, but if it hits pheasants and mountain jumpers from close range, won't it smash the pheasants and mountain jumpers directly? If you can pick up half of the prey by then, you'll be lucky. Zhao Xiaowu listened to what old Zhang said and nodded in agreement. Isn't that why I want you to teach me how to make a bow and arrow? It would be convenient to shoot these little creatures with a bow and arrow. I thought old Zhang would agree with what I said, but unexpectedly he snorted softly and continued. You boy must know that your arrows can be shot so accurately. Let me tell you, experienced hunters use traps to catch pheasants and rabbits. This way, the pheasants and rabbits are caught without damaging their fur, and the success rate is also high. Guns are for hunting big animals. Finally, old Zhang said this again. Zhao Zong agreed with what old Zhang said. If he hadn't been willing to fight for his life yesterday, and hadn't had Hua Shichu as small help, he would have been in trouble. Maybe he had already been killed by the big wild boar. At that time, the big wild boar was hiding and preparing to attack him, and it was Xiao Qiao who reminded him. Master, please stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me how to make a bow and arrow. Zhao Xiaowu said impatiently. Old Zhang seemed not to notice his anxious look, as if he was fishing, or as if he was deliberately trying to temper him, and he never explained how to make a bow. Zhao Zong looked at old Zhang's expression, his eyes turned, and he changed his strategy. The flattery started crazily, praising old Zhang to the heavens and earth, saying he could do anything. Old Zhang is also a proud man, and Zhao Xiaowu praises him to the sky. He couldn't keep up his airs anymore, so he slowly stood up and walked to the inner room leisurely. When old Zhang came out again, he was holding a large black ox horn bow in his hand. Seeing Zhao Xiaowu's eyes wide open, old Zhang couldn't help feeling a little proud. This bow of mine is a family heirloom, a genuine Qing dynasty bow. It's hard to even get all the materials to make a bow right now. How can I teach you how to make a bow and arrow? Zhao Zong, who was fascinated by the ox horn bow, suddenly felt a little unconvinced when he heard what old Zhang said. Master, you are not lying to me, are you? What other materials can be used to make a bow and arrow besides wood and bowstring? Oh yeah, big bull horns are really hard to deal with, we can use something else instead. As Zhao Zong spoke, he looked at old Zhang with a strange look, as if to say, Old man, you don't want to teach me. Old Zhang, with his strong temper, naturally couldn't stand Zhao Xiaowu's gaze. He was so angry that his beard almost fell off, and he opened his mouth and said, In winter, the stems are separated, in spring, the horns are moistened, in summer, the tendons are treated, in autumn, the three materials are combined. This is the procedure for making a horn bow. Do you understand? Zhao Zong was completely confused. He could hear each word clearly, but why couldn't he understand them when they were put together? He shook his head blankly and said, I don't understand, master. Old Zhang had already expected this. There was no way Zhao Xiaowu could understand it. He just slapped Zhao Zong on the back of his head. You don't even understand this, and you still want to learn how to make a bow. You'd better give up now. No, master. I was wrong. I shouldn't be so cocky. Please tell me what spring, summer, autumn, and winter mean. Zhao Zong quickly admitted his mistake and asked old Zhang what he meant by what he had just said. Old Zhang, who had pretended to be so successful, felt extremely satisfied now. Especially Zhao Xiaowu's current fawning look of not being ashamed to ask questions made him want to show off even more. Then I will continue to tell you, old man. Shigan is the bow frame, usually made of bamboo or mulberry wood. Dong Shigan means to cut bamboo and mulberry trees around the winter solstice, because the bamboo and wood are at their best at this time. The origins of bamboo and mulberry are also required. Bamboo from western Jiangxi and eastern Guangdong is the best, and mulberry from the northeast is the best. Zhao Zong felt a headache while listening to old Zhang's explanation. He didn't expect that a bow and arrow would have so many twists and turns. Before he could think about it, old Zhang continued. This spring liquid horn is the water buffalo horn. The horn that can be used to make a bow is not small. I wonder how many cows can find a pair of horns that meet the size. Zyazogin means making beef tendons in summer. The tendons used are not ordinary beef tendons, but beef back tendons. A large yellow cow can only produce 500 to 600 grams of tendons. This 5 or 6 tails of beef tendon may not even be enough for a bow. Old Zhang was talking excitedly when Zhao Xiaowu suddenly asked, "Master, is this tendon used to make a bowstring?" The chattering old man Zhang almost choked to death on his own saliva. He coughed hard twice before continuing. "You little bastard, you'll piss me off to death sooner or later. This tendon is not used to make bowstrings, but to be glued to the bow frame." "Master, you've been talking for so long but you haven't told me how to make a bow and arrow. You've only talked about what materials are needed," Zhao Zong said with some dissatisfaction. Old Zhang glanced at him indifferently, without further ado, and directly told him the steps of making a bow. The first step in making a bow and arrow is to make a bamboo frame. Choose the best bamboo and cut the part close to the root. Because the bamboo in this area is the thickest, the bamboo base is also thicker, stronger, and more elastic. The second step is to use yama and zotsua to tie the polished horn pieces and bamboo frame together. This step is also called lunyo jiao. The third step is to lay the beef tendons, and then use glue to stick the beef tendons to the bamboo or wooden frame. The reason why the beef tendon is laid on the bamboo frame is to protect the bow from breaking easily when it is drawn. The fourth step is to hang the bowstring. The closer the conversation got to the end, the more perfunctory old Zhang's words became, and it was obvious that he was angry with Zhao Xiaowu. This brat has no sense of manners and disrespect for his parents, which has made the old man angry. After old Zhang finished speaking, he took the large ox horn bow and walked into the house. No matter how Zhao Zong called him from behind, he didn't turn around. Finally, Zhao Zong also gave up making bows and arrows for hunting. I really didn't expect that making a bow and arrow would be so troublesome. He felt confused just by listening to it. Instead of wasting time on flattering old Zhang, he would rather lend him his ox horn bow for hunting. Old Zhang ignored him, and Zhao Zong didn't know what to do for a moment. At this time when Xiao walked out of the house, Zhao Zong, as if he had met a savior, hurried over to stop Wen Xiao. Just as he was about to speak, Wen Xiao spoke before him. "Brother Xiaowu, don't worry. My father has a bad temper. After one night, his anger will subside and everything will be fine." After hearing what Sister Wen Xiao said, Zhao Zong felt more at ease. "That's good. That's good. Wen Xiao, you have to say something good for me." Before Wen Xiao could say anything to agree to him, an angry roar from old Zhang came from the inner room. "Get out of here, kid!" This shout almost blew the roof off, and Zhao Zong was frightened. He didn't dare to stay any longer, so he crouched down and went to the gate. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaowu has no tail, otherwise his tail would have been stuck in his butt crack by now. Wen Xiao almost laughed when she saw Zhao Xiaowu like this. But when she returned to the inner room, she saw her old father lying on the bed sulking, and she felt a headache again. Old child, old child. The older you get, the simpler your mind becomes. But she did not persuade her father, because she knew that everything would be fine tomorrow morning. As Zhao Zong ran all the way back to his home, he began to regret his attitude. Old Zhang is such a proud person, he is showing off to me, why should I be in such a hurry? That's good. The old man has given up and is giving up. Zhao Zong, feeling depressed, returned home and went straight into his room without even having dinner. Sun Yueqin thought something had happened to her baby son, and after calling him for a long time, Xiaowu didn't come out for dinner. In fact, his baby son fell asleep, so he just didn't want to move and didn't eat. At midnight, after sleeping for a long time, Zhao Zong, who couldn't fall asleep at night, was counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Suddenly, a strong emotional fluctuation of the contracted tiger became to his mind. Zhao Zong, who was lying leisurely, suddenly sat up. He carefully felt the emotions of the contracted tiger bee for a while, and only felt anxiety. He hurriedly used the contracted tiger bee's vision sharing, but all he saw was pitch black. Feeling that the contracted tiger bee was becoming more and more anxious, Zhao Zong could no longer sit still. The hornets are in danger. This was Zhao Zhang's first reaction. Without saying a word, he ran out of the house in his slippers. It was the middle of the night and he couldn't see anything. He ran back home in a hurry, lit the kerosene lamp, and ran away with it. While running, he held the kerosene lamp with his hands, fearing that the faint light would be blown out by the wind. Fortunately, the hornet cave was not far away on the mountain behind the house. He hurried on his way and soon arrived at the cave. However, he did not rush in. Although the hornet was important, it was not as important as his own safety. The contracted tiger bee sensed the arrival of its master and flew out quickly. There was actually a black shadow flying out with it. The black shadow was the size of a bowl, flying very fast, and its whereabouts were erratic. It seemed like it was chasing a contracted tiger bee, sometimes flying low and diving towards the contracted tiger bee, and sometimes flying high and circling back. The contracted tiger bee is not afraid of it. Although its body size is not that big, its body length reaches an astonishing 10 centimeters. Whenever a vague black shadow approaches it, the contracted tiger bee will take the initiative to meet it. As soon as it made contact, the erratic black shadow made a chirping sound and then fell to the ground. It turned out that the stinger of the contracted tiger bee had pierced the black shadow's body, and the contracted tiger bee landed on Zhao Zhang's shoulder. Zhao Zhang also protected the kerosene lamp with his hands, bent down and put the kerosene lamp close to the shadow. It's actually this thing. Bat. It's only the end of April, why are there so many bats? The urging emotions of the contracted tiger bee kept coming to Zhao Zhang's mind, so he didn't delay any longer. Now that he knew what was inside the cave, he was no longer afraid and went into the cave. Sure enough, as soon as I entered the cave, I heard the flapping of bats' wings. Under the light of the oil lamp, the cave was filled with the shadows of bats. These bats were catching hornets in the cave to eat, and Zhao Zhang became anxious. Damn it. This is all my money. He picked up a thick wooden stick from the ground and swung it at the black shadow without saying a word. But these bats were very agile, and he only caught 2 or 3 after shooting for a long time. Fortunately, the contracted tiger bee had already summoned a swarm of hornets and hid in the hive, and some of the hornets that fell outside could not escape the clutches of the bats. Looking at the swarm of bats flying around in the cave, Zhao Zhang went straight down the mountain and went home to get the fishing net. There were still some fishing nets left from the last time they made the protective shield, so Zhao Zhang took all the remaining fishing nets directly to the entrance of the cave. After covering the entrance of the cave with the fishing net, Zhao Zhang went into the cave again with a stick. After a set of crazy stick techniques were performed, all the bats in the cave fled. No, they didn't run away, they were all hung up. Dozens of bats were densely hung on the fishing net. Zhao Zhang looked at the ferocious expression of the bat and felt nauseous. He instinctively wanted to kill all of them. In the end, he still didn't do it. Maybe this thing will be useful for something. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhang picked up dozens of bats hanging on the fishing net. Soon he saw the largest bat. This bat was obviously different from the other bats. The other bats were all black, but this bat had white hair. Zhao Zhang suddenly thought of a story in an ancient book that he had read as a child while shopping at a street stall in his previous life. The ancient book said that in ancient times a man accidentally found a white bat. Due to his curiosity, he ate the white bat on the same day. As a result, the next day this person ascended to heaven and became a god. Zhao Zhang naturally didn't believe this. He was a 5 good young man, a flower under the red flag, and a staunch atheist. However, he also knew that the bat was a traditional Chinese medicinal ingredient, but it was rarely used. Without saying much, Zhao Zhang suppressed his nausea and stretched out his fingers to pinch the edge of the wings of the big white-haired bat. As he expected, the electronic prompt tone quickly came to his mind. Ding, detected that the host has captured 35 big-eared bats, reward hunting value 70 points. Ding, detected that the host has captured a white mutant big-eared bat, rewarding the host with 10 hunting points. Host's current hunting value, 488 points. Ding, contracting the white mutant big-eared bat requires 50 hunting points. Host, would you like to contract it? If it were the previous Zhao Zhang, he would definitely grumble that the contract value was too high. But Zhao Zhang is different now. With nearly 500 hunting points in hand, he directly said to the system. It's just 50 hunting points, isn't it? The contract. The system ignored Zhao Zhang's smug look and instead issued a prompt tone in a proper manner. Ding, the white mutant big-eared bat has been contracted, triggering the hidden function. Ding, host's hearing ability is doubled. Ding, host's current hunting value is 438 points. After the system prompt sounded for a while, Zhao Zhang was still a little confused. I was just soft-hearted for a moment and didn't kill all those bats in my hometown dialect, but I still got such a big harvest. Double your hearing ability. At this time, Zhao Zhang also felt something different. He could actually hear some sounds that he could not hear normally. Then why didn't the hidden function trigger when I contracted the magpie and the hornet? Zhao Zhang couldn't help but feel confused. Is it because this Mibihu has white hair? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Otherwise, how could he explain that contracting other animals did not trigger the hidden function? Zhao Xiaowu actually guessed it right. The white mutated animals can really trigger hidden functions, but Zhao Xiaowu didn't know it at the moment. This time, it was just a coincidence that a blind cat caught a dead mouse. Having benefited from it, Zhao Zhang no longer felt disgusted by the sight of the swarm of bats. He used the brass dagger he carried with him to cut the fishing net into pieces. After a while, all the bats flew away, leaving only the white mutated big-eared bat that he had contracted. He looked at the big-eared bats that kept fluttering their wings and flying in front of him, and couldn't help but say, "Stop it. It's blurry and my eyes are blinded." What Zhao Zhang said really worked. As soon as he finished speaking, the flying white-haired big-eared bat hung upside down on the branch next to it. Listen. From now on, just call me Xiaofu. It's easier to remember. I won't keep you here, just go wherever you need to go. I'll take care of you if I need you in the future. After saying this, Zhao Zhang turned around and walked down the mountain. This whole process of going through so much trouble in the middle of the night also consumed a lot of his energy. Zhao Zhang, who was originally unable to sleep, started snoring as soon as he lay down. The white-haired big-eared bat on the mountain hung upside down on the tree for a while, as if it had come to its senses. Suddenly it trembled, then stretched out its thin wings held in front of its chest, leaped away into the distance, but its eyes were brighter than before. The next morning, Zhao Zhang got up and took out the Illustrated Guide to Chinese Herbal Medicine from under his pillow. He flipped the pages of the book hard, and soon he saw a big bat painted on it. The bat in the book is drawn very realistically. If you look closely, it looks a lot like the big-eared bat from last night. There are many small words next to the pictures introducing the medicinal value of bats. Medicinal material name, bat. Other names, Fu Yi, area, Tian Shu, Fu Yi, Ben Jing, flying squirrel, mouse, Cibotium, dialects, Xian Shu, area, Guopu's note, night swallow, compendium of materia medica. Processing and collection, after catching, remove the hair, claws, and internal organs, and air dry or sun dry. Processing, Legong Paozi Luan states, whenever bats weigh 1 gene, they should be picked. When they are to be treated, first wipe off the hair on the meat, remove the claws and intestines, leaving the wings, meat, feet and mouth. Then soak them in wine overnight, filter them out, apply the natural juice of Polygonatum odoratum to them, and roast them until dry before use. For each bat weighing 1 gene, use 5 liang of natural juice of Polygonatum odoratum. Compendium of Materia Medica, in recent times, most of them are calcined to preserve their properties. Effects and indications, treat chronic cough, malaria, gonorrhea, convulsions, iopacities, scrofula, and wounds. Ben Jing, it is used to cure blindness, brighten eyes, and have bright night vision. Li Dongji's medical records states, it is used to treat the remaining problems of women giving birth, leukorrhea, and childlessness. Bialu, eye, itching and pain, treat stranguria, and promote urination. Compendium of Materia Medica, it can treat chronic cough, chronic malaria, scrofula, internal leakage of wounds, infantile dysuria, and convulsions. New Compendium of Materia Medica, push the film. Compendium of Materia Medica, it cures diseases and relieves pain in blood and qi. Nature and flavor, salty, neutral. Ben Jing, salty, neutral. Bi Lu, non-toxic. Yao Xingluan, slightly hot, toxic. Usage and dosage: for internal use, in pills or powders. For external use, mixed with alum powder or applied with paste. Taboo: annotations to the classic of Materia Medica, states, amaranth and cloudberry are used as the envoys. Return through meridians: compendium of Materia Medica, blood of the liver meridian. Zhao Xiaowu felt dizzy after watching it, but he roughly understood the meaning. This mibihu is indeed a medicinal herb. The book introduces its preparation methods and main diseases it treats. Zhao Zong felt a little regretful and felt that he had missed out on something good. But when he thought of the disgusting appearance of the mibihu again, he felt he couldn't bring himself to deal with them. I'm really afraid of getting my hands dirty. Zhao Zong, who had nothing to do, ran to old Zhang's house again. Along the way, many aunts and grandmas were looking at him. He has been going to old Zhang's house too often in the past 2 days, and many gossipers have been gossiping about him behind his back. Hey! Look! An old woman with wrinkles on her face secretly pointed at Zhao Zhang's back and spoke to the other old women. That little bastard ran to old Zhang's house again. He must have set his sights on old Zhang's vixen daughter. That's right. The daughter of the Zhang family looks so dishonest, like a vixen, not as dignified as my daughter. A middle-aged woman in her 40s was talking when another fat woman couldn't help but interrupt her. Sister Zhou, please stop it. Does your daughter look dignified? She has a square face. It's true that a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son will dig holes. Your daughter looks like your own daughter. This fat woman was none other than Aunt Zhang Xiufen, who lived next door to Zhao Zhang's house. Zhao Xiaowu's mother is reasonable and considerate in her dealings with others. Therefore, she got along well with her neighbors. In addition, Zhao Xiaowu bought a lot of food from her, which made her earn a lot of money, so she couldn't help but lend a hand. Zhao Zong naturally didn't hear the gossip of these old ladies, otherwise he wouldn't mind letting these old ladies see what simple folk customs means. When I arrived at old Zhang's house, I saw him looking at the leather hanging in the yard. Master, have you eaten yet? Zhao Zong asked a stupid question awkwardly. Old Zhang looked at him and muttered. Come and take a look, kid. This wolf skin is almost dry, but there is still one more step before it can become raw leather. Zhao Xiaowu didn't understand any of this and just hummed and hawed in response from the side. Old Zhang was too lazy to pay attention to him. If his daughter hadn't begged him to teach him, he really wouldn't have wanted to teach him. He brought over a steaming bowl from the windowsill, which contained a pig bristle brush he had made himself. Zhao Zong stood on tiptoe and peeked into the bowl. It was pure white water with some oil in it. This time, old Zhang didn't keep the person in suspense and started explaining directly to Zhao Xiaowu. The things in this bowl are precious. They are the key to whether the wolf skin can become good skin. Zhao Zong had never thought that the white stuff in the bowl was so important, and asked quickly. Master, what's in this bowl? Old Zhang was brushing the skin inside the wolf skin with a pig bristle brush while he said calmly. Wolf's brains plus hot water. Ah. It's this. Zhao Zong was very surprised. He didn't expect that there was a wild wolf's brain in the bowl. Luckily you brought the wolf meat here, otherwise we would have nowhere to put the wolf's brains. Don't ask me why I paint this on the leather. I don't know either, it's just passed down this way. Generally, the brains of wild animals are used to tan the leather. I heard that some people also use nitrate to tan leather, but I have never done that. After old Zhang said these words, the wolf's skin was also completely brushed. Wait, once the water dries up, we can start tanning. Zhao Zong tactfully took the bowl from old Zhang's hand, and helped old Zhao into the house like a lackey. In the inner room, when Xiao was doing needlework, it looked like Zhao Zong was making cloth shoes. Nowadays, most people wear a pair of shoes with patches on top of each other. You may not be able to wear a new pair of shoes during the Chinese New Year. When Xiao saw Zhao Xiaowu coming into the room, her face turned slightly red again. She quickly got off the Kong and said blushingly. Dad, Xiaowu brother, you two must be hungry, I'll go cook for you. As he said this, he wanted to run out of the house. I wonder if old Zhang didn't notice the blush on his daughter's face. What time is it? It's still early, what are you going to cook? Old Zhang's words made Wenxiao even more embarrassed, but fortunately, old Zhang soon started chatting with Zhao Xiaowu. Xiaowuzi, after this wolf skin absorbs the brain flower water, it will become raw leather. Master, after all this hard work, it's only raw leather. Humph, what else do you think? The next step is to tan the leather. You need to soften the dry and hard leather little by little. This is a delicate job. Master, don't worry, I will definitely learn from you. Old Zhang became more and more satisfied as he listened to Zhao Xiaowu's words. Wenxiao on the side also had a big smile on her face. What could be more gratifying than your parents being satisfied with the person you like? Time flies, and it's afternoon in the blink of an eye. Zhao Zong had lunch at old Zhang's house at noon, and he cooked the dishes himself. At first, Wenxiao's mother and Wenxiao refused to let him cook. Firstly, he was considered a half-guest, and secondly, they didn't believe he could cook. There is no way, the reputation of its predecessor is extremely famous in the village of Lanwagu. It was through this period of time that Wenxiao's mother and old Zhang had a much better impression of him. Otherwise, they would not even want to let him in, let alone have dinner at his house. Zhao Xiaowu simply fried some shredded potatoes with vinegar and scrambled eggs with chili peppers. Zhao Zong had cooked these two dishes many times in his previous life, and his skills had reached perfection. Old Zhang took a bite of the food without saying anything. He just lowered his head and showed off wildly. Seeing that her father didn't say anything, Wenxiao just kept picking up food and eating, and she was also curious about the taste of the food. She tried a small piece with chopsticks, and as soon as the dish took a bite, the unique taste of the vinegar-fried potato shreds conquered her. The only one who didn't pick up the food with chopsticks was Wenxiao's mother. She was worried about the oil in her oil jar. She originally thought she was generous enough because she had a good hunter, old Zhang, at home and there was no shortage of meat or oil. It was not until today when she saw Zhao Xiaowu cooking that she realized that oil could be used in this way. The amount of lard that little bastard Zhao Xiaowu uses when cooking is enough for their family to cook for 3 days. But after all, Zhao Xiaowu was considered a half-guest, so she had to resist the urge to chop his heart with a kitchen knife. Zhao Zong saw that Wenxiao's mother didn't move her chopsticks, but kept staring at him with a strange look in her eyes, which made him feel uneasy. "Auntie, you should also try my cooking," Zhao Zong said as he moved the plate towards Wenxiao's mother. Hearing what Zhao Xiaowu said, Wuxiao's eyes twitched, and she thought to herself, "I'm going to taste your grandma's legs. My old lady's fat." In his heart, he hated Zhao Xiaowu so much that he wasted all the oil, but he put on a stiff smile and picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks. Soon, Wenxiao's mother also joined the ranks of showing off. At the dinner table, Zhao Zong also asked where his brother-in-law Zhang Daguang had gone. Wenxiao ate while speaking vaguely. "My brother has been acting mysterious these past 2 days. He keeps going to the county town. I don't know what he's doing. He doesn't even go to the fields." Zhao Zong didn't care. His brother-in-law looked like a black bear spirit. What could happen to him? After dinner, Zhao Zong followed old Zhang to knead the leather by hand. The two of them worked quickly. After kneading the leather, old Zhang taught Zhao Zong how to turn raw leather into finished leather. It's actually very simple, just use smoke. Old Zhang took out needle and thread and performed Zhang Fei embroidery in front of Zhao Zong, letting Zhao Zong know what it meant to be rough but delicate. He first sewed up the wolf skin along the knife edge, turning it into a barrel shape. They sewed a cloth bag on the wolf's butt and hung the wolf skin upside down. The cloth bag behind the wolf's butt was tied to the chimney of the stove, and the smoke was smoked from bottom to top for 2 or 3 hours until the skin inside the wolf's skin turned brown. "Zaya Wuzi, do you see this color?" Old Zhang turned over the wolf skin and let Zhao Xiaowu who was standing beside him see it. "It's almost done after it's been smoked to this extent. The raw leather will become cooked leather." After saying that, old Zhang put the wolf skin down, and Zhao Zong quickly hugged the wolf skin. "It's true that the wolf skin is soft and sticky when I hug it. There is no peculiar smell on the wolf skin, only a light smell of pine smoke." In the end, Zhao Zong left the wolf skin to old Zhang. The skin was originally given to old Zhang, and he was taught how to tan the skin. It can be said that he was very kind. After learning how to tan leather, Zhao Zong mentioned seeing a group of bats while chatting with old Zhang. He didn't say that he raised hornets, he just said that there was a hornet's nest in a cave and that he saw many bats eating hornets. After listening to what Zhao Xiaowu said, old Zhang analyzed the reasons for him. Do you think that this tiger killer usually comes out in summer and autumn? Seeing Zhao Xiaowu nodded, old Zhang continued. Actually, this thing is available all year round, but there are more insects in summer and autumn, so they come out more frequently. This time, they probably came out in large numbers because they discovered the swarm of hornets in the cave. These creatures are the natural enemies of hornets. Some hornets even climb onto the hive and eat all the worker bees outside before they stop. It was also the first time that Zhao Zong knew that bats were the natural enemies of hornets. Because he raised hornets, Zhao Zong paid special attention to these things and asked quickly. Master, does the hornet have any other natural enemies? Although old Zhang thought Zhao Xiaowu's question was strange, he just thought he was learning hunter common sense and continued. There are several species that can eat hornets. In addition to the bats you just mentioned, ants, spiders, and mice all eat hornets. The spider will look for a small colony of hornets, and after the worker bees leave the nest, it will steal the pupae and eat the worker bees, keeping the number of worker bees to around 10. The tiger slayer will lie on the hornet nest and beat it, and the bees inside will be eaten as soon as they come out, until the whole nest of hornets is eaten. These things can survive against a few hornets, but if there are too many hornets, they will all die. Zhao Zong, who had his mouth wide open, finally felt relieved after hearing old Zhang's last words. But soon, old Zhang gave him another blow. The real natural enemy is the honey buzzard. It can eat a whole nest at a time. The key is that the hornet can't do anything to it. Honey hawk. Zhao Zong assured that this was the first time he had heard the name of this animal. Seeing Zhao Xiaowu's puzzled look, old Zhang showed his rare patience and explained. The honey buzzard is also called the honey buzzard. It has dense, scale-like feathers on its face to protect it. The feathers on its body are hard and thick, like armor. There are thick calluses on its two sharp claws, making it impossible for the hornet to do anything to it. As Zhao Zong listened to old Zhang's introduction, his expression became increasingly grim, but he soon felt relieved. There is no need to worry about it now. If I encounter it someday, I will just kill it. After returning home from old Zhang's place, it was already late, so Zhao Zong did not go out again. As soon as it got dark, a white shadow suddenly flashed and flew over from a distance. A white bat as big as a dinner plate appeared in the sky above Zhao Xiaowu's yard. Its big white ears are very eye-catching, and it listens to something while flying. Soon, it seemed to have discovered something, and it swooped down and hung upside down on the eaves of the door of Zhao Zhang's house. The two small front paws with wings attached were clasped in front of the chest, and the clear eyes closed. At midnight, Zhao Zong suddenly felt a surge of urgency rising in his heart. He mumbled in a daze, turned over, and opened his sleepy eyes. Which little guy is in trouble again? At first he thought that there was another problem with the hornet cave. After all, he had just heard old Zhang talk a lot about the natural enemies of hornets in the afternoon. But when he felt it carefully, his confused eyes suddenly opened wide. It's the white bat. Didn't I drive this thing away? Why is it back again? Zhao Zong was a little confused, but he still planned to use vision sharing to see what was going on. What frustrates him is that there is no eye icon representing shared vision next to the white bat avatar, but instead there is an ear icon. The confused Zhao Zong then realized that bats emit ultrasonic waves with their mouths and then listen with their ears. He clicked on the ear icon next to the white bat portrait, and the white bat hanging upside down on the eaves at his door immediately opened its mouth and emitted a silent ultrasonic wave. At the same time, a picture appeared in Zhao Zhang's mind. In the family's yard, an animal that looked like a dog was moving towards the chicken coop. Zhao Zhang's family didn't have a dog. They were so poor before that they didn't have enough food to feed a dog. Oh no! Those little pheasants my mother raised as treasures. Zhao Xiaowu was completely alert at this time and jumped up from the bed. He didn't even bother to put on his pants and walked out of the room in his leaky pants. The creaking sound of the wooden door opening was particularly obvious in the quiet night. Before he could see clearly what it was, he only saw a red and yellow shadow passing over the top of the courtyard wall. I went back to the house, got a kerosene lamp, and counted the chickens in the chicken coop. 1, 2, 3. Fortunately, not one is missing. These little pheasants are Sun Yueqin's treasures. If they were really taken away by that unknown creature, Sun Yueqin would be heartbroken. When he returned to the room, Zhao Zong finally saw the white bat hanging upside down on the eaves at the door. This time he did not let the white bat go, nor did he look at it as ferocious. Instead, he thought the two big furry ears were cute. How come this little guy looks a lot bigger? He walked into the room muttering to himself, thinking that it was a good idea to have a monitor. Zhao Xiaowu had just fallen asleep when he was awakened by the alarm sounded by the white bat. This time he didn't rush out, but watched carefully through the crack in the window. This is a big red and yellow fox with erect ears, pointed mouth, long legs and thick tail. What a beautiful big fox. Zhao Zong couldn't help but admire it in his heart. The only weapon he had in his hands now, apart from the slingshot and the red tassel spear, was the homemade spear. Not to mention that he couldn't do such a thing as firing a gun at home in the middle of the night. He wouldn't get any benefit even if he did. If the earthen tube is fired at close range, half of the fox's body will be broken into pieces. You know, the most valuable part of a fox is its skin. Why bother with it if its skin is rotten? Besides, if he fired this shot, the whole village would probably be awakened. He is not that stupid. Seeing the fiery red fox heading straight for the chicken coop again, Zhao Xiaowu couldn't stay any longer. He went out with his red tasseled spear in hand. Crunch. There was the sound of a door opening. The big fox in the yard's hair suddenly stood up and its body became much bigger. Especially its thick tail, which looks like a big feather duster. But this time the big fox didn't run away. It turned around and stared at Zhao Xiaowu's door. When Zhao Zong came out of the room, the big fiery red fox's nose wrinkled, and its lips were also pulled when the nose wrinkled, revealing its sharp canine teeth. Zhao Zong would not be frightened by its appearance. He had killed wild boars and gray wolves at close range, so why would he be afraid of a mere fox? The fire fox was obviously surprised when it saw that it did not scare the human, and even froze for a moment with its fierce expression. In the past, it would hide from humans when it encountered them in the mountains and forests. However, the situation was special during this period and it could not find food, so it ventured into human territory. Zhao Zongke had no idea what it was thinking. With the moonlight in the sky, he could see the whole appearance of the fiery red fox. He said angrily, "You beast! Your stomach is as round as a ball after eating so much, and you're still planning on having sex with my little chicken." After saying this, he raised the red tasseled spear in his hand. The fire fox's expression changed. Although it couldn't understand human words, it could still feel human emotions. Seeing that the human in front of it was angry and raised his weapon, it immediately jumped towards the top of the wall. Zhao Zong looked at the giant fiery red fox and felt something was wrong. The big belly was rumbling, it didn't look like it was bloated from eating too much, and the position was not right. Instead it looked like a female fox carrying a cub. He slowly put down the red tasseled spear in his hand, feeling a little soft-hearted. Old Zhang told him that it was hunter's rule not to hunt female animals and their cubs in the spring. Of course, it does not include groups of animals that cause harm to a region, such as herds of wild boars, which can destroy crops more viciously than future harvesters. Even if old Zhang had not told him the rules, Zhao Zong would not have been able to do it. He had heard many stories about lambs kneeling to suckle and crows repaying their parents. When the fire fox on the wall saw the two-legged beasts put down their weapons, it was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, it sat down on the wall, raised its hind legs, and licked the fur under its belly. While licking his feathers, he would occasionally look at the little pheasants in the chicken coop. Zhao Zong, who no longer had the will to kill, looked at the female fox on the wall and couldn't help laughing out of anger. Damn it! If I don't kill you, you'll still be so shameless. Looking at the rogue look of the female fox, Zhao Zong would not let it eat his mother's beloved little pheasant, but it was not a solution to keep on being in a stalemate like this. Helpless Zhao Zong finally went to the kitchen and took down a big one from the turtle doves hanging above the stove. As soon as the smoked turtle dove was brought out, the fire fox on the wall started sniffing. It smells meaty, but it's a different kind of meaty smell. Zhao Zong threw the smoked turtle dove in his hand towards the door. He did not throw it towards the fire fox, for fear of scaring the fox away and ruining the turtle dove meat. To his surprise, the fire fox on the wall didn't even hesitate, and quickly jumped down from the wall and ran straight towards the smoked dove. Zhao Zong was dumbfounded and thought, "Aren't foxes said to be smart? How come this guy came down without even a second thought?" If he had any bad intentions now, he could just raise his hand and throw the red-tasseled spear over and get a fire fox. As if sensing Zhao Zhang's psychological activities, the fire fox, which was eating the turtle dove meat quickly, raised its eyes carefully and looked at Zhao Zong. Seeing that he didn't move, he continued to eat a few more bites. After eating half of the turtle dove meat, the fire fox seemed to have replenished some energy. It picked up the remaining dove and looked at Zhao Zong deeply again, with a very human emotion in its eyes. With a leap, the fire fox jumped out of the yard and disappeared in the moonlight. Zhao Xiaowu stared at the fire fox's receding back for a long time. When he came to his senses, he found that Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yueqin had been standing behind him for a long time. "Ouch! How did you two get out? You didn't make a sound. I was scared to death." Zhao Zong was so frightened that he raised his red tassel spear and almost stabbed him. Fortunately, he finally saw clearly that it was his parents. He patted his chest and put down the red-tasseled spear in his hand. Sun Yueqin was also shocked by Zhao Xiaowu's reaction. "It's the middle of the night, who wouldn't hear you making such a loud noise? You opened the door and talked, your father and I are not deaf." Seeing his mother's overbearing look, Zhao Xiaowu did not dare to argue. Just as he was about to go back to his room, he was stopped by Zhao Dezhu. "Xiaowu, that thing just now was a fox, right?" Zhao Zong nodded but said nothing. Zhao Dezhu saw that Xiao Wuzi was unwilling to say more, but he couldn't help but remind him. "You can't beat a female animal with cubs in spring. You did the right thing just now. But you shouldn't feed it. If it gets its eyes on our house in the future, we won't be able to live in peace." Zhao Zong knew that Zhao Dezhu was right, so he didn't argue. He said, "I understand," and turned back to his room. All night long. When Zhao Zong got up in the morning, Sun Yueqin and Zhao Dezhu had already gone to work. The white bat hanging upside down on the eaves of the house at the door had long disappeared. He washed his face, ate some breakfast made by his fourth sister, and went to old Zhang's house. As soon as I arrived at old Zhang's house, I saw old Zhang carrying a gun and leading his dog, ready to go out. The gun is the Type 38 rifle commonly seen in anti-Japanese dramas, and the dog is a wolfhound. This wolf blue dog is a common dog breed in northern Hebei and is widely distributed. I heard that it was derived from the Japanese wolf blue dog during the anti-Japanese war and combined with local dog breeds. The wolf blue dog led by old Zhang is more like a wolf blue German Shepherd or a wolf blue Kunming dog. This is also the old version of the Jibei wolf blue. It is difficult for Zhao Zong to comment on the later generation's donkey Qing, everyone has their own preferences. This old version of the wolfhound is ferocious and alert, has a keen sense of smell, is easy to tame, is highly sensitive, very aggressive, highly alert, has strong resistance to blows, strong survival ability, strong adaptability, is easy to feed, and can tolerate rough food. He had a pair of yellow-brown triangular eyes and a slender and strong body. When he saw Zhao Zong coming over, he started barking. "Woof woof woof. Da Qing, sit down." At old Zhang's command, the ferocious wolf sat down. Zhao Zong stopped when he was still 5 or 6 meters away from old Zhang. He didn't want to be bitten by the dog. "Master, are you going up the mountain?" Zhao Zong asked doubtfully. Old Zhang nodded and said, "The head of Shigo village came to me and said that a group of wild boars had come to Kaozawa in their village. Not only did these wild boars dig up the ground and eat all the seeds of the crops, they also injured several people. I have to go over and take a look." When Zhao Zong heard about this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Master, please take me with you. I will learn from you and treat it as an internship." Old Zhang didn't understand what Zhao Xiaowu meant by internship, but he knew that Zhao Xiaowu wanted to go with him. "You don't even have a gun, why are you following me? Just stay home. Da Qing, let's go." As he said this, old Zhang was about to take the dog away. When Zhao Zong saw that old Zhang was about to leave, he was no longer afraid of his dog. He grabbed old Zhang's arm and refusing to let go and insisting on following old Zhang. Finally, old Zhang had no choice but to agree to take Zhao Xiaowu with him. Zhao Zong was very smart. He took the opportunity to take old Zhang's oxhorn bow, put on his quiver, and went home to get the red tassel spear. Along the way, Zhao Zong kept asking old Zhang where Daqing came from and why he didn't see Daqing when he went to his house before. Old Zhang was so annoyed by him that he finally told the reason. Daqing is not my dog, I borrowed it from Go Lao San. Zhao Zong had heard of Go Lao San, a lazy hunter from a village not far from their village. This Go Lao San doesn't use a gun when hunting, he relies entirely on the help of his dogs. Normally his dogs were allowed to roam freely in the mountains, relying on themselves to find food. They are only gathered when hunting, but this has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it saves food for feeding the dogs, but the disadvantage is that dogs are always lost. Dogs are often eaten by other large animals in the mountains. Without thinking any more about Go Lao San, Zhao Zong continued to listen to what old Zhang said. I'm going to Shigo Kaozuwa to hunt wild boars. I must bring a dog with me. A dog can both warn and track them. This big blue is not bad. It can chase, flirt, bite and drag. It's basically all alive. Zhao Zong didn't understand again and couldn't help asking. Master, what does it mean to be able to chase, flirt, bite, and drag? Old Zhang was in a good mood now, so he started telling him the story. Being able to chase means that the dog has a good nose and can track prey by smell. To be a flirt is to know how to move, harass, and make it difficult for the prey to escape. As for being able to bite, it means knowing where to bite the prey, rather than biting randomly, and being able to control the prey as quickly as possible. Being able to drag is the opposite of being able to bite. To drag is to hold the prey, also known as hanging armor. A good drag dog can make the prey unable to move. Old Zhang's explanation seemed to open the door to a new world for Zhao Xiaowu. There are so many things to pay attention to when raising hunting dogs. Zhao Xiaowu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and secretly decided in his heart that he must have his own good hunting dog in the future. The group of 2 people, a dog and a bird, walked for half a day. When they arrived at Shigo village, it was almost noon. When Zhao Zong arrived at the brigade headquarters in Shigo village, he saw many hunters carrying guns, as well as hunters holding bows and arrows and leading dogs. He even saw a young man with a greasy face and a unique gun in the crowd. Is this a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle? Hearing Zhao Xiaowu's mumbling, old Zhang also looked at the young man. However, old Zhang did not linger on the young man for long. In his eyes, the young man was just a cadre's son who came to join in the fun. It must be said that the old ones are the wisest, and old Zhang is really good at judging people. This young man with slick back hair and powdered face is indeed the son of a cadre. His father is a director of Wenjiatai commune. This time, I heard that there was going to be a wild boar hunt here, so I brought 2 or 3 like-minded friends to Shigo village. When he saw the village chief of Shigo village, he directly mentioned his father's name, and Shigo village chief Li Dashuan immediately knelt down and licked him. Even the only Type 56 semi-automatic rifle of the village militia was taken out, and 100 rounds of bullets were diligently loaded into it. Everyone, be quiet. Be quiet. A middle-aged man in his 40s stood on the steps of the brigade headquarters and shouted. I am Li Dashuan, the head of Shigo village. I have called you here today to get rid of the herd of wild boars that are causing trouble in our village. Today, our team will give a subsidy of $1 to any hunter who goes into the mountains to hunt wild boars. Also, any hunter who kills a wild boar can take away the rest as long as they keep the pig's head. As soon as Li Dashuan finished speaking, the crowd below began to buzz with discussion. Hey, this Li Dashuan is really nice. He let us take the wild boar away after he killed it. Yeah. I heard there are a lot of wild boars in Kaozuwa, Shigo village. I wonder if there is a wild boar king. TSK. There is a wild boar king among dozens of wild boars. It's just a big egg. It probably weighs several hundred kilograms. Zhao Zong listened to the discussion of the people around him and asked old Zhang. Master, why did Shigo village keep the pig's head? Old Zhang stood in the crowd, closed his eyes, and said calmly. They left the pig heads behind to report to the county and to get compensation to prove that there was indeed a herd of wild boars wreaking havoc on their village. He would like the hunters to leave all the wild boars they kill to him, but how much money does their village have to pay so many hunters to help them hunt wild boars? Zhao Zong turned around and thought about it, and realized that was indeed the case. When they, from Shigo village, hire hunters to hunt wild boars, they either have to pay them or let them take the prey away. Otherwise, who would come all the way to help them hunt wild boars? Today, every hunter who comes to hunt wild boars will be given $1, which is considered an invitation fee. At this time, Li Dashuan on the step spoke again. Purchaser Li from the commune canteen's purchasing department has also come to our Shigo village. If you want to sell your wild boars, purchasing officer Li will consider it. The crowd below started to discuss again. That's great. We don't have to drag the wild boar back home after killing it. The price of wild boar meat in the commune canteen is not high. I might as well take some home to eat. Old Wang, it's already May, how much can you eat? It would be better to change it into money. Yeah. Many hunters around echoed this. The young man with greasy hair and powdered face in the crowd was even more surprised. When did I say I would take in the wild boars they killed? It turns out that this young man with slicked back hair and powdered face is the buyer Li mentioned by Shigo village chief Li Dashuan. The young man changed his mind and realized that he could collect things from other places anyway, so it would be better to sell the face of Li Dashuan, the village chief of Shigo village. For the sake of licking him and making him happy. After Li Dashuan finished speaking, he arranged for many men from his village to lead the hunters. Old Zhang is a famous hunter in the area. Where has he not been? He directly rejected the request of the villagers of Shigo village to lead the way, and walked towards Kaozuo with Zhao Xiaowu alone. Along the way, Daqing kept lowering his head to smell various smells. Old Zhang looked at the flower magpie on Zhao Xiaowu's shoulder and asked. You have raised a good magpie. It looks quite clever. Although Old Zhang was praising Xiao Qiao, Zhao Zong still felt very happy. This is the first time that Old Zhang praised him. He couldn't help but say with some pride. Not only is he clever, he's a great helper. Do you know how I killed that wild boar? It was this magpie that helped me the whole time. It found the wild boar. Old Zhang never expected that Zhao Xiaowu also raised a magical bird. He had heard a story before about a hunter who rescued a lynx, and then the lynx helped the hunter hunt. I didn't expect that this brat Zhao Xiaowu would have such a blessing. The two men walked westward from the brigade headquarters of Shigo village, passing Leonergia Mountain and Giant Mazangu along the way. While climbing over the old man's mountain, Zhao Zong actually shot 2 wild rabbits with a bow and arrow. He didn't expect that his archery would be so accurate. Although Old Zhang said it was nothing, Zhao Zong still noticed the twitching of his mouth. After entering the mountain, the small colorful magpie flew into the woods. Only when it finds prey will it fly to Zhao Zong to lead the way. The big blue dog also performed very well, being not only smart but also agile. Without any orders from Old Zhang, it would bring back 2 pheasants for him from time to time. By the way, Xiao Wuzi, this Daqing is also considered a share. When we kill the prey, we have to give 10% of the meat to Go Lao San. Daqing performed very well, and Zhao Zong also felt that it was worth the price. Besides, this was the rule, so he had to abide by it. Master, you have the final say on this matter. I will listen to you. Zhao Zong said sincerely. Old Zhang was also very satisfied with what his apprentice said. What these old people value most is character and rules. By the time they arrived at Kaozuo, the master and disciple had already hunted quite a few prey. Zhao Zong became more and more proficient in using the bow and arrow along the way. He shot a total of 4 wild rabbits, 2 pheasants and 3 turtle doves. His hunting value directly increased by 115 points, from 408 hunting points to 523 hunting points. Old Zhang also had a good harvest, all caught by his big blue dog, including 3 pheasants and a wild rabbit. This time the target was a group of wild boars, so Old Zhang didn't dare to shoot, for fear of scaring the wild boars away. There were many hunters in Kaozawa searching for the traces of wild boars. Old Zhang did not go over but found a pile of wild boar dung nearby and let the big blue dog go over to sniff it. Zhao Zong saved himself the trouble and directly gave orders to Hua Shichue Xiaoqiao in his mind. Go find the wild boars. They're the big ones you found last time. Xiaoqiao circled above Zhao Zhang's head twice, cackled twice, and then flew away. After sniffing the wild boar dung, the big blue dog ran to Kaozawa and wandered around. It circled around and sniffed in the depression for a long time before running towards the woods in the west. Woof woof woof. When it saw that old Zhang and Zhao Xiaowu didn't catch up with it, it turned back and called out twice. Daqing must have smelled where the wild boars are going. Let's follow it. After saying this, the old man and the young man ran towards the dog. At first Zhao Zong was a little worried about old Zhang's health, but he didn't expect that he would be more flexible than a young man like him after living in the mountains. He soon felt relieved. Although old Zhang was called Old Zhang, he was actually only 50 years old. The reason for this nickname is that he looks too old. His hair is almost completely white when he was just 50 years old. After finally catching up with the big blue dog, they also arrived deep into the forest. This is a small lake formed by rain. It is not very large, only about 3 or 4 acres in size. At the edge of the lake, the two saw a herd of wild boars. 1, 2, 3, 34. Master, my goodness, there are more than 30 wild boars, big and small. Zhao Zong lay on the ground, counted the number of wild boars, and couldn't help but whisper to old Zhang. Old Zhang was fiddling with the Type 38 rifle in his hand while he muttered impatiently. Shut up, I'm not blind. While he was speaking, he had already loaded the bullets and cocked the bolt. Zhao Zong was also ready to draw his bow and shoot, waiting for his master to fire the first shot. Old Zhang aimed at the largest wild boar in the herd and slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out. But Zhao Zong was dumbfounded because the person who fired the shot was not Old Zhang. Old Zhang was also surprised and didn't know who fired the shot. No matter who fired the shot, the frightened wild boars were already scattered. The bullet hit the largest cannon egg, leaving a bloody hole. The cannon eggs made a deafening buzzing sound, which was much more miserable than slaughtering pigs during the Chinese New Year. Great! I hit it. At this time, not far from Zhao Zong and the others, there were 3 young men cheering happily, completely unaware that danger was about to come. Behind the 3 young men, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s who was pulling them, and it seemed that he was telling them to run quickly. The greasy-haired young man who fired the shot was not moved at all. He raised the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in his hand and fired again. The cannon egg, which was already extremely angry, finally found its target. It lowered its head and rushed over with a buzzing sound. When the wild boars saw the direction the leader was running, they all followed behind. The scene was really scary. The land was trampled and grass leaves were flying in the sky. The 3 young men were so frightened that they stood there unable to move. The pretty boy who fired the gun was the worst among them. His legs were shaking like a sieve and there was even a small wet spot between his legs. Unable to pull the 3 young men away, the middle-aged man stomped his feet and climbed towards a big tree nearby. Xiao Wuzi! Save them! Old Zhang didn't care about hiding at this time. He shouted and shot at the cannonball that was rushing in the front. Old Zhang's gun was very accurate, but the crazy running of the cannon egg still slowed down the bullet a little. The bullet was originally intended for its head, but because it ran so fast, it only hit its neck. The Type 38 rifle has absolute penetrating power, but its damage is a bit less. The bullet penetrated the neck of the cannon egg, but did not kill it directly. Instead, it further stimulated the cannon egg. It changed direction and rushed straight towards Old Zhang. Zhao Zong jumped out the moment Old Zhang opened his mouth, and ran towards the 3 young men. Run quickly while drawing the bow and shooting arrows. It is said that desperate situations can train people. Zhao Zong, who originally could only shoot arrows while still, was forced to learn to shoot arrows while moving. One of the arrows hit Cannon Egg straight on the forehead, but Cannon Egg just yelled angrily again and still rushed towards Old Zhang. The other 2 arrows he shot directly knocked the 2 wild boars behind Cannon Egg to the ground. After shooting the 3 arrows, Zhao Zong also came to the 3 young men. Seeing that the 3 of them were still in a daze, he just kicked them. Bang! 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 After 3 kicks, the 3 people who were kicked down finally reacted. Ah! Oh my God! Run! Run! The 3 of them screamed at the same time, stood up and started to run away, leaving their guns on the ground. Zhao Zong was almost mad to death. He roared. Run away! Get up the tree! After saying this, he didn't care whether the 3 people listened to him or not, and directly threw down old Zhang's invaluable ox-horn bow. He picked up the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle from the ground. Zhao Zong had used this Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in the army in his previous life, but it was just for shooting experience. Its accuracy was not as good as that of the Type 81 rifle, and the gun body was also a little longer than that of the Type 81 rifle. Zhao Zong picked up the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, knelt on one knee with his right leg, held the gun in his left hand, and pressed the gun against his shoulder with his right hand. There was no time to aim, so he just fired in the direction of the wild boars based on his feeling. 9 shots in a row, every shot hit the target. However, these 9 shots did not hit 1 pig, but killed 5 wild boars. During this time, old Zhang fired another shot, and this time it hit the leading Cannon Egg on the forehead. Of the 9 shots Zhao Zong fired, 3 hit Cannon Egg, and the remaining 6 killed 4 big wild boars behind Cannon Egg. The leading male wild boar, with its 4 hooves rubbing against the ground, slid for more than 10 meters like a car that had been hit. When it stopped, it was twitching and it looked like it was about to die. Once the Cannon Egg died, coupled with the several big wild boars killed by Zhao Zong, the charge of the wild boar herd was directly dispersed. The remaining dozen or so smaller wild boars and some half-grown wild boars fled in all directions, screaming. Old Zhang had already stood up and was about to climb up the big locust tree next to him when he saw that the herd of wild boars had been scattered. Without saying a word, he skillfully loaded the gun. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a large wild boar that was fleeing fell to the ground. Apart from anything else, old Zhang's shooting skills are still awesome. There were no bullets left in the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle that Zhao Zong was holding. The ammunition capacity of this type of gun is generally 10 rounds. Just as he was about to put down the 5 or 6 rifles in his hand and pick up the bow and arrows on the ground, 5 10-round magazines fell from the sky. The bridge clip is also called a magazine or a clip bar. It is for quick loading and convenient carrying of bullets. If you are interested, you can search for pictures and you will understand it at a glance. Zhao Zong looked up and saw that it was the cadre's son with slick back hair and powdered face. At this moment, his face was pale. He forced a smile and said to Zhao Zong, "Brother, great marksmanship. Thank you for saving me, I'll treat you to a meal later." Zhao Zong picked up the magazine and loaded it into the gun. The 7.62 mm bullets felt heavy. At this time, the herd of wild boars had almost run away. He seized the opportunity and fired a few more shots. This time he was not as accurate as last time. The distance was much farther, and he only killed 2 big wild boars with 5 shots. When the herd of wild boars completely disappeared, Zhao Zong sat down on the ground. Damn it! This is so exciting. I was so frightened that these words came out of my mouth. When old Zhang, who was walking over, heard what Zhao Zong said, he looked at Zhao Xiaowu with an increasingly strange look in his eyes. From the explosion of the wild boar's den to their complete disappearance, Zhao Xiaowu had completely shocked Zhang Fushun. Old Zhang had been a soldier and had fought in wars. Although he didn't stare at Zhao Xiaowu just now, what he saw out of the corner of his eye was enough to shock him. He saw the shadow of a soldier in Zhao Xiaowu, but those actions were different from what he knew. Plus, he had watched Zhao Xiaowu grow up almost since he was a child, so he had no doubts and just thought that Zhao Xiaowu was a genius. The 3 young men and the middle-aged man also came down from the tree. Although they were no longer shaking, their faces were still pale. Zhao Zong handed the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and the remaining magazines in his hand to the young man. The young man did not generously give the gun to Zhao Xiaowu. Firstly, it was not his gun, but belonged to the Shigo village militia. Secondly, it was not the case that guns could be given away casually in those days. The young man who took the gun took the opportunity to shake hands with Zhao Zong. "Hello, comrade, I am Li Jianxia from the purchasing department of our commune canteen. If you two hadn't taken action in time this time, the three of us would have died." Looking at Li Jianxia with a smile on his face, Zhao Zong would not ignore him like he was pretending. "I was too anxious about hunting the wild boar just now, so I didn't talk to them much. Hello. This is all a small effort. Anyone who sees this kind of thing must help," Zhao Zong said politely while shaking hands with Li Jianxia, as if he didn't notice the young man's wet pants at all. Lao Zhantou looked down upon the three young men in front of him, so he deliberately interrupted and said, "Xiao Wuzi, hurry up and deal with the wild boar. If the pig blood is used, the wild boar will not taste good." Zhao Zong had no choice but to say goodbye to Li Jianxia. "I'm going to deal with the wild boar first, you guys go back quickly." After saying that, he walked towards the dead wild boar. After old Zhang and Zhao Zong counted the numbers, they exclaimed, "Wow." Not counting the cannonball, Zhao Zong killed 6 wild boars by himself, including 4 female wild boars weighing more than 200 kilograms and 2 half-grown male wild boars shot to death with bows and arrows. 2 half-grown wild boars weigh only about 60 kilograms. In addition to the big wild boar he killed, old Zhang killed 3 more big wild boars, each weighing more than 200 pounds. That big beast must be nearly 400 pounds and is incredibly large, otherwise it wouldn't be so difficult to kill. All in all, old Zhang and Zhao Zong each lost nearly 1,000 kilograms of meat. This is really hard to imagine. The 3 young men behind did not leave and were also amazed. These two are amazing. I've never heard of anyone beating a wild boar like them. Yeah. Others can brag about it for a long time when they kill a big wild boar. These 2 guys are great. They killed 10 wild boars of all sizes. Old Zhang and Zhao Zong didn't care what the people behind them said. They were busy bleeding and gutting the wild boar. Ding, the host has been detected to have killed 6 wild boars, and the host will be rewarded with 960 hunting points. Ding, host's current hunting value is 1,398 points. The system prompt sound that appeared in his mind almost made Zhao Zong laugh crazy. One hunt can directly earn you nearly 1,000 hunting points, which is totally worth it. Wow. I'm going to post it. Zhao Zong shouted in his heart. What are you doing? Hurry up and do it. Old Zhang, who was standing by, saw Zhao Xiaowu suddenly freeze while working and couldn't help but urge him. Zhao Zong reacted and immediately continued working. The hunting knives that hunters carry are very sharp, and they are used to gut and skin the prey. The big blue dog was already enjoying its meal. At first, it ate voraciously, but later it just picked out the good food. Zhao Zong was so angry that he kicked it and it ate one of his saved pig hearts. After a long time, they finally cleaned up all the 10 wild boars. Except for those fed to the dogs, the other internal organs and offal were not thrown away. Old Zhang originally planned to hang all the internal organs and offal on the tree as a sacrifice to the mountain god. Zhao Zong didn't agree, so he hung the leftovers of the big blue dog on the tree. Old Zhang did not always insist on his own idea. In fact, he was reluctant to part with so many internal organs and offal. This is all meat. Ordinary people can't eat meat except during the Chinese New Year. Why would they throw it away? It's just a token of their appreciation. They are not afraid of other wild beasts smelling the scent and attacking them. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle is still in the hands of Li Jianxia behind them. The wild boars that were killed later died far away, and in the end it was the 3 young men who helped the 2 of them and dragged all the wild boars together. The middle-aged men had already gone down the mountain to call for help. They had just finished cleaning up all the wild boars when 2 ox carts came over. The leader was none other than Li Dashuan, the village chief of Shigo village. Li Dashuan's eyes almost popped out when he saw the 10 wild boars piled together from afar. When Xiangzi went back to report this, he still didn't believe it, but he came with the ox cart because Purchaser Li was here. When he saw it with his own eyes, he realized how shocking the scene was. He first ran to Li Jianxia and the other two young men to ask about their well-being. Seeing that they were all fine, he felt relieved. He turned around and walked to old Zhang, saying with a smile, "Brother Zhang, you are still so awesome. It has only been a short time and you have killed so many wild boars." Old Zhang did not take all the credit for himself. He said, "My apprentice has killed quite a few more wild boars than I have." Li Dashuan just thought that it was old Zhang who was pushing his apprentice, and he didn't believe what he said. He smiled and said, "How about I take these wild boars back first, and then we can do it together after the hunt is over?" Old Zhang naturally agreed. He and Zhao Zong definitely couldn't transport so much prey back, so it would be better to let Shigo village transport it. Li Dashuan asked the villagers he brought with him to load the truck, and finally loaded the smelly internal organs and offal as well. Li Jianxia and two young men followed Li Dashuan down the mountain, which was the safest option. Without any worries, the two decided to continue tracking the wild boars. At this time, sporadic gunshots were heard in the distant mountains and forests. It seemed that other hunters had also discovered the wild boar. But judging from the gunshots, it must be just a few scattered wild boars. The two men did not go in the direction of the gunshot, but asked the big blue dog to look for the wild boar. Maybe it was because the wild boars had scattered and the smell and routes were mixed, so the big blue dog couldn't find the location of the wild boars for a while. Just when old Zhang was frowning and worried, a cracking sound suddenly came from above his head. "Quack! It's Xiao Qiao." Zhao Zong said happily and whistled. Hearing Zhao Xiaowu's whistle, Xiao Qiao immediately flew down from the tree and landed on Zhao Xiaowu's arm. Because of telepathy, Zhao Zong felt Hua Shichua's small inner excitement. "Master, Xiao Qiao seems to have discovered the location of the wild boars." Zhao Zong hesitated for a moment before finally speaking out. The reason he hesitated was that he was afraid that old Zhang would ask him how he knew what a bird was thinking. However, old Zhang did not doubt it, but immediately said, "Let Xiao Qiao lead the way, let's go." Zhao Zong didn't waste any time and took out a small cloth bag from his body, which turned out to be filled with white rice. After letting Xiao Qiao eat for a while, Zhao Zong raised his arm and let Xiao Qiao fly into the sky. "Take us to the wild boars." Xiao Qiao seemed to understand, circled once and continued to fly westward. The two of them followed Hua Shike Xiao Qiao and started running. Xiao Qiao was also very smart and the path he led the two of them to walk on was easier, which also made the two of them run a lot faster. After running about 2 miles, old Zhang could no longer run. No matter how familiar he is with the mountains and forests, he is an elderly man, and being able to run 2 miles in the mountains is already very impressive. Zhao Zong wanted to stop and wait for old Zhang, but old Zhang leaned on his knees, bent over, gasped heavily, and said intermittently, "You go first, I'll follow right away." Zhao Zong did not listen to old Zhang. He had heard old Zhang say, "If two people go into the mountains, it's best not to separate." "Master, don't worry. We have already killed so many wild boars, so it doesn't matter if we kill a few less." Zhao Xiaowu's words really comforted old Zhang. Old Zhang is used to it. When he gets to the mountains, he tries his best. It has almost become a habit. "You're right, kid. Then let's walk slowly." The big blue dog was panting beside old Zhang, its big red tongue seemed to be sticking out to be a meter long. Zhao Zong supported old Zhang and walked forward another 200 meters. Xiao Qiao, who was on the big tree in front of them, suddenly flew down silently and landed on Zhao Zhang's shoulder. Just as old Zhang was about to ask, Zhao Zhang's face suddenly lit up with joy. He whispered to old Zhang, "Master, the herd of wild boars is probably just ahead. I'll go over and take a look. You can take a rest here." Before waiting for old Zhang's consent, Zhao Xiaowu crouched down and groped towards the bushes in front. As he carefully walked through the bushes, he saw 3 big wild boars and 4 or 5 half-grown wild boar cubs in the open space ahead. It seems that these 3 big wild boars are sows, otherwise the wild boar cubs would not follow them like this. The first time Zhao Zong followed his master out hunting, he didn't dare to act on his own for fear of making old Zhang angry. He wanted to turn around and look for old Zhang, but unexpectedly old Zhang had already approached him. This frightened Zhao Zong so much that he broke out in a cold sweat and his heart was pounding. Luckily, he is my master and has no ill intentions. If it was an enemy or a wild animal, I would have died here. He secretly made up his mind to be extra careful in the future and always watch his back. Old Zhang naturally had no idea what Zhao Xiaowu was thinking at the moment. When he saw the prey in front of him, he was already excited. He slowly took off the Type 38 rifle on his back, knelt down and shot, aiming at the wild boar in front of him. Zhao Zong also took out the bow and arrow, held the bow in his left hand, and took out 3 arrows from the quiver behind his back with his right hand. He held 2 arrows in his mouth and placed one directly on the bow. Xiaowu, I'll kill the 2 biggest wild boars. You can take the smaller wild boar, and let fate take the rest of the half-grown pigs. If you can take them, take them. If you can't, forget it. Hearing his master's whispered instructions, Zhao Zong did not reply, but just nodded. There was nothing he could do as he had the arrow shaft in his mouth. Zhao Xiaowu slowly pulled the bowstring, and the ox horn bow made a slight, creaking sound. Old Zhang saw the wild boars suddenly raise their heads and said inwardly, "Not good." At the same time, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! As soon as the gunshot was heard, the largest female wild boar that had been targeted fell down. A bloody hole appeared above the pig's eye, and blood was flowing out. One shot to the head. The moment the gun went off, Zhao Zong let go. The arrow in his hand trembled as it shot towards the female wild boar he had aimed at. Puff! The sound of the arrow entering the flesh was dull, but it was still audible, since they were only about 20 meters away from the herd of wild boars. Soon Zhao Zong shot his second arrow, which just happened to kill a half-grown wild boar that was jumping up and down. The arrow was stuck in the pig's eye. This archery skill is amazing. Is this the compensation God gives me after my rebirth? The herd of pigs had exploded at this time. When Zhao Zong shot and killed the second wild boar, Old Zhang fired the second shot. His shooting skills were still very accurate, and he killed the second largest female wild boar with one shot. The big blue dog also rushed over, and with one pounce, it locked the throat of a half-grown wild boar that was running around. The half-grown wild boar that was bitten wanted to continue running, but it couldn't breathe. The weight of the big blue dog is about the same as that of the half-grown wild boar, both weighing about 60 to 70 kilograms, and its bite force is quite amazing. Zhao Zong shot one last arrow, but only hit the hind leg of a half-grown wild boar. This arrow was also quite clever, directly piercing the 2 hind legs of the half-grown wild boar together. The half-grown wild boar, unable to run on its hind legs, frantically dug the ground with its front legs, trying to get away from here, but to no avail. The duo's harvest this time was 3 large sow wild boars weighing about 200 kilograms and 3 half-grown wild boars weighing 60 to 70 kilograms. When they came out of the bushes, the half-grown wild boar whose throat was bitten by the big blue dog was already foaming at the mouth and sticking out its tongue, apparently suffocating to death. The half-grown wild boar whose hind legs were shot by Zhao Zhang's bow and arrow was still struggling frantically. When it saw the appearance of humans, its screams became even more shrill, much louder than the screams when pigs were slaughtered during the New Year. Zhao Zong walked over, stepped on the half-grown wild boar's head, pulled out a brass dagger and was about to drain its blood. Suddenly, the system's electronic prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, the host has been detected to have hunted 3 wild boars, and the reward is 400 hunting points. Ding, host's current hunting value is 1,798 points. Ding, it is detected that the host has captured a young wild boar. The contract requires 350 hunting points. Would the host like to sign the contract? At first, Zhao Zong didn't pay attention to the system prompt sound in his mind. Just when the tip of his knife was about to pierce the neck of the half-grown wild boar, the third system prompt sounded. I forgot I could make a contract. Looking at the hunting points he has saved now, it is nearly 1,800 points. The contract for this half-grown wild boar requires 350 points. Why should he be reluctant to give it up? Contract. Zhao Zong spoke to the system in the tone of a nouveau riche. This is just the hunting value he earned from hunting wild boars. If it were the hunting value he had before, the contract would be useless. Ding, the contract with the young wild boar was successful. Ding, deduct 350 hunting points from the host has 1448 hunting points left. Oh, system, let's call this half-grown wild boar Beiji. After speaking to the system, Zhao Zong opened the system panel to check. Contracted Beast 1, Small Flower Magpie. Contracted Beast 2, Tiger Bee. Contracted Beast 3, Wild Bee Queen Xiaomi. Contracted Beast 4, White Alienated Bat Little Bat. Contracted Beast 5, Juvenile Wild Boar Beiji. Before I knew it, I had 5 contracted pets. While Zhao Zong was still sighing, old Zhang started yelling at him. What are you mumbling about, you little brat? Hurry up and get rid of the wild boar. Over time, the wild boar's throat will become stinky. Zhao Zong reacted and quickly responded to his master. I know. Do it right away. Master, this half-grown wild boar seems to be quite friendly to me. How about I not kill it for now and just raise it? What the hell are you talking about? How can a wild boar get along with you? We just killed almost its entire family. Old Zhang had already dealt with a wild boar by this time. He pulled some grass from the ground, wiped his hands, and walked towards Zhao Xiaowu. Let me see, what's going on? When old Zhang saw the half-grown wild boar on the ground, he also let out a cry of surprise. Ah! Why is this wild boar so docile? The half-grown wild boar that had been screaming just now stopped screaming and its eyes became clear. Old Zhang kicked it with his foot, but there was no reaction, and it even looked a little aggrieved. This. Old Zhang didn't know what to say for a moment. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, although he had caught wild boars before. But the little wild boar is also very ferocious and will bite people if they disagree with something. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. Old Zhang didn't care much about such a little wild boar. He asked Zhao Xiaowu to quickly clean up the other dead wild boars. As for this half-grown wild boar, he could do whatever he wanted with it. Zhao Zong was delighted, knowing that he had fooled him. He pulled out the arrow from the half-grown wild boar's hind leg and grabbed 2 handfuls of dirt to cover the boar's wound. The half-grown wild boar did not struggle, even though its legs were twitching in pain. In order to conceal the fact that the little wild boar did not run away, Zhao Zong took out a rope and tied it around its neck. After doing all this, they started to clean up the other dead wild boars. This time, since no one helped them transport the prey, the 2 of them just left the wild boar's viscera and offal there. It was all considered as a way to show filial piety to the mountain god and to leave some for other animals in the mountains. There were 3 big wild boars and 2 small wild boars. After removing the internal organs and offal, there was more than 500 kilograms of net meat. It was impossible for the 2 of them to bring back the more than 500 kilograms of meat, so they had no choice but to hang the more than 300 kilograms of wild boar on the tree with a rope. A man was walking back with a large hollow wild boar on his back. The hollow wild boar weighed about 150 to 160 kilograms. The 2 walked for a while and rested for a while. Fortunately, they met other hunters on the way. They were hunters from 2 Taizi villages. They knew Lao Zhang and had a good relationship with him. Seeing old Zhang and Zhao Xiaowu each carrying a big wild boar on their backs, they were very envious. Lao Zhang, you killed the wild boar so quickly. The gunshots here just now were caused by you guys. A middle-aged man in his 40s said enviously. When old Zhang saw the middle-aged man, he grinned and threw the wild boar off his back without saying a word. Lao Wang, you finally came at the right time. I was just wondering how to get the wild boar back. Come on, give me a hand. The middle-aged man, called Lao Wang by old Zhang, did not refuse. He walked forward with a smile and helped old Zhang carry the wild boar. The young man who was about 20 years old next to Lao Wang also ran over to help Zhao Zong carry the wild boar. The rest of the journey was much easier. We returned to Shigo village and took the ox cart to the mountain to pull the remaining 3 wild boars. In the end, old Zhang gave the 2 half-grown wild boars to old Wang and his son who came to help. Zhao Zong did not object. Without the help of the 2 people, they would be so tired. Not counting the 2 half-grown wild boars that were given away, in the end the 2 of them killed 14 wild boars, one of which was contracted by Zhao Zong. In the evening, when Zhao Zong and Lao Zhang stood in front of the pile of wild boars that belonged to them, they shocked everyone present. "Oh my God! Who are these two people? We killed more than a dozen wild boars in half a day. The biggest one on that one probably weighs over 400 pounds. The crowd was filled with discussion. The young men that old Zhang and Zhao Zong had saved also came over, greeted old Zhang, and said to Zhao Zong, "Brother, I didn't have time to ask your name at noon." When Zhao Zong heard Li Jianxia asking his name, he remembered that he had not introduced himself to him yet, so he hurriedly said, "Purchaser Li, my name is Zhao Zong, and I'm from Lanwagu in Wenjiatai commune." When Li Jianxia heard that Zhao Zong was from his commune, he liked him even more. Especially Zhao Zhang's hunting skills, which were of great help to him as a buyer. The two chatted for a while, and village chief Li Dashuan began to arrange for the hunters to sell their prey. Lao Zhang and Zhao Zong killed a wild boar weighing more than 2,500 kilograms in total, and after removing the pig's head, it weighed more than 2,400 kilograms. Li Jianxia was also very generous, charging 80 cents per pound for wild boar meat. This is not a low price. You should know that domestic pork is only 90 cents per pound. The two of them went home with the note from Li Jianxia, planning to go to the commune canteen to get the money tomorrow. "Master, there is 1,920 yuan on this note. Can the commune canteen afford that?" Zhao Zong said with some concern. It's no wonder that Zhao Xiaowu is worried about this. Nearly 2,000 yuan is a huge sum of money in that era. Old Zhang had been trying hard to suppress his inner joy, but when he heard what Zhao Xiaowu said, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, don't worry about it, the commune canteen can't eat so much meat. They can sell it to some big factories. Don't worry." Zhao Xiaowu didn't understand the ins and outs here, and seeing that old Zhang was not worried, he felt relieved. "After we take out the money tomorrow, we'll give Go Lao-san 200 yuan, and the rest we'll each take half." Old Zhang said happily. He had already calculated that, minus the 200 yuan given to Go Lao-san, they would still have 860 yuan left if they each shared half. This is $860. He has never earned so much money in his life. In the past, we just caught pheasants and snare wild rabbits. Occasionally, we would kill a wild boar and sell it for a few dozen yuan, except for giving it to others or eating it at home. This time it really came out. Zhao Zong was also very happy. When he heard that his master wanted to split the money with him, he said hesitantly, "Master, I don't agree to half for each. You brought me here, and you are my master, so you have to take more money. Just give me whatever you want." Although Zhao Zong said this, he was thinking in his heart, "Master, I'm just saying it, please don't take it seriously. Half and half is fine." Old Zhang had no idea what he was thinking, otherwise he would have been angry to death. After hearing what Zhao Xiaowu said, old Zhang was really moved. This amount of money is not a small amount. He was very satisfied that this kid could say this. "Xiaowu, you can't say that. You performed very well in this hunting trip, and you killed most of the wild boars. I'm taking advantage of you if we each get half. Don't say anything more, it's settled." Old Zhang finally finalized the matter. Zhao Zong was carrying a sack of pheasants and rabbits that he had hunted when looking for wild boars, and holding the half-grown wild boar that he had just contracted. He felt so happy. Massive profit. Massive profit. When the old man and the young boy returned to the village, it was already dark. The two men parted at the small stone bridge in the village. Old Zhang took the pheasants and mountain jumps he had shot, and led the big blue dog and ran home. Zhao Zongza led the half-grown wild boar Beiji and carried the sack of prey back to his home. The gate of the yard at home had long been locked from the inside. Boom. 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 "Open the door, I'm back." Zhao Zong knocked on the wooden door of his house so loudly that it made a loud noise, and while knocking he called for help. Through the finger-wide crack in the wooden door, he saw a faint kerosene lamp lit up, casting a man's figure on the window paper. Then there was the sound of tapping footsteps. "Xiaowu, why are you back today?" The person who came out to open the door was Zhao Dezhu, who was wearing his coat and tying his belt as he walked. "The hunting of wild boars went smoothly today. the wild boars were almost wiped out. My master and I returned overnight. As soon as Zhao Dezhu opened the wooden door of the yard, he saw Zhao Xiaowu walking and carrying a sack and holding a rope in his hand. Zhao Dezhu was still wondering what Xiao Wuzi was holding. Look down. Oh my God! Wild boar. He was so frightened that he screamed, dodged backwards, and tried to run into the house. But just as he hid behind, he remembered that the wild boar was tied with a rope by his son. He stopped himself from reaching for the knife, and with some fear, he looked behind Zhao Zong again. The half-grown wild boar that his son was leading weighed at least 60 or 70 kilograms. A wild boar this big was big enough to hurt people. Not to mention that it can kill someone, it can also knock someone over. Xiaowu, you. Zhao Dezhu's voice startled Sun Yueqin, and the dazed Sun Yueqin put on some clothes and walked out. When she saw the half-grown wild boar in Zhao Xiaowu's hand, she was also shocked. But with Zhao Dezhu's shout, she was mentally prepared and wasn't frightened to the point of jumping up. Xiaowu, why did you bring a live wild boar home? Aren't you afraid it will push you? Zhao Zong had no choice but to continue to use the same excuse to fool his parents. I hunted this half-grown wild boar and wanted to kill it. But I felt sorry for it and it got along well with me, so I didn't kill it. I'll bring it back and raise it to see if I can raise it big enough, then I'll kill it for New Year's Eve. As a woman, Sun Yueqin probably cares most about the food and clothing of her family. When she heard Zhao Xiaowu say that they would raise the wild boar and kill it for its meat, her eyes lit up. This is raising pigs. Pigs are large animals in rural areas and not something that ordinary people can raise. The main reason is that pigs eat a lot, and who has surplus food to raise pigs now? Sun Yueqin, who was very excited just now, felt a little distressed when she thought about feeding the pigs. Her family's life had just gotten better. Zhao Zong seemed to know what his mother Sun Yueqin was thinking through her expression. He said to Sun Yueqin, "Mom, don't worry. This is a wild boar, and its food is varied and rough. Just feed it some slop, rotten potatoes, or rotten sweet potatoes." After hearing what Zhao Xiaowu said, coupled with the temptation of raising pigs, Sun Yueqin couldn't control her inner excitement. At this time, she was no longer afraid of the wild boar pushing her, and she pulled Zhao Xiaowu into the house. Zhao Xiaowu would not let the wild boar into the house. He tied the rope to a corner of his yard and went into the house carrying the sack. After he opened the sack in the house, there was another burst of exclamations. Pheasant. Wild rabbit. We haven't finished eating the wild boar meat yet, and now we have so many pheasants and rabbits. Sun Yueqin said happily, pretending to be complaining. Zhao Xiaowu was also very supportive and said to his mother Sun Yueqin, "Then let's eat meat every day and save more food." Sun Yueqin chuckled and raised her hand to teach this smooth-talking brat a lesson. This sack of prey is enough for their family to eat for a while, and Zhao Zong can also take a break. Finally, Zhao Xiaowu was sent back to his room by his mother Sun Yueqin to sleep. He slept in the next morning and woke up around 9 o'clock. He didn't have a watch, he just looked at the sun in the sky and made his own guess. It's really inconvenient without a watch to check the time. I have to figure out the whole watch. During this period of time, I have been learning skills from my master, Lao Zhang, and have become accustomed to reporting to him every day. Just as he was about to go out, his fourth sister Zhao Tao found him. "Xiaowu, Xiaowu, I see the wild bee's beehive is full of honey. When are we going to make honey?" Zhao Xiaowu had not expected that the wild bees would move so quickly. In just a few days, the field was already full of wild honey. Remembering that he hadn't provided food to the hornet colony for a long time, he took out a pheasant from the kitchen. He was reluctant to take the wild rabbit. Not only can its skin be sold for money and made into clothes, but its meat is also more delicious than pheasant meat, provided that Zhao Zong is willing to add seasoning. He carried the pheasant up the mountain, while his fourth sister Zhao Tao stayed at home to collect the wild animals. "If you don't clean it up, you won't be able to eat it." When we staggered to the entrance of the cave, the contracted tiger bees and the wild bee queen had already flown out to greet us. Zhao Zong handed the wild bee queen a small wild flower picked on the road. The little bee flew over and stepped on it happily. Then he crawled into the hornet cave. The hornet's nest had grown bigger again. Half of the 1-meter-deep cave had been turned into a honeycomb by them. This speed is too fast. Zhao Zong sighed and threw the pheasant he was holding onto the ground in the cave. The contracted tiger bee was very excited. It circled around its master's head twice and then flew away. The feathers on pheasants are a bit troublesome for them, but it's not a big problem. Zhao Zong also plucked most of the pheasant feathers on the way up the mountain to make it easier for the hornet swarm to eat the meat. Following the call of the contracted hornet, a swarm of hornets in the hive flew out in large numbers. Zhao Zong was forced to retreat from the cave. There was no other way. There were too many hornets. He even felt that the cave was a little small. In fact, this matter was also Zhao Zhang's own fault. If he had thrown the pheasants on the platform outside the cave and let the hornets eat outside, it would not have seemed so crowded. He threw the pheasant into the cave. The cave was very small to begin with, so it would be strange if it wasn't crowded with the swarm of hornets flying out. However, Zhao Zong also noticed that the reproduction rate of the hornet colony was quite fast during this period. The swarm of hornets that previously had more than 2,000 individuals should now be close to tens of thousands. It's almost quadrupled. If I feed them regularly, will they reproduce faster? Zhao Xiaowu thought happily in his heart. Zhao Xiaowu no longer thinks highly of the little money he can make from selling hornets. 10,000 hornets only cost 150 yuan. It's not even as expensive as the honey from the wild bees next door. Thinking of the wild honey from bees, Zhao Zong ran to the cave next door to look at the wild honey in the beehive. Slowly opening the lids of each beehive, he saw that the honeycomb blocks inside were already full. It's all covered with yellow wild honey. It's time to harvest the honey while it's spring and blooming. While checking the wild honey, Zhao Zong also discovered the expansion of the wild bee population. The 7 or 8 beehives they had made before were no longer enough, and many wild bees that could not get in were lying outside the beehives. After coming down from the back mountain, Zhao Zong walked towards old Zhang's house. I made an appointment with my master before, and today I have to go to the commune to collect the money from selling wild boar meat. It seems that time has passed. When he arrived at old Zhang's house, he walked into the yard with ease and saw Wenxiao picking vegetables in the yard. "Brother Xiaowu, you are here." Wenxiao greeted him, looking a little worried. Zhao Zong naturally noticed Wenxiao's expression. He felt something was wrong, so he asked. "Sister Wenxiao, what's wrong with you? Why are you so unhappy?" Wenxiao raised her head when she heard Zhao Xiaowu's question. Just as she was about to speak, a heavy cough came from the inner room. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Zong immediately recognized that the owner of the voice was his master, old Zhang. He didn't even bother to talk to Wenxiao and just walked into the house. When I went into the room, I saw old Zhang lying on the bed, covered with a thick quilt. Not only was the old man's face extremely pale, he also had a towel on his head. Zhao Zong looked at his master's wife and said with some stammering, "Master's wife, what happened to my master?" Wenxiao's mother sighed and said, "I started having a fever after I came back last night. I don't know if I caught a cold or what." Zhao Zong became anxious when he heard this and quickly asked, "Have you seen the doctor? What did the doctor say?" Wenxiao's mother sighed and said, "I've seen it. I asked Lu the Deaf to come over. He said that Lao Zhang is tired and needs to rest for a while." When he heard his master's wife say that his master was just tired and would be fine after resting for a while, he felt relieved. He was really afraid that something might happen to old Zhang. Nowadays, having a master is almost like having a godfather. He is someone who will really help you when something happens. At this time, old Zhang, who was lying on the bed, started coughing and coughing as he spoke. "Ahem, Xiaowu, I can't go to the commune today. Take the note and go to the commune to get the money back." As he spoke, he winked at his wife, asking Wenxiao's mother to take out the note. When talking about the note and asking for money, Wenxiao's mother smiled a little more. She took out a neatly written piece of paper from the wooden cabinet on the Kong and handed it to Zhao Zong. "Xiaowuzi, your master will definitely not go to the commune with you if this happens. Please take the trouble to go to the commune and get our money back." This was not a difficult matter, and Zhao Zong agreed immediately. Master's wife, don't worry, I'll be there right away." After this experience of hunting wild boars in the mountains, old Zhang felt much more relieved about Zhao Xiaowu. If this happened in the past, he would never dare to let Zhao Xiaowu do it, as there was a very high possibility that Zhao Xiaowu would swallow all the money. This is not a small amount of money. In this day and age, anyone might be tempted by this amount of money. Just when Zhao Xiaowu was about to leave old Zhang's house and go to the commune, a dark figure suddenly walked in from the door. "Brother, you're back," Wenxiu shouted excitedly. Soon, she became angry again. "Look at you, why are you always running outside now? You don't even go to work in the fields." The person being talked about is Zhang Daguang, the burly man who looks like a black bear demon. "I only heard the black bear demon, oh, that's not right." It was Zhang Daguang who said with a silly laugh. "Little sister, look what I brought back." He pointed toward the door. Wenxiu looked outside the door and immediately exclaimed, "Bike. It's actually a bicycle." "Bro, where did you get the bike?" Zhang Daguang just giggled and didn't say anything. At this time, Wenxiu's mother, who heard the noise, also came out. Seeing her son smiling foolishly, she started looking for trouble everywhere. Seeing the corner of the sweeping broom on the ground, she picked it up and hit Zhang Daguang with it. "You bastard, why are you not home every day now? I'll beat you to death, you heartless bastard." Zhang Daguang did not fight back and let his mother beat him. At this time, the heavy coughing sound of old Zhang was heard from inside. Wenxiu's mother let Zhang Daguang go and hurried back to the house to help the old man calm down. The black bear demon Zhang Daguang also heard the coughing inside and hurried into the house. Seeing his father lying on the bed, he also panicked. "Dad, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Old Zhang stuttered and said that he was just tired and it was nothing serious. Only then did Zhang Daguang feel relieved. Old Zhang looked at Zhang Daguang, then at Zhao Xiaowu, and then said, "Daguang, you know the way to the commune, so why don't you take Xiaowu to the commune cafeteria?" Zhang Daguang glanced at Zhao Xiaowu, didn't say anything, nodded, and took Zhao Xiaowu out. Zhao Xiaowu was also surprised when he saw the bicycle outside the gate of the yard. This is a bicycle. In this day and age, a bicycle costs 170 yuan, and you also need a bicycle ticket. Without a ticket, you can't buy such precious things even if you have money. However, judging from the condition of this bicycle, it is not new and should not be that expensive. Zhao Xiaowu felt more and more that his chosen brother-in-law was very mysterious and somewhat different from his previous self. Before, Zhang Daguang was just an honest young man from the countryside. But now Zhang Daguang always gives Zhao Xiaowu a sense of danger. The change is so great that it is even somewhat similar to the change between him and the original owner, Zhao Xiaowu. While he was having a lot of thoughts in his mind, he had already sat behind Zhang Daguang's 28-inch bicycle. Wenjiatai commune is about 7 or 8 kilometers away from their Lanwagu. It takes about half an hour to get there by bike, but if he walks, it will take more than an hour. The two came to the commune and found the commune canteen. "Comrade, are you guys up for dinner?" A girl of about 17 or 18 asked Zhao Xiaowu. "This is a waiter in the commune canteen. I heard that this profession is also very popular. Not only is the work easy and the food good, but the salary is also high. Such positions are usually filled by relatives of the leaders." Zhao Xiaowu didn't want to offend them, so he said politely, "Hello, comrade. We are from Lanwagu. We went to Shigo village to hunt wild boars yesterday. The wild boar meat was collected by Li, the purchaser of our commune canteen. We are here today to collect the payment." Zhao Xiaowu's speech was very clear and he explained things clearly at once. The girl showed impatience when she saw that the two men were not there for dinner. When he heard that these two people were looking for Li Jianxia, his expression suddenly changed drastically. "Oh. So you're looking for Li to purchase it? Please wait a moment, I will go and call for you." As I mentioned before, Li Jianxia's father was a leader of the commune. I didn't expect that mentioning Li Jianxia would be so effective. In fact, there is another reason. Li Jianxia is single and has a sleek face. In addition, his family background naturally attracts young girls. That's why the waiter went to find Li Jianxia so enthusiastically, not to help, but to get close to this high-quality young man. When a lady in her 30s heard that they were looking for Li Jianxia, she smiled more and said enthusiastically, "Fellow villagers, you two stay here for a while, purchasing manager Li will be here soon." Zhao Zong quickly said politely, "Well, thank you for your help." He didn't seem embarrassed. Zhang Daguang stood aside with his arms folded across his chest, looking less and less like a country boy. After more than 10 minutes, Li Jianxia ran out of the commune canteen and shook hands with Zhao Zong enthusiastically as soon as he came over. "Brother Zhao, you're here. Come on, follow me to get the money." Of course he knew what Zhao Xiaowu was here for, and the waitress must have told him, so he didn't waste any time and took Zhao Xiaowu and Zhang Daguang to the back of the commune canteen. The commune canteen is a front shop backyard model, with the canteen in the front and a yard in the back, where there are various offices. When he arrived at the accounting office, Zhao Zong took out the note he had brought with him. Li Jianxia took the note and handed it to the staff in the accounting office. They got the money very easily, 1,920 yuan, 2 big stacks. The largest denomination banknote in this era was the 10 yuan note, which is what we often call the Great Unity. The 2,000 yuan coin of Great Unity is a little thicker than the 20,000 yuan coin of the previous life. Moreover, the money was not tied with paper strips like in later generations, but was just stacked together one by one, which gave people a very amazing feeling. Zhang Daguang also saw the money Zhao Xiaowu took, but there was no greed in his eyes, only shock. With so much money, it was impossible for Zhao Xiaowu not to count it. He started counting right at the door of the accounting office, in front of Li Jianxia and the accountant. There was too much money for him to hold in one hand, so he gave a stack to Zhang Daguang who was standing next to him to count together. Zhang Daguang was not polite either. He spat on the index finger and thumb of his right hand and started counting. The two of them counted very quickly and finished counting in just a few minutes. After the final calculation, the money was just right, a full 1,920 yuan. Li Jianxia on the side was also very emotional. No matter how good his family conditions were, he had never earned so much money. Seeing Zhao Xiaowu put away the money, Li Jianxia smiled and put his arm around his shoulders and said, "Brother Zhao, you've come all the way here with great difficulty, I can't let you come in vain. Let's go and eat." It was almost time for lunch, so Zhao Xiaowu didn't hesitate to speak politely. Besides, he also wanted to make friends with the buyer Li Jianxia. Following Li Jianxia, they came to the commune canteen, and the young girl immediately came over. Without waiting for Zhao Xiaowu to speak, Li Jianxia led the two of them to a private room next to the cafeteria lobby. Zhao Xiaowu had not expected that there were private rooms in this era. Li Jianxia must have seen Zhao Xiaowu's confusion, so he smiled and explained to him. "This small room is where the leaders usually come to eat. There aren't many people here today, so let's have a meal here too. Try it and see if there is any difference from the lobby outside." He was just joking when he said this. Considering his father's position, he must have eaten here a lot. Li Jianxia looked at Zhang Daguang next to Zhao Xiaowu, nodded slightly, and then said to the waitress, "Xiaozhou, I want 2 kilograms of white rice and a large plate of braised pork. A plate of stir-fried pork lung slices with hot peppers, and a plate of the pig ears and pork lips I brought back." After he finished speaking, he took out a few food coupons and meat coupons from his pocket, along with some money, and handed them to Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou was silly and wanted to refuse the money, but when Li Jianxia winked at her, she reacted and took the ticket and money. Zhao Xiaowu pretended that he didn't see Li Jianxia winking at Xiaozhou. Isn't this obvious? Li Jianxia himself is a purchasing agent for the commune canteen, and his father is the director of the commune. He must have eaten and drank for free in the commune canteen on normal days, but he didn't want to make it too obvious in front of him and Zhang Daguang, so he took out the food coupons, meat coupons, and money and gave them to Xiaozhou. However, Zhao Zong did not pay attention to such trivial matters. He was thinking about the huge loss he had suffered. The wild boar viscera and offal that old Zhang and I hunted yesterday were taken back by the people from Shigo village. Originally, they wanted to take them with them when they returned. As a result, because Li Jianxia offered a high price for the meat, I was so happy that I forgot about it. It is estimated that they can't come back now. All the people in Shigo village have been eaten. The pork strips and pig ears that Li Jianxia just mentioned should have been brought back from Shigo village. According to what Li Dashuan, the village chief of Shigo village at that time, all the pig heads had to be left for Shigo village, and Li Jianxia could only receive pork but not pig heads. Since he brought these things back, they must have been given to him by Li Dashuan. Thinking about the organs and offal of the wild boars that my master and I had killed, if we cleaned them up, there would probably be more than 100 kilograms of meat. Li Jianxia naturally didn't know that Zhao Xiaowu was still thinking about the pig organs and offal. He picked up the tea on the table and poured a cup for Zhao Xiaowu and Zhang Daguang respectively. Brother Xiaozhao, I have to thank you once again. If you and Uncle Zhang hadn't saved me, I probably wouldn't have been able to come back. So today you have to let me repay you in a good way. Zhao Xiaowu would definitely not accept it calmly. Who knows if this young man would have other thoughts because of his attitude. He said quickly. These are all small matters. Even if my master and I didn't meet him, other hunters might have seen him. But Brother Jianxia, your shooting skills are quite accurate. You hit the biggest wild boar with one shot from such a long distance. Zhao Xiaowu has already started to change the subject, bringing the conversation back to Li Jianxia's marksmanship. Hearing that Zhao Xiaowu, the great young hunter, was praising his marksmanship, Li Jianxia couldn't help but feel a little proud. Brother Zhao, I'm not bragging to you. I've been handling guns since I was a kid, and I've fired a lot of bullets. Zhao Zong was not surprised at this at all. In this era, every citizen was a soldier. The vast mountains and rivers are red, 700 million people and 700 million soldiers. Are you kidding me in this day and age? Every village deep in the mountains has a militia, not to mention the communes. Listening to Li Jianxia chatting away, Zhao Zong felt that time was passing so slowly. Just when the pot of water was almost finished, the food was finally served. A big plate of red braised pork shows that it is made with plenty of ingredients. It's really different here because there are people on the inside. The portions of food they are given are shockingly large. Seeing that the food had arrived, Li Jianxia invited the two to start eating. Brother Xiaozhao, and this brother, come on, quickly try the cooking skills of our cafeteria chef. As he spoke, he picked up the chopsticks and carried the rice bowl. Zhao Xiaowu and Zhang Daguang didn't hesitate to pick up their bowls and started eating and drinking. Especially Zhang Daguang, who made Zhao Xiaowu clearly understand how he grew so big. He didn't even raise his head while eating, and just said one word, made. Li Jianxia was also shocked by the way Zhang Daguang ate. This brother really has a good appetite. After dinner, Li Jianxia wanted to keep Zhao Xiaowu in the commune for a while. Zhao Xiaowu said that he had something to do at home and prepared to run away. He had just sat on Zhang Daguang's 28-inch bicycle when Li Jianxia came over and said to him mysteriously, Brother Xiaozhao, take me with you next time you go hunting. I'm quite interested in hunting. He was rubbing his hands while talking, and he looked more and more obscene. When Zhao Xiaowu heard about this, he immediately didn't dare to stay. He didn't say anything and kept asking Zhang Daguang to leave quickly. This is not a joke. If I take this guy who knows nothing into the mountains, I will end up getting myself killed. Li Jianxia was very disappointed with Zhao Xiaowu's reaction. He was mainly disappointed that he could not go into the mountains to hunt with Zhao Xiaowu. But in the end he still shouted at Zhao Xiaowu's receding back. Brother Xiaozhao, you and Uncle Zhang can send the prey you hunt to the commune canteen in the future. I will buy it from you at a high price. Zhao Xiaowu still liked to hear this because it was more realistic. Who wouldn't want to make more money? However, the commune is still quite far from their village, not as close as Yang Baozi's place. Moreover, the price offered by Yang Baozi was higher. After all, Yang Baozi was selling on the black market, so the profit was greater. Sitting on Zhang Daguang's 28-inch bicycle, the two of them swayed back to Lanwagu. Along the way, Zhao Xiaowu held the shoulder bag tightly, which contained nearly 2,000 yuan. The two men rode their bikes directly back to old Zhang's house, entered the house, drank a sip of water, and then Zhao Zong took out the money from his bag in front of old Zhang. That huge pile of bills shocked old Zhang, Wenxiu's mother, and Wenxiu. Even though he was mentally prepared, old Zhang almost sat up from the bed. But now old Zhang was so exhausted that he could only instruct Zhao Xiaowu to divide the money into 3 parts. One share is 200 yuan for Go Laosan, which is considered as Dachingo's share. Old Zhang asked Zhao Xiaowu to divide the remaining money into 2 parts. Zhao Xiaowu thought about it and decided to give himself a smaller share. In the end, Zhao Zong only took 800 yuan for himself, and Old Zhang got 920 yuan. When Old Zhang saw that he had received too much money, he refused to do so and insisted on dividing the money equally. Zhao Xiaowu refused to agree and insisted on giving more to his master. Finally, after being persuaded by a group of people, Old Zhang finally accepted the 920 yuan. Zhao Zong also held a thick stack of money in his hand, a total of 80 great unity notes. He was very excited and was happier than holding hundreds of thousands of dollars in the future. After getting the money, Zhao Xiaowu wanted to go home, and Old Zhang didn't force him to stay. Everyone had to digest this huge sum of money carefully. After returning home, Zhao Xiaowu rummaged around in his room and looked for the private money he had hidden. My own pocket money is more than 297 yuan, plus the 800 yuan I earned from hunting in Shigo village this time. I already have 1,097 yuan. It's only been a few days and I've become a 1,000 yuan household. Zhao Xiaowu was mumbling in his room. After resting in his room for another half an hour, he left 1,000 yuan to hide and kept the nearly 100 yuan in change in his pocket. As soon as he went out, he saw his 4th sister Zhao Tao, who was going to feed the bees. It just so happened that he also had to pay his 4th sister her salary. 4th sister, wait a moment. Zhao Xiaowu stopped Zhao Tao, who was about to walk out the door. Zhao Tao turned around and looked at Zhao Xiaowu in confusion, wondering what her younger brother wanted to call her about. Zhao Xiaowu took out money from his pocket, counted out 3 great unity banknotes quickly and handed them to Zhao Tao. 4th sister, this is your salary for this month. Zhao Tao looked at the 3 big unity pictures in front of her and was stunned for a moment. Xiaowu, but I've only been doing this for a few days, not even a month. Zhao Tao wanted to explain further, but Zhao Xiaowu would not let her refuse and directly stuffed the money into her hand. I know. This is for you in advance. Zhao Tao stared blankly at the 3 big unity cards in her hand, her eyes gradually turned red. It's not that she hasn't seen money before. Last time, she made a lot of money by selling wild boar meat and wild bees with Zhao Xiaowu. But the 30 yuan Xiaowu stuffed into my hand was for me, I earned it myself. Since she stopped going to school, she has been working in the fields, helping her family earn work points in exchange for food. I never had any money, not even a penny. Sometimes after working in the fields, I have to go home to cook and do laundry for the family. Everyone thought it was natural, including herself. Last time she had a quarrel with Zhao Dezhu and said she would not go to work in the fields anymore, and would just feed the bees at home every day. She already felt very sorry for her family. In her opinion, feeding the bees is no different from just staying there. Although Xiaowu said last time that he would give her $1 a day, she never took it seriously. Now that the money was securely in her hands, she could no longer hold back her tears. When Zhao Zong saw this, he was surprised to see that his 4th sister was crying when he gave her money. He quickly began to coax his 4th sister, but soon, Zhao Tao no longer needed his coaxing. She wiped her eyes vigorously with the back of her hand, tears on her eyelashes, the corners of her mouth raised, and she said happily, I have money now. See if any little girl in the village dares to say that I am a money loser. I am not a money loser. The voice became lower and lower, and there seemed to be a faint sobbing sound. Zhao Zong also felt bad because of the original owner and the intervention of his vicious grandmother, his 4 sisters were not having a good life. He secretly made up his mind that he would make sure they all lived a good life in the future. Following his 4th sister to the back mountain to feed the bees, Zhao Zong took old Zhang's ox-horn bow and took Xiaoqiao and the contracted tiger bees up the mountain. He did not take the half-grown wild boar with him, letting it heal its leg injury. The 4th sister also went to collect grass for it. The wild bee queen leads the wild bee colony to collect honey with all their strength, while the white bats sleep during the day. There was no purpose for going up the mountain this time, they just did whatever they could. Xiaoqiao and the contracted tiger bees cooperated fully, picking up beehives when they saw them, catching hornets when they saw them, and not letting go of wild animals, they hunted whatever they saw. In the evening, Zhao Xiaowu came down from the mountain. He carried a large sack on his shoulder, which contained a dozen large hornets' nests and a wild pig, and in his hands he held 7 or 8 full net bags. According to Zhao Zhang's own estimation, there were about 4,000 hornets in those 7 or 8 net bags. In order to expand the size of his hornet colony, Zhao Xiaowu was really ruthless this time and dug out almost all the hornets around the village. The contracted tiger bee was very happy and kept flying up and down around Zhao Zong. It must have known that it was going to have more followers. As for the native pig in the sack, it is the badger, also called sand pig in some places. This thing looks a lot like a badger, with a black and white striped head. The best way to tell them apart is to look at their noses. The one with a pig-like nose is the badger. It has a sturdy body, a big head and thick neck, small ears and eyes, and is good at digging. The one with a black dog nose is the badger, also known as the badger and the badger. It is the badger that the young boy Runta stabbed with a fork in Mr. Lu Sun's novel. Both the wild hog and the badger are valuable. Their fur can be used to make fur coats and mattresses, and is also a good material for making brushes and paint brushes. Badger bones and badger oil can both be used as medicine, especially badger oil, which is great for treating burns. Now let's take a look at the main ingredients of burn ointment, badger oil and borneal. Crunch. Zhao Zong pushed open the half-open wooden door of his house and saw that the food had already been placed on the dining table in the yard. The whole family was sitting at the table waiting for him to come back. Zhao Tao was the first to stand up and take the things in his hand. "You're back. I thought you weren't coming back." Zhao Tao took the net bag from his hand and weighed it casually. "Hey. You caught quite a few today." "Not bad, there should be around 4,000. Zhao Zhang's words shocked his parents again. 4,000 giant hornets only cost 60 yuan. However, what surprised them even more were the piglets in the sack. When he opened the sack, Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but exclaim. "Country pig. This thing is hard to fight, it's fierce and can dig holes." Sun Yueqin also echoed. "I heard from Lu the Deaf, the barefoot doctor, that this pig fat is a treasure. What kind of injury can it heal?" Zhao Tao also said something. Zhao Zong didn't say anything, but just smiled and pulled the badger with a black and white striped head out of the sack. "He's really fat. He must weigh at least 40 kilograms. Zhao Dezhu took the badger and couldn't help but say happily. "Let's eat first. After dinner, I'll take care of this pig. My master told me that the bones of this native pig can be used to make wine, which has the effect of nourishing the kidneys and strengthening the yang." As soon as he finished speaking, a slap came on his shoulder. Zhao Zong turned his head and saw that it was his mother. "What are you thinking about all day? Do you want to get beaten?" Only then did he realize that it was inappropriate for him to talk about aphrodisiac and kidney-tonifying foods in front of his mother and fourth sister. He chuckled and continued. "The meat of the badger replenishes qi and blood, and its liver and gallbladder can be used directly as medicine, which has the effect of clearing away heat and detoxifying. The fat from boiling water can be used to treat burns." When the whole family heard Zhao Zong say that this native pig had so many benefits, they were all surprised, especially Zhao Dezhu. His eyes were a little evasive, and he would stare at the piglet on the ground from time to time. After finishing his meal, Zhao Zong hung up the badger, gutted it, skinned it and removed its tendons. He was now much more skilled and he was able to take out the pig's internal organs and offal in just a few moves. Zhao Dezhu always hangs around Zhao Zong, and from time to time he would come over to help. Looking at the abnormal Zhao Dezhu, Zhao Xiaowu couldn't help but say, "If you have anything to say, just tell me and don't make trouble here." Zhao Dezhu was a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said softly, "I want some pig bones. Send them to your uncle. He likes to soak them in wine." Zhao Zong was a little confused because the original owner's memory did not mention that his uncle loved drinking. He didn't take it seriously and promised Zhao Dezhu that after he finished cleaning up the piglets, he would leave some better bones for him. Zhao Dezhu was obviously very satisfied with Zhao Zhang's attitude. He went back to the house with his hands behind his back, his face rosy. Zhao Zong skinned the native pig and planned to tan the skin when he had time, then he started to cut the meat and remove the bones. This wild pig is really fat, with white fat that is more than 2 fingers thick. He cut off all the fat and put it aside, asking his mother to fry it into oil later. Its gallbladder was also taken out. Zhao Zong tied a knot on it to prevent the bile from flowing out, and then hung it aside to dry. He chopped up half of the pig and asked his mother to bring it into the house. Zhao Zong carried the other half of the pig and went to old Zhang's house. Old Zhang had just finished his meal. When he heard the door open and the barking of the big blue dog, he knew someone was coming. Wen Xiao came out to see that it was Zhao Xiaowu, and immediately said happily, "Brother Xiaowu, you are here." Zhao Zong also smiled and nodded, which made Wen Xiao blush. "Is my master feeling better?" "My dad is much better now, and he's in much better spirits." Zhao Zong came into the room and saw old Zhang leaning on a pile of bedding, looking much more energetic. "Master, what do you think this is?" Zhao Zong lifted up the half-pig in his hand. Old Zhang looked at the meat in Zhao Xiaowu's hand, his nose twitched slightly and he smiled. "Where did you get that wild pig? It's hard to beat it. It always likes to hide in the hole and won't come out." When Zhao Zong saw that old Zhang immediately guessed that it was a wild boar, he thought to himself that he was awesome. Of course, he kept praising old Zhang. "Master, you are still the best. I chopped it in half and you still recognized it." Old Zhang smiled and said nothing. He would never tell this little bastard that he could tell by smelling it. "Master, this native pig meat is good for your health. I brought half of it just for you. Eat more of it these few days to replenish your body," Zhao Zong said seriously. Old Zhang was also very touched by his disciple's filial piety. He said to Zhao Zong, "Look at this badger meat, it's still shiny, it must have just been skinned. It's a good opportunity to practice the tanning technique I taught you before. Move all the tanning stuff to your house." Zhao Zong agreed immediately. He not only had this badger skin but also several wild rabbit skins. He couldn't afford to waste these good things. "By the way, go to Go Laosan tomorrow and give him daqing and 200 yuan. Zhao Zong accepted the task and also wanted to meet Go Laosan's gang. He also wanted to raise a good hunting dog, so he went there to learn. Zhang Daguang helped him carry the tools for tanning leather. Actually, there was nothing much, just a round wooden table and a curved leather scraper. He also had the other things at home. After seeing Zhang Daguang off, they put the 4,000 newly captured hornets into the hornet cave, and left the rest to the contracted hornets. At midnight, an old friend sneaked into Zhao Xiaowu's house again. A familiar wave of emotions came into Zhao Zhang's mind. Zhao Zong, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened. He struggled to sit up in a daze and lay on the bed for 2 or 3 seconds before he reacted. This emotional fluctuation was transmitted by the white bat that he had contracted with. "What's going on here?" Zhao Zong, who was a little confused, hurriedly opened the white bat's perspective icon. On the eaves at the door, the white furry big-eared bat hanging upside down seemed to have received some instructions. Suddenly, its mouth full of fangs opened, and an invisible sound wave came out of its mouth. The image Zhao Zong saw was the sound wave image transmitted back. He saw the figure of the big fiery red fox that came to her house a few days ago. This time, the fiery red fox's belly was even bigger, and even climbing up the wall seemed a little clumsy. "Why is this guy here again?" Zhao Zong couldn't understand why the fox came again and muttered twice in a daze. However, when he saw the fiery red fox moving towards his chicken coop again, he lost his composure. "Hey! You beast, are you bullying me too much? I've already fed you once, and you're still coming. Do you really think I don't dare to hit you?" Without further ado, he got up from the bed, went downstairs to pick up the red cherry gun, and opened the door. Crunch! The old wooden door opened with a sound. The muscles on the hind legs of the fiery red fox that was moving towards the chicken coop couldn't help but twitch. However, it did not run away. Instead, it turned around and faced Zhao Xiaowu, who was holding the red tasseled spear. Zhao Zong, who was originally quite angry, suddenly softened his heart when he saw the big fiery red fox. In addition to its big belly, this fiery red fox also had clearly visible vertebrae on its back, and its fur was no longer as bright as it was a few days ago, but had become dry, yellow, and frizzy. It was obvious at first glance that it was living a very miserable life. Its eyes were fixed on Zhao Xiaowu, and there was a look of pleading and timidity in its vigilant eyes. Zhao Zong knew that if he moved a little more or made a little louder noise, the big fox would flee in panic. He shook his head helplessly, slowly placed the red-tasseled spear in his hand against the door, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. His movements were already very slow and careful, but the big fox still took a few steps back. Zhao Zong found half a wild rabbit in the kitchen, hesitated for a moment, and then picked it up. By the time he went out, the big fiery red fox had retreated to the corner. Now you feel you are a coward. This is the first time I've seen prey coming to a hunter's house to ask for food. Aren't you afraid that I'll beat you up and sell your skin? While cursing the big fox, he looked at the dry and frizzy fox hair and couldn't help shaking his head. It seems that this big fox has had a hard time these past few days. Actually, this is normal. After all, the belly is so big that it will definitely affect finding food. The big fox kept staring at the half-wild rabbit in Zhao Xiaowu's hand, and his misty eyes were full of desire. Zhao Zong stopped looking at it and threw the half-rabbit into the corner. This time, the big fiery red fox did not pick up the wild rabbit and run away over the wall. Instead, it squatted there and started to chew it. Zhao Zong, feeling a little sleepy, raised his head and yawned. He wanted to go back to his room to sleep, but he was afraid that the big fox would target their little pheasant. I could only squat at the door and stare at it. The big fox ate for about 10 minutes and it had eaten half of the wild rabbit. At this time, it raised its head and looked at Zhao Zong with a much gentler look. Zhao Zong was not polite and waved his hand, signaling it to leave quickly. He thought that he should go back to his room and sleep quickly because he had to deliver the big blue dog to Go Lao Sen tomorrow. The big fiery red fox seemed to understand Zhao Zhang's gesture. It lowered its head and picked up the remaining wild rabbit meat. It ran back a few steps, turned around and jumped towards the top of the wall. Maybe it was because of its weak body or too big belly, but it could have easily jumped onto the wall, but it failed after several tries. It's not that Zhao Zong had never thought about keeping it at home. After all, this was his livelihood, so at worst he could just contract it. But the big fox is pregnant now. If he tried to catch it, the big fox would definitely hurt the cubs in its belly when it struggled. But if the contract was not signed, Zhao Zong really didn't dare to leave this big fox in the yard. After all, his mother Sun Yueqin's beloved little pheasants were all in the chicken coop. Helpless Zhao Zong had to walk towards the gate again, and the fiery red fox's eyes suddenly became alert. It walked slowly towards the corner of the wall nearby, staring at Zhao Zhang's movements as it walked. Zhao Zong ignored it and walked to the gate. He opened the door and then slowly returned to his room. Seeing the gate was opened, the big fiery red fox trotted towards the gate. Before it left, it turned its head back and looked at Zhao Zong deeply. Zhao Zong waved his hands impatiently again, and the big fiery red fox turned around and ran away. As he walked towards the wooden door, ready to close it, he muttered. They say foxes are smart. It seems they are smarter than ordinary animals. After closing the door, he returned to his room. What he didn't expect was that he would see this red fox again soon, and this red fox would give him a big gift. The next morning, Zhao Zong got up early. Now he has gotten used to going to bed early and getting up early, which has made his parents happy for a long time. After getting up, Zhao Zong had breakfast and went to old Zhang's house. Old Zhang had been in good health in the past 2 days and was able to go out. When Zhao Xiaowu arrived, he was scalding corn flour to feed the dog. Apart from anything else, the hunter is really good to the hunting dog. Old Zhang feeds the big blue dog cornmeal boiled in broth. After feeding the dog, he earnestly instructed Zhao Xiaowu. Xiaowuzi, Go Lao San is from Longtang village upstream. You can find him by asking in the village. Just give him the money and come back. Remember, don't go up the mountain with him. Zhao Xiaowu wanted to ask his master why. But old Zhang seemed to know what he was going to ask. He didn't say anything and just told him to go and come back quickly. Helpless Zhao Zong had to lead the big blue dog upstream towards them. Along the way, we passed through 2 or 3 villages and arrived at Longtang village. Longtang village was originally named Longtan village. It was built in the early Qing dynasty because there was a dragon mother temple next to an ancient well in the village, and there was a pool of living water next to the temple called Longtan. Later, for some reason, Longtan village was renamed Longtang village. There aren't many people in this village, and it looks even more closed than Lanwagu. Zhao Zong led the big blue dog to the ancient well in the village and saw a young woman drawing water. He went over to her and asked, "Comrade, may I ask where is the home of Go Lao-san in your village?" When the young wife heard that Zhao Zong was looking for Go Lao-san, she looked at Zhao Zong with admiration, but her face suddenly turned into disgust, as if she had encountered some unlucky thing. Of course, admiration is for Zhao Zong, and disgust is for Go Lao-san. Look for that lazy guy. His house is at the west end of the village. Go west along this road, walk to the end, and turn right, and you'll find his house. The young wife's clear voice rang out. Zhao Zong didn't understand the reason for the disgust in the young wife's eyes, but since she told him the location, he would just go and find it. After thanking the young wife, he took the dog and started looking for the house according to the route she told him. Soon we found a house made entirely of stone. This shabby house didn't even have a door, and the large yard was completely open in front of Zhao Zong. Before he even entered the door, the big blue dog on the leash became excited and kept pulling Zhao Zong into the yard. Woof woof woof. A noisy barking of dogs sounded from the yard, and the big blue dog barked back excitedly. Soon, 3 large dogs about the same size as the big blue dog ran out of the yard. Zhao Zong was startled. He didn't bring any weapons with him today, so he quickly took the big blue dog and tried to hide. But the big blue dog no longer listened to him. It broke free from the rope and pounced on the other dogs. Da-ching! Stop! Zhao Zong shouted, trying to stop Da-ching's actions, but to no avail. I thought it was going to be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly a few dogs got together and started sniffing each other. Zhao Zong, who was bending over to pick up stones, could not help but be stunned. This. At this time, a sloppy figure walked out of the door. He looked to be in his 30s and had long hair that reached his shoulders. Zhao Zong even saw lice in his hair. "Hey! Boy, you dare to hit my dog!" After the men came out, he saw Zhao Xiaowu bending down to pick up stones and couldn't help but shout out. He pulled out a stick from the inner wall and rushed over with the stick in his hand. Zhao Zong already knew who the person in front of him was. He quickly stood up and shouted, "Go Lao-san, I'm here to deliver the dog." When the sloppy man heard this, he looked at the big blue dog with a rope tied around its neck. "Did old Zhang ask you to come?" Go Lao-san said something doubtful and put down the stick in his hand. Zhao Zong nodded quickly and said, "Old Zhang is my master. He asked me to deliver the dog to you today and give you the share of the profits at the same time." The lazy Go Lao-san, who originally looked like a second-rate person, his eyes lit up when he heard that there would be a share of the profits. "Where's the meat? Where's the meat?" Go Lao-san asked Zhao Xiaowu anxiously, first asking questions, then showing signs of getting angry. "Third brother, hey, third brother, don't be anxious." Seeing that Go Lao-san was about to turn over his body, Zhao Zong quickly said, "Third brother, don't worry, I'll send you the money." "Money? You killed so many prey and you're still giving me money. How much is it?" After Go Lao-san asked one question, he lost interest. In the past, when he lent dogs to other hunters, they would give him some meat, more or less, and he would always get some meat, which also cultivated his lazy character. He had no food or meat coupons, so even if he had some money he might not be able to buy food. Zhao Zong was a little confused. What was wrong with this Go Lao-san? He seemed unwilling to give him the money. However, this was an order from his master, and he didn't want to mess it up, so he just took the money out of his pocket. Go Lao-san's eyes widened. That was a great unity. He had never seen so much money before, and he didn't even dare to dream of it. "What kind of prey did you guys hunt, and why did you sell it for so much money?" Go Lao-san thought that this stack of money was the total amount they earned from selling the goods. "Third brother, this is the wild boar we hunted. Here's the money for you." As soon as Zhao Zong finished speaking, he handed the money to Go Lao-san. Go Lao-san stared at the money Zhao Zong handed over, lost in thought. It took him a while to react, and he said stumblingly, "Is this for me? All for me?" He asked again unsurely. Seeing Zhao Xiaowu nodding, Go Laosan snatched the money from Zhao Zhang's hand. He spat on his fingers and began to count the money. 1, 2, 320. 200 yuan. You actually gave me 200 yuan. Go Laosan said in disbelief. Zhao Zhang didn't want to get entangled with him anymore. He always felt that Go Laosan was not very reliable, so he wanted to complete the task and go home quickly. Third brother, now that you have got the money, it's time for me to go back. When Go Laosan heard that Zhao Xiaowu was about to leave, he quickly stuffed the money into his crotch, then opened his arms to block Zhao Xiaowu. Hey. Brother, don't leave yet. Old Zhang, do you two still need dogs? I have a lot of dogs here. As soon as he finished speaking, he put his hand into his mouth and whistled. Dahe, Arii, Wago, come here. Go Laosan shouted, and 3 big dogs, about the same size as the big blue dog, ran out from the yard. 2 pure black wolfhounds and a big black and white stupid dog. Little brother, what do you think of these 3 dogs? How about you take them with you and continue hunting? When Zhao Zhang saw the 3 dogs, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These 3 Go Lao are not very good, but the dog they raise is pretty good. However, he still did not respond to Go Laosan's words. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Although Zhao Zhang didn't want to take away Go Laosan's 3 big dogs, he also didn't want to offend him. Maybe one day he would need his dog, so he pretended to be hesitant and asked. Third brother, how did you raise this dog? How come it's so smart? Go Laosan said indifferently. How can I afford to feed these big eaters? Just let them go up the mountain to find food by themselves. Ah. Zhao Zhang was obviously stunned for a moment. Can you train a dog by letting it go up the mountain to catch food? In order to continue to make a lot of money, Go Laosan also tried his best to promote the 3 big dogs. Little brother, don't underestimate these 3 big dogs. They are about the same level as Da Qing. They were all a group of puppies, but in the end only 4 of them are alive today. Chao Zhang obviously didn't understand what Go Laosan said, so he asked. Third brother, I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean they were all from the same batch of puppies, but only his 4 survived to this day? Go Laosan hesitated for a moment, then reached out and touched his crotch. It seemed as if the great unity he had placed in his crotch had taken effect. Go Laosan hesitated for a moment, then pulled Zhao Xiaowu into his yard. Brother, come on, follow me into the yard. Zhao Xiaowu couldn't persuade him, and wanted to know the secret of Go Laosan raising dogs, so he followed him into the yard. Little brother, I'm only telling you this, don't tell anyone else, this is our Go family's secret to eating. Zhao Zhang nodded hurriedly, looking as if he was listening attentively. There were 4 litters of puppies, about 20 in total. When I raised them until they were 4 or 5 months old, I took them to the mountains. We only give them a small amount of food every day, and the rest is up to them to find food in the mountains. Of the last 20 puppies, only 4 survived. These are the 4 dogs. As Go Laosan spoke, he pointed at the 2 black wolfhounds, Dahe and Arii, as well as the big black and white stupid dog and the big blue dog. Zhao Xiaowu was dumbfounded when he heard this, and exclaimed in his heart, wow. You old Go family have turned raising dogs into raising goo. You also said not to spread the story. Ordinary hunters would not be willing to destroy dogs like you do. Just by looking at the hunting dogs in Go Laosan's house, you can tell that the dogs that the Go family brings to the mountains are not ordinary dogs. The black wolfhound and the wolf blue dog are both good local breeds. The big black and white stupid dog is not the small mixed dog commonly seen in rural areas in later generations, but the big stupid dog of this era. This big stupid dog can grow to more than 100 kilograms and is later called Taihang dog. This type of Taihang dog has folded ears and curled tail, a broad chest and back, and is honest and loyal. It is generally khaki in color, but some are black and white. When other hunters get a pup of these good dogs, they will raise them well and train them into excellent hunting dogs. And their Go family actually treated these treasures like this. It's simply not human. Zhao Zhang thought that his family did this because they were lazy or because they were poor. In this age when people are still hungry, it is certainly impossible to feed so many large hunting dogs. The only option is to take them to the mountains to hunt and leave it to their own luck. You are awesome. If you can catch the prey, you will survive. On the contrary, if you can't catch any wild animals, you will starve to death. It's just the survival of the fittest in nature that Lao Go's family uses. Of course, it is also possible that the Go family is too lazy to train dogs, so they use this method similar to raising Gu to select dogs and train them. These are just Zhao Xiaowu's guesses, and the details are unknown. He thought about going back to ask his master, as he always felt that old Zhang knew something that he didn't. Although he felt that the Go family's method of selecting and training dogs was too cruel, Zhao Zong had to admit that the dogs they selected in this way were really excellent. The excellent qualities of a hound can be seen just from the big blue dog. It is agile, strong, fierce and loyal. When encountering a group of wild boars, they dare to charge forward, but not recklessly. Go Laosan became a little anxious when he saw that Zhao Xiaowu was just staring at his dog without saying anything. If you don't like these 4 dogs, there are still some dogs in the mountains. It's just that those dogs are wild and hard to control. Zhao Zong was attracted by Go Laosan's words. He originally thought that these 4 good hunting dogs were rare, but he didn't expect that their Go family also had hunting dogs in the mountains. There are still dogs on the mountain. Zhao Zong was really shocked. But it seems that the dogs have become wild after being left in the mountains for too long. Otherwise, with Go Laosan's character, he would not have said such words that it was difficult to control. When Go Laosan saw Zhao Zhang's reaction, he felt that his chance to live a good life had come, so he introduced himself more enthusiastically. We have raised dogs for so many years, how could we only have these 4? It's just that my family is poor now and I can't afford to feed them. Some dogs have been in the mountains for a long time and have become wild. If it were our family's past, that thing. If I really want to catch them I can, it just takes some effort. Also, these dogs may not be as obedient as Dahe and Arii. When Go Laosan mentioned his family's past, he suddenly slammed on the brakes, and it was obvious that he didn't want to talk about his family's past. Go Laosan saw that he had said so much, but the young men in front of him had not expressed anything at all, so he became a little anxious. Little brother, do you still need a dog? Give me a definite answer. Zhao Zong couldn't make the decision on this matter, so he said perfunctorily to Go Laosan. Third brother, I can't make the decision on this matter myself. I have to listen to my master. Given the relationship between you and my master, if he goes hunting again, he will definitely ask you to borrow a dog. When Go Laosan heard this, he agreed. In this area, anyone who needed a hunting dog would come to borrow one from him. Plus, old Zhang has already given me 200 yuan, which can be considered very generous. Okay, then you go back first and tell your master to thank him for me. Next time you go hunting with the dog, just let him ask. After saying this, Go Laosan ignored Zhao Xiaowu and turned around and walked towards his door. As he walked, he reached into his crotch and scratched it. He quickly took out a louse from his crotch, crushed it to death and threw it on the ground. Zhao Zong felt itchy all over as he watched, as if lice were about to crawl onto his body. If it were the Zhao Xiaowu of the past, he would definitely not care too much, because many people in that era had lice on their bodies. But Zhao Zong cared a lot about it, because lice had almost become extinct from humans in the previous life. 4 big dogs followed Go Laosan into the yard, and Zhao Zong turned around and walked home. When he reached the center of the village, Zhao Zong saw the young woman fetching water again. She obviously saw Zhao Zong as well, but her face turned red as she glanced at Zhao Zhang's tall figure, then she lowered her head and hurriedly walked away. Zhao Xiaowu didn't think much about it and walked back the way he came. On the way back, he kept thinking about why his master had told him not to go up the mountain with Go Laosan. This Go Laosan didn't invite me to go up the mountain with him. Is there some secret between them? After returning to Lanwagu, Zhao Zong first went to old Zhang's house and told him that he had delivered the big blue dog and the money. Then he asked old Zhang if he knew the secret of Go Laosan's family raising dogs. Master, do you know how Go Laosan's family raises and trains dogs? As soon as Zhao Xiaowu said this, old Zhang's face changed. This Go Laosan, tell me how his family raises and trains dogs. Zhao Xiaowu didn't expect his master to be so serious. He nodded blankly and said. He said he wanted us to borrow his dog when we go hunting in the future. Tell me he has a more powerful dog in the mountains. After hearing what Zhao Zong said, old Zhang's expression became more and more serious. He said to Zhao Zong, "Do you remember what I told you before I asked you to deliver the dog?" Zhao Zong nodded and said, "Master, I remember you told me not to go up the mountain with Go Lao San. Just remember it." Zhao Zong really didn't understand why his master, old Zhang, didn't allow him and Go Lao San to go up the mountain. "Master, why don't you let me follow Go Lao San up the mountain? Is there any danger in following him up the mountain?" Zhao Zong said this as a joke, but he didn't expect old Zhang to nod seriously. "Of course there is danger, otherwise why would I say that? This Go family has been raising dogs for several generations. His grandfather has been raising hunting dogs since then, and later Go Lao San's father collected good dogs from all over the country. At that time, we were fighting the Japanese invaders. The world was in chaos and bearded men were often seen. Go Lao San's father is no good either. He also went up the mountain to be a bandit. He relied on the ferocious hunting dogs he raised to rob passing merchants and common people. Otherwise, how do you think they could come up with such a method of training hunting dogs? Those dogs in their family who are unwilling to come down the mountain are all descendants of mad dogs and wild dogs that have killed people before. Those dogs are too hard to control and too ferocious. They are even more powerful than the wolves in the forests." Zhao Zong was a little skeptical when he heard his master say that the dogs that were unwilling to come down the mountain were more powerful than the wolves in the forest. "Master, you are exaggerating a bit. Can this dog be more powerful than the wolf in the old forest?" When old Zhang heard that his young apprentice didn't believe him, he wanted to give him a stick. "Those dogs have formed a pack, no different from a wolf pack. They are even bigger than wolves. They are all large dogs carefully selected by Go Lao San's beastly father. An ordinary wolf pack is no match for them." After hearing what his master said, Zhao Zong believed it to about 70%, but he still asked, "Then why didn't you let me go up the mountain with Go Lao San? Are you afraid that I'll get bit by the dog?" He said he could catch it. Unexpectedly, when old Zhang heard what Zhao Xiaowu said, he glanced at him lightly and said, "You gave money to Go Lao San. We gave him 200 yuan. How could he not know that we have more money? This bastard is not a good guy either. If he has any evil intentions, will you be able to come back? I'll lead you directly to the mountain and let those mad dogs bite you to death and eat you up. No one will be able to find your body." After hearing what old Zhang said, Zhao Zong finally reacted and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Don't have the intention to harm others, but be on guard against others. Although Go Lao San didn't say he would take him up the mountain, he still had to be on guard against this move of his. After returning from old Zhang's house, Zhao Zong went up the mountain again with his bow and arrow. Now his archery skills have been practiced very well, and it is enough for hunting some small prey. The pets he brought with him this time were a small magpie and a wild boar whose injuries had almost healed, Beiji. In order to avoid attracting too much attention, he even went to the trouble of putting a rope around the wild boar, Beiji, for fear of scaring the villagers. But he still underestimated the shocking effect of himself leading the wild boar out. Along the way, all the villagers who saw the wild boar Beiji exclaimed and turned around and ran away. A few brave men even raised their hoes and forks to fight. When I got closer, I found that there was a rope tied around the wild boar's neck. Zhao Xiaowu kept explaining to everyone, which prevented them from flying around like the old thieves, sparrows, whose nest was blown up. "Hey, look at this little woozy from Zhuzi's family. He's actually leading a half-grown wild boar. Ouch. This is so scary. When I suddenly saw this wild boar just now, I thought it had entered the village. My shoes were gone. Eh? This little bastard seems to be going to the mountains a lot recently and isn't hanging around anymore. Is he a prodigal son who has returned to his rightful place? I heard that he has taken old Zhang as his master and is learning hunting." A few old rural ladies were sitting under a big tree in the village, sewing shawls and chirping at Zhao Xiaowu. Zhao Zong was too lazy to pay attention to these gossips, and he didn't expect them to find him a wife. Can the daughter-in-law they recommended be as good as old Zhang's daughter? After leaving the village, Zhao Zong untied the rope around wild boar Beiji's neck. Beiji also became excited, and ran happily in the woods. He rolled on the grass, and then found a big tree to rub against. Zhao Zong didn't care about it and let it run around happily. He had been keeping it under control for the past 2 days while it was recuperating at home, fearing that it would cause trouble. After feeding Xiaoqiao some rice, I let it fly into the sky to patrol. Xiaoqiao is now a qualified detective and will definitely inform him if anything happens. It is almost mid-May now, and all kinds of plants in the forests are growing wildly. Old Zhang has told him to go into the mountains less often because the forests are dense and accidents may happen easily. Zhao Zong, who had nothing to do, was not in a hurry to find prey. Instead, he started to think about the plants on the ground. This plant is not big, only about 10 centimeters tall, with very few large green leaves underneath and a few stems extending from the middle, with small pink and purple flowers. The flowers are very similar to morning glories, but thicker. Zhao Zong remembered that they seemed to call this flower mother's mouth, a very common plant. The reason why he paid attention to this wild grass was that he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen it in a book. Where have I seen this before? Let me think. I remembered it. It's the Chinese herbal medicine illustrated book that the old beggar gave me. The book says this weed is called Remmenia glutinosa. Dihuang Liuwei Dihuang pills. Zhao Zong squatted on the ground, looking at the wild grass with small flowers on the ground and muttering to himself. I still remember that I used to pluck these purple flowers and suck the back end of the purple flowers. After knowing that this was a herbal medicine, Zhao Zong instantly felt that he had suffered a huge loss, as if he had missed out on hundreds of millions. But he knew that Yang Batzi also collected medicinal herbs. Looking at the Remmenia glutinosa all over the surrounding mountains, Zhao Zong felt that he was about to become rich again. The Illustrated Guide to Chinese Herbal Medicine seemed to say that the root of the Remmenia glutinosa plant was the medicinal ingredient, but he had long forgotten the preparation method mentioned there. The reason why he remembered the appearance of this Remmenia was that he felt familiar with it when he was reading a book, so he took a few more glances at it. Never mind, let's dig it out and take a look first. He pulled out a brass dagger from his waist, squatted on the ground and started digging. Soon Zhao Zong dug out the whole Remmenia root along with its rhizome. Why is this so small? Zhao Zong couldn't help but mutter. It turned out that the Remmenia root he dug out was very thin and small, nothing like what was pictured in the book. Did I make a mistake? This shouldn't be the case. Zhao Zong stood up in confusion, unable to understand why the Remmenia he dug out was so small. Suddenly, a small cry was heard above my head. Quack! At the same time, a feeling came over him that there was prey ahead. Zhao Zong was shocked and put the dug Remmenia into his pocket. He then chased after Huaxichue Xiaoqiao with a large ox horn bow. When the half-grown wild boar Beiji saw Zhao Xiaowu running away, he grunted and followed Zhao Zhang's footsteps. Beiji, stop yelling. Hearing the noise behind him, Zhao Zong couldn't help but scold in a low voice. Beiji didn't dare to say anything and just followed Zhao Xiaowu's footsteps closely. After walking through the forest for about 10 minutes, Zhao Zong suddenly heard a woman's scream coming from a small depression in front of him. He was about to rush over, but then he felt something was wrong. Whose woman only screamed but didn't say anything? Is she mute? Zhao Zong, who had already become suspicious, naturally would not rush over rashly. He directly switched to Huaxichue's small field of vision. Looking down from the sky, there was no sign of a woman in the depression. It's clearly two beasts fighting each other. Isn't this that guy? After Zhao Zong saw it clearly, he was stunned. In a small clearing deep in the forest, a skinny but big-bellied red and yellow fox was leaning forward to support itself. Its nose wrinkled, fangs exposed at the corners of its mouth, and it stared closely at a hungry wolf opposite. The hungry wolf's fur was gray and dry, its belly was tightly pressed together, and the bones on its ribs were visible. Zhao Zong noticed that the wolf had some white hair around its mouth. It looks like this is an old wolf. He immediately made up his mind. Hit it. His beard is all white, isn't he still an old wolf? It was because it was an old wolf that it took it a long time to take down a weak female fox who was pregnant with cubs. Knowing that this was an old wolf, Zhao Xiaowu did not dare to be careless. Any wild wolf that can live until its beard turns white must be quite capable. Changing his vision back to his own, Zhao Zong slowly moved towards the hungry wolf's position. He was very careful along the way, for fear of scaring the old wolf. Although this old wolf was very thin and its skin was not good, this did not stop Zhao Zong from wanting to beat the wolf. "Xiaohong, you have to thank me this time." Zhao hid in his heart and said this softly. Who is Xiaohong? The author speculates that it should be the fiery red female fox in front of him. Zhao Zong had just crouched and hidden himself, and raised the ox horn bow. Before the arrow could be placed on the bow, a huge figure suddenly appeared from behind him. Forget about this guy. The thing that pushed over was none other than the half-grown wild boar. Zhao Zong secretly sighed in his heart. Oh no. This noise is quite loud. Sure enough, when he looked towards the open space in front of him, the wolf and the fox, who had been confronting each other just now, had already raised their heads and looked towards them. To Zhao Zhang's surprise, the old wolf did not run away, but became even more ferocious. It bared its fangs and stared fiercely at the place where Zhao Zong was lying in ambush. Zhao Zong, who was angry with the little wild boar, suddenly had an idea. He grabbed the half-grown wild boar Beiji's ears and pushed him forward. At the same time, he gave Beiji an order in his mind. Go out and knock that old wolf away. Zhao Zong did not let Beiji push the skinny old wolf to death, because Beiji might not be able to do it. The half-grown wild boar Beiji rushed out obediently, buzzing, and rushed towards the skinny old wolf. There was a shake in the bushes, and a half-grown wild boar suddenly rushed out, buzzing and rushing towards the skinny old wolf. The old wolf's expression was solemn at first, and then he was happy. Zhao Zong could even see a hint of subtle joy in the old wolf's eyes. This half-grown wild boar is definitely better than a pregnant female fox. It has more meat. If we kill it, we can eat it for several days. When the fiery red female fox saw the opportunity, she immediately rushed out diagonally and disappeared in a flash. Just ran away like that. Damn it, it has no moral principles. It doesn't even know how to thank me. Although he was unhappy with the big fiery red fox for running away on its own, he still stared at the old wolf seriously. With Beiji's sudden appearance, the skinny old wolf no longer stared at the big fiery red fox, but instead focused all his attention on Beiji. Because of Zhao Zhang's order, the half-grown wild boar Beiji did not dare to run around. It suppressed the fear in its heart and pushed forward with all its might towards the skinny old wolf. This old wolf was obviously experienced and avoided Beiji's charge with an easy jump. It even took the opportunity to scratch Beiji, but fortunately, Beiji inherited the wild boar's thick skin and flesh, and dog claws are not as sharp as cat claws, so Beiji was not hurt. Zhao Zong pulled out an arrow from his quiver, put it on the ox horn bow and aimed at the skinny old wolf. This time he had to aim carefully and try to catch a good catch. After several rounds, the half-grown wild boar was obviously not as nervous and frightened as it was at the beginning. Seeing that the old wolf couldn't do anything to it, it became more courageous. Not only the dog relies on the power of others, but the pig also knows how to rely on the power of others. Beiji knew that his master was watching not far away, so he became more and more courageous. Several times, the old wolf was almost hit by Beiji, but he managed to dodge it every time. The skinny old wolf obviously also felt the change in the half-grown wild boar, and it couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Which one of us is the wolf? It was too early for the little wild boar to be happy. Seeing the old wolf dodging continuously, it gradually became careless. This time it charged with all its might, but it never imagined that the old wolf had seen through its tactics. While jumping to the side to dodge, he had already accumulated enough strength. As soon as the half-grown wild boar stopped, it immediately jumped to the side of the half-grown wild boar. The long 8-sided wolf fangs had been stretched out and pressed against the neck of the half-grown wild boar Beiji. Zhao Xiaowu had to shoot the arrow in advance, otherwise wild boar Beiji might not survive. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air was heard. The arrow shot straight towards the skinny old wolf's neck. This skinny old wolf was obviously experienced, and Zhao Zhang's arrow had just been fired. It had given up the wild boar meat that was about to reach its mouth and rolled over to the ground. The arrow shot along its back fur and stuck into the big tree next to it with a ding. The skinny old wolf's pupils shrank, and a terrible idea suddenly popped up in his mind. There are humans. No longer thinking about the wild boar in front of it, it quickly stood up, crouched, tucked its tail between its legs, and went into the woods next to it. Still want to run? This time, Zhao Zong no longer thought about getting a good reward. He bent his bow and drew his arrow, and shot again. Whoosh! The sound of arrows breaking through the air. The arrow shot out did not hit the target. This wolf can actually run in an S shape. The old wolf must have been beaten by a hunter, otherwise it would not have this experience. Zhao Zong no longer hesitated, got up and started chasing. The little wild boar Beiji in the open space was still a little confused. How come the wolf disappeared while he was fighting it? When it saw its master rushing out, it finally reacted and started running after Zhao Zong. You still have to watch this kind of beast in the forest. The little wild boar rushed around recklessly, completely ignoring the dense bushes and thorns in the forest. It rushed straight in the direction the wild wolf was fleeing. The old wolf was soon caught up by the little wild boar because it was so focused on avoiding human arrows that it turned slowly. The old wolf did not notice the little wild boar behind it. Its attention was all on the hunter Zhao Zong. The little wild boar took this opportunity to lower its head and then suddenly raised its nose upwards. The skinny old wolf was pushed up into the air in an instant. Ouch! The wolf let out a scream and fell heavily to the ground. Because of this delay, Zhao Zong also ran to the nearby area. He bent the bow and drew the arrow again, and the arrow shot towards the old wolf's neck with a sound of breaking wind. The skinny hungry wolf had just recovered and climbed up from the ground, but before he could react, Zhao Zhang's arrow pierced his throat and nailed him to the ground. Its 4 legs kicked violently on the ground for a while before it slowly died. The little wild boar was frightened, and as if he remembered his miserable appearance a few days ago, his hind legs couldn't help but tremble. Seeing the useless look of the little wild boar, Zhao Xiaowu couldn't help but walk over and kick him. I'm not shooting you, why are you so timid? You useless thing. The half-grown wild boar didn't dare to resist and just hummed twice to express his grievance. After the skinny hungry wolf had completely died, Zhao Xiaowu walked over and pulled the arrow out of the wolf's neck. Looking at the 2 bloody holes left on the old wolf's neck, he couldn't help but sigh. And you were still talking about getting a complete wolf skin. You messed it up. After scolding, he slapped the half-grown wild boar in the face. They gutted the wolf, skinned it while it was still hot, rolled it up into a ball, and put it in a large sack. Fresh, warm wolf skin is easy to peel off. Just make a cut and slowly pull it down. As soon as he took out the old wolf's internal organs and offal, Zhao Zong felt something was staring at him. He turned around slowly, moved his ears, and looked into the distance. At the edge of the woods, a flash of red and yellow appeared. Zhao Xiaowu was very familiar with this color, wasn't it the fiery red female fox that had visited their home twice? Thinking of the thin spine of the female fox, Zhao Zong couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. He didn't hang the wolf's internal organs and offal on the tree, but threw them directly on the ground, waiting for the female fox to eat them. After waiting for a long time, the fiery red female fox did not come to eat the wolf's internal organs and offal. Forget it, I won't wait any longer, let's go home. Zhao Zong packed up his things and prepared to go back, when the red and yellow color at the edge of the forest appeared again. This time the little guy didn't hide, but ran straight towards this side. Zhao Xiaowu didn't move, intending to say hello to this old friend. After all, I have fed it twice, so it should still have some affection for it. This fiery red female fox is really brave. The fleeting appearance just now might be because it was afraid of the hungry wolf. Now it seemed to have become bolder, and it didn't pay any attention to Zhao Zong the hunter, and went straight for the wolf's internal organs. It ate the wolf's heart first, and then started eating other internal organs. Zhao Xiaowu watched from the side for a while but didn't get too close to the big fox. Feeling that he had stayed there long enough, Zhao Xiaowu led the half-grown wild boar and the colorful magpie out of the forest. What Zhao Zong didn't know was that as soon as they turned around and left, the fiery red female fox turned her head and stared at him. The fox's eyes are as clear as water, as if with a little starlight. After returning home, Zhao Zong began to prepare by learning the method of kneading leather that old Zhang taught him. This time he wanted to get a lot of skins, including a wolf skin, a badger skin, and 3 wild rabbit skins. These leathers are good things and need to be handled well. Since it was his first time doing it himself, Zhao Xiaowu was reluctant to directly tan badger or wolf skin, so he decided to try wild rabbit skin. He propped up the round wooden table, nailed the wild rabbit skin on it, picked up the skin scraper, and started scraping. Soon, he had scraped the skins of 3 wild rabbits clean. While waiting for the wild rabbit skin to dry, Zhao Zong chopped up the wild wolf meat. The wolf was too thin and didn't have much meat on it, and the little meat that was left was very tough. Zhao Zong did not plan to eat it at home, but took half and went straight to the cave at Huda Peak in the back mountain. After throwing half of the wolf meat into the hornet cave and feeling the joy of the contracted hornets, Zhao Zong happily walked down the mountain. In the afternoon he has to make beehives because wild bees are breeding too fast. The beehives that their family had made before were no longer large enough for the wild bee colonies to live in, and many of the extra wild bees were lying outside the beehives. Zhao Zong estimated that there are now nearly 30,000 to 40,000 wild bee colonies, and he needs to make 7 or 8 more beehives to accommodate these little creatures. Calling their fourth sister, Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao went up the mountain with their logging tools. It took the two of them half a day to cut down another big tree of suitable thickness and size. He sawed the tree into sections in the forest and carried it back home in a basket. When Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yueqin returned home, they saw Zhao Xiaowu and Zhao Tao making beehives again. "Why are you two making beehives again?" When Sun Yueqin asked the reason, she found out that it was because the wild bees in her home were reproducing too fast. Zhao Tao also told Sun Yueqin that wild bees produced a lot of wild honey. This immediately made Sun Yueqin happy, because she also got a share of the money from selling the wild bees last time. Without even bothering to wash her hands and face or cook, Sun Yueqin started helping right away. Sun Yueqin had already started working, so what else could Zhao Dezhu do? He also started to help make the beehives. Fortunately, they had done it before and were now familiar with the process. Their efficiency was much higher than the first time they made beehives. With the help of his parents, Zhao Xiaowu directly asked his fourth sister to cook. He couldn't let his parents work all the time after a day of work without even having a meal. By the time Zhao Tao finished preparing dinner, Zhao Dezhu had already prepared 2 beehives. This time the beehive was better and bigger than the first time. This was mainly because the tree that Zhao Tao and Zhao Zong felled was quite large. After dinner, Zhao Xiaowu stopped asking his mother and fourth sister to work. He and Zhao Dezhu began to work overtime, seizing the time to make beehives. He thought that today would pass uneventfully, but complications arose and Zhao Xiaowu still got beaten by his mother. The reason was simple: Sun Yueqin saw the half-wolf left in the kitchen. "Xiaowu, you went up the mountain again today?" Sun Yueqin asked Zhao Xiaowu, knowing the answer. Zhao Xiaowu immediately understood why Sun Yueqin asked this question. He did not dare to hide it and said directly to his mother. "Today I had nothing to do, so I went up the mountain to take a look, and I happened to meet an old wolf that couldn't walk anymore. He wanted to reduce the danger of hunting wolves, otherwise his mother would definitely worry about him." But Sun Yueqin is not a fool, so how could she believe Zhao Xiaowu's words that deceive fools? "Don't play dumb with me, you old wolf who can't walk anymore. With a wolf like this, is it your turn to fight it? It would have been eaten by some other wild animal long ago. Still trying to fool me? Tell me. Where did the half-wolf go?" Sun Yueqin stared at Zhao Xiaowu with a fierce look on her face and asked. Zhao Xiaowu was about to say, "Send it to old Zhang." Zhao Tao, who was standing by, had already said it for him. "Mom," Xiaowu fed that half-wolf to the hornet. When Sun Yueqin heard this, she could no longer bear it and picked up the broom on the ground and was about to hit him. Zhao Xiaowu was almost pissed off to death by his fourth sister. While running, he turned his head and glared at Zhao Tao fiercely. How could Zhao Tao be afraid of his threats? She even exaggerated and said to Sun Yueqin, "Mom, look. Xiaowu is still glaring at me." This time, Sun Yueqin chased him even more closely, and Zhao Xiaowu didn't even have time to look back. Zhao Dezhu looked at the 3 of them helplessly, and started to make beehives in a hurry. Zhao Dezhu finally made 10 big beehives. He rubbed his sore waist and stood up with some difficulty. At this moment, a cup of hot sugar water suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Dezhu. "Dad, drink some water." The one holding the sugar water is Zhao Xiaowu. Zhao Dezhu suddenly felt his eyes getting red. This was the first time this kid had been so affectionate to him since he grew up. Zhao Xiaowu used to be a bastard, but after he grew up, he became estranged from his biological father. Later, Zhao Zong, who traveled through time, couldn't stand Zhao Dezhu's neglect of his wife and children, so he didn't bother to pay attention to him. This is also the reason why Zhao Dezhu is sad. Zhao Dezhu has changed a lot now, and is even more dedicated to his family. Zhao Zong naturally saw all of this, and he gradually accepted this father. Sun Yueqin secretly looked at the father and son through the window, her eyes feeling a little sore. My family's life is getting better and better. My son has become sensible and can earn money. She also had her own savings and no longer had to worry about her children going hungry. Even the stubborn and foolishly filial husband has now become considerate and family-oriented. She had nothing more to ask for. Early the next morning, Zhao Dezhu and Sun Yueqin went to work in the fields. Zhao Zong also advised his mother not to go to the fields to work and earn work points anymore, but Sun Yueqin did not agree. Although she didn't say why, Zhao Zong could guess it. There are 4 people in their family now. If the 3 of them, mother and daughter, don't go to work, they really won't be able to explain to the village. It will also attract other gossips to talk behind their backs. Zhao Zong and Zhao Tao don't care about this, but Sun Yueqin can't help but care. Zhao Zong persuaded his mother twice and then stopped, telling her to go with her, but he still told her not to overwork herself. "Mom, our family is rich now, and we don't have to worry about food and drink. Don't work too hard, because you will have a good life in the future." Zhao Zhang's words made Sun Yueqin happy for a long time. "Fourth sister. Come out for a moment." Zhao Tao walked out of the inner room sleepily, yawning and rubbing her eyes as she walked. "Xiaowu, what's going on so early in the morning?" Zhao Xiaowu looked up at the sky with some confusion. "It's getting late, isn't it?" No longer entangled in the issue of time, he said directly. "Hurry up and pack up. Let's carry the beehive we made yesterday to the back mountain so that the wild bees can build a hive as soon as possible." When Zhao Tao heard that it was serious business, she was no longer sleepy and quickly went to get some water to wash her face and get herself ready. The 2 of them ran to the back mountain 5 times and finally placed all 10 beehives in the wild bee cave. Zhao Zong secretly instructed the wild bee queen to arrange the extra wild bees into the new beehive, and then he went home with his 4th sister to get the bucket. The process of collecting honey for the 2 people was relatively smooth, as the previous beehives were already full of wild honey. Zhao Zong simply cut off 2/3 of the honey, leaving 1/3 for the wild bees as food. Although only 2/3 of the honey was taken, its weight was almost the same as the first time. It can be seen that as the wild bee colony expanded, the output of wild bees also increased. It took 4 trips with 2 large iron buckets to finally carry all the beehives back home. Bees only eat honey and pollen, so Zhao Zong has no way to reward them. Whenever they ate meat like the hornet swarm, Zhao Zong would give them meat without hesitation. At noon, when Sun Yueqin and Zhao Dezhu returned home for lunch, they were very happy to see the wild honey in the house. "Xiaowuzi, have you taken out all the honey from the beehive?" Sun Yueqin asked Zhao Xiaowu. She didn't mean any other thing, she was just worried that her son was young and might not have thought things through, and that he might not leave enough honey for the wild bee colony. Zhao Zong naturally knew what his mother was thinking, so he replied briskly. "Mom, don't worry. I'm already 17 years old, how could I not understand these things? I only took out 2/3 of the honey in the hive, leaving 1/3 for them to eat." Sun Yueqin felt relieved when she heard that Zhao Xiaowu had left 1/3 of the food for the wild bees. These wild bees are her treasures, and they are truly cutie pie that can bring her endless wealth. Zhao Dezhu listened to the conversation between the mother and son and nodded continuously. He not only agrees with his daughter-in-law's considerations, but also appreciates his son. "Mom, don't go to work in the fields this afternoon. It's just right that I'm squeezing out all this honey with my 4th sister. I'll give it to Yang Batzi when I have time. I don't want the money from selling honey. Keep it for our family's living." Zhao Xiaowu said very generously. He calculated that the weight of this batch of honey was about the same as the previous batch, and should be able to sell for about 160 to 170 yuan. Leaving this money to your family will not only make your family live better, but also make your mother feel better. Why not do it? Really? You really don't want the money from selling honey? Sun Yueqin asked in disbelief. It's only been a few days, why don't you want the money from selling honey? When I asked him for money to sell honey some time ago, he refused to give it to me, saying that he wanted to save it for marrying a wife. Now he doesn't want the money anymore. Sun Yueqin thought of these quickly in her mind. She knew Zhao Xiaowu and felt that there must be something wrong. But she did not say anything. Instead, she decided to observe her son's movements carefully in the future. Zhao Tao was also very happy. Now that her family was rich, she could also enjoy the good life. Besides, these wild bees and hornets are all raised by her. In the afternoon, Sun Yueqin did not go to work in the fields, and even Zhao Dezhu did not go with her. The family started pressing honey in the yard, and the laughter continued. Zhao Zong did not press the honey with them, but started to make leather again. However, with the strong laborer Zhao Dezhu around, the speed of pressing honey was much faster than before. By evening all the honey had been pressed. The wild honey squeezed out from the beehives this time filled almost 3 large iron buckets, which was half a bucket less than the last time. However, Sun Yueqin was already very satisfied. It has only been about half a month, and it is already a remarkable thing to have so much honey.